Hello and welcome in everyone to another day of LPL action. We're starting off in Xi'an with WE versus anyone's legend. So a Group Ascend matchup, Fuel, and then of course Group Ascend's matchup to finish off the day 2, which is a real big hitter actually. Top Esports versus BLG. Should be a really fun day of games, so stick around and make sure you're enjoying yourself. Make sure that you're having a good time. Sam and I need to go get ready real quick. I don't know what the state on coffees is, but I desperately need one. And we'll be chugging along as we always do. So sit back, relax, and we'll get to the action. Of course, our first matchup today is between Anyone's Legend and Team WE. Anyone's Legend had a rough time of it so far. They've definitely not been having the easiest time of things. Thank you for choosing the Nymaera LPL cast. In the unlikely event of an emergency, the cast has over 2 wing exits and one in the back. Please look around you and locate the exit nearest to you, keeping in mind it may be behind you. Yeah, if anyone wants to sign up to be a flight attendant to our LPL cast, you know, maybe we can work on that. Maybe we can work on that. Yeah, but anyone's legend definitely not having the easiest time of things right now. Haven't done the entirety of this split really. Currently at 1 and 2, having beaten Weibo and then lost to JDG and Top Esports. Of course, JDG and Top Esports no slouches of teams, but they would have wanted to walk away with a win in either of those series. They 2-0'd Weibo at the start of it, and they got 0-2 by Top Esports, 0-2 by JDG. No wins against what we consider to be our top teams. Oh yeah, that's the negative thing about using this stream, is that we do get this way of recording the stream, we do get the random messages across the top. Okay, but yes, I gotta go get myself some coffee real quick, because I've had to leap out of bed and get this stuff set up. Let's get to it, folks, let's get to it. I'm gonna turn off the mic, and we'll be back in just a minute.
好，欢迎来到我们的前彩环节，我们请到了 AL 的上单选手 Fernando 进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 的上单胜哥。
好，欢迎盛强哥啊。那今天第一个问题呢，也是想问一下，因为近2场比赛嘛，其实 AL 比较可惜，遗憾失利了，所以可能在你的眼中，你觉得想要赢下比赛，最急需解决的一个关键问题会是什么呢？
我觉得目前想要赢下比赛的话，最需要解决的是我们的整体的玩法吧。就可能现在是前期的碰撞会更加的重要，所以要更加倾向于选前面厉害的英雄，或者说有线权的英雄，能够互相去帮助每一个资源都打下来，所以就可能会玩法会改变。
明白，整个的玩法节奏呢会是重中之重啊。那第二个问题也想问到，其实很多的粉丝朋友们对 AL 的期待值还是比较高的，因为确实去年的成绩也比较好嘛。那当队伍陷入短暂的这个低谷期的时候，你觉得队友们之间会存在比较大的一些压力吗？
我觉得我们是之前也经历过连败嘛，所以我们其实是调整的能力是有的，就我们知道我们自己的问题在哪里就好了，所以就更多的就是看比赛的时候能不能够做出来我们训练赛练的东西。
明白，那我也相信 AL 的老将们呢，可以很快的找到自己更合适的状态，然后有更积极的结果去面对之后的比赛。也希望今天呢，盛强哥有一个好的发挥，我们一会儿见。 好，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访。我们同样请到了 W1 的中单选手 Caris 进行我们的赛前采访，来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安气象 W 中单 Caris。
好，欢迎 Caris。那第一个问题也想问到，其实 W1 呢近期也处于一个阵痛期，确实队伍呢暂时未尝一胜。那你觉得最需要攻克的一个点会是什么呢？
아무래도 저희가 중후반 때 운영 단계에서나 좀 한타적인 부분에서 좀 많이 부족하다고 생각해서 그런 부분들을 최대한 보완하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
到了游戏中后期运营阶段，就有很多不足，团战的时候也出现配合不默契的情况，这些问题需要尽快改进。
明白，主要是中后期的整体角色可能要更加的果敢一些，包括大家之间的一些小决策的决断能否做得更好。那第二个问题也想问到，对于你而言呢，今天面对 AL 了，你觉得有什么地方是需要特别注意一下的？
저희가 앞서 말한 부분에서 AL이란 팀이 이런 부분이 좀 강력하다고 생각해서 저희가 이런 부분을 최대한 보완하고 좀 저희가 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있을 거라 생각해서 이런 부분을 최대한 신경 쓰면서 해보겠습니다.
我认为对手在团战运营方面实力特别强，只要我们弥补自身不足，配合默契的话，我们觉得能赢。
还是做好自己的游戏内容是最关键的。那也希望你今天在赛场上能有一个好的发挥。我们一会儿见。
Well, hello folks. Let me try that with the proper mic, eh? Hey, Course with the cash, did great. Thank you. Appreciate you, Corey. One of the relatively weak mid lane state at the minute, affecting many of the teams that were perceived as the best ones. That's a question. I don't think that's true, because I think a lot of the good teams in the world right now have got very good mids. So BDD and Knight are still playing very, very well in the current meta. But I don't think that's entirely true. Hey, Borski, good to see you. Hello, Salonius. Welcome on in. Hello, Vid Student. Hello, Katari. Blah! Whoops. That's the camera in the designated location yet. Oh, a fun fact for Andrea. Okay. What is a good fun fact? This is a good one. So this one from Legends of the Round Table. So I've been playing Legends of the Round Table. We'll be playing that after stream today as well. Here's the deal with Legends of the with the origin of the name Britain. One potential origin for the name Britain sort of comes via Geoffrey of Monmouth and some of his sources. And Geoffrey of Monmouth was a guy of Saxon origin from Wales who basically wrote sort of like some of like the Britannia Regina, is that the term of it? Anyway, the history of the kings of Britain, which is where a lot of the sort of stories and myths of King Arthur kind of originate before people like Mallory and the rest of the crew took them on. Now, the funny thing about this, of course, is basically Britain comes from Brutus, with the idea that Brutus came from Rome, not the Brutus that stabs Caesar. Similar name, and therefore also has a lot of that kind of aesthetic backing to him.
LPL.QQ.com
Turn the camera on.
虎牙直播、哔哩哔
There
哩
we
直
go.
播
Hello, hello.
腾讯视频、腾讯
And
体育、新浪微博。
having that aesthetic backing is quite cool because obviously you then are tied to the lineage of Rome and Greece and Troy and all that. But Brutus also then basically comes in because one of the Roman guys who first named us basically thought that the Brits were all brutes. And so Britain is kind of from Brutus and the idea that we're all brutal people who are not cultured and we're all savages. So there you go. So the route, the Latin route on Britain is via Brutus, and the idea that we're all brutes, and also that potentially we've been founded by Rome,
2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，
which I think is quite cool.
受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然占吧。奥风电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第一。
Well, intro briefly, and that means this can go off.
"让我们有请 Anyone's Legend."
Onto the stage, Anyone's Legend in Xi'an, visiting Team We's home arena. Anyone's Legend looking to regain form, as we were saying, for most of the split so far. They are 1-2, they have beaten Weibo, but not taken a single game off of JDG and Top Esports. Blunder, I don't know if he's meant to be stood on that side. I don't know whether they were lined up incorrectly.
I think it's captain's in centre.
No, captain's on the edge.
Yes,
like
sorry,
in center. But
that's what I meant,
Flandre walked on just behind him and then stayed at the edge of the stage. So I'm like, well, something's gone wrong with the ordering of the walkout there.
Well, I think Shanks is it Shanks who's the captain right now?
Yes, Shanks is the captain, but Flandre's on the other side. But he was walking out second, so I was like, interesting. He's walked down the wrong order. Anyway, Team WE are following them out onto the stage, and of course their home team. Buff activated here on stage in Xi'an. Team WE lost to NIP, lost to Top Esports, lost to IG. They are yet to win a game in this split. WE, a team which had, on the whole, pretty damn good 2025. Had a string of upset victories in 2025 spring playoffs, so split 2. This time last year, thereabouts, they took down both Top Esports and JDG. Of course, before they bombed out in summer, that's where things really went wrong for them. And of course, over the off season, they then ended up losing Vampire, their support, who is very key to their success, alongside Monkey. Today, if they're going to do anything against Anyone's Legend, well, they have made some changes. They brought in Erha. Hello, how's it going, by the way? But yeah, they've brought in Erha, who we think is, good support, but is he going to revolutionize this team? I don't think he's that kind of player, Sam, and that's the problem. I think he's a good player, but he's not someone that kind of warps the game around them to play towards their strengths and weaknesses, which, for all my criticism of Vampire, he is a player with strengths which you can play around. My issue is, of course, that he has the flaws, which then lead to the issues too. But it does give you a defined playstyle. That's the benefit of having a player like that. Whereas Erha, I think he's a bit more of an all-rounder. And I think for WE, that leaves them in this awkward situation where it is just like, well, you kind of got to play around Monkey, you kind of got to play around Karis. It feels like, the other players like About and Cube just aren't those players, again, to kind of build a team around, and they have their own flaws. It's a difficult situation for Team WE, especially against anyone's Legend, who are probably quite frustrated and angry with themselves right now, and they're going to be kicking off, seeing if they can pick up some speed.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see exactly what they can do, because again, anyone's Legend had a interesting last series that we saw from them, where it was, let's make no mistake about it, quite poor. There was a problem in the jungle, I think it's fair to say, but that's off the fact that the lanes were looking pretty dire, and AL's laning phase being so problematic isn't great news. WE not necessarily known as the apex of laning here in the LPL, but if AL are in the middle of kind of rebuilding and figuring themselves out and are struggling somewhat, we might be in a position where WE can find some leverage with a Monkey and crew, can make this a competitive affair. Struggling a little bit themselves, it must be said, WE, yet to really find true ingress. Monkey started the split a little bit off kilter. It's kind of revamped a little, but still the wins haven't been coming. Cube's been going towards the carries, and it's never been something myself and Alex have been too happy with. I don't want to say it's the lost condition, but it does feel like WE have been trying to figure out how they want to play the game.
It's certainly not helping, is the thing. So in the first draft, the Pantheon and the Rise both banned away. The Rumble available, that'll be an easy first pick. Although, to be honest, both these mid laners are Azir players. This might be our one draft where we have significant Azir priority between the two teams. The Rumble's the easy one to lock in. Then on the other side, while there's no Jarvan to go with it, you are probably worried a little bit about those CC junglers which can combo up with it. Well, Ashe Seraphine also open though, so it is 2 power picks traded for 1.
Seems to be the play. We're looking for an Ezreal Bard in response. That would be the most sense, I think. There we go. It has been able to beat the Ashe Seraphine, particularly in the early levels.
And it can actually outscale it at some points too. Depending on the composition, it can outscale because of its extra range advantage and the ability to pick off immobile carries wherever they are in relation to the Bard. That ultimate is so long range. But to be honest, Sam, the more I see Bard, the more I'm like, guy probably needs a nerf at this point. He's actually really, really strong. And best of a cube would give a angle for Galio later into the draft. It would also give them extra points of engage, because they now have the triple engage threat. So WE probably ban away Mel, because Mel is really, really good into the Ashe Seraphine. Although, to be honest, Mel vs Ambessa, despite being a family feud as well, is actually, it's pretty powerful for the Ambessa, because the Mel can't really block any of her stuff. You might still ban it just because it's so good against this bot lane though.
Yeah, and as with any diver, just because you're coming in for a single direction, Solar Snare becomes somewhat dangerous, because you would get hit by that, suddenly the whole burst combo comes down, and that's great. Because it's like Mel's one defensive tool outside of reflecting things.
And the problem is, scary thing for that against Ambessa is, Ambessa's ult puts you behind the target, like I said.
Yeah.
So you fire at the E, she ults, goes over your skill shot, which is your one defensive tool, and in this situation, you die. So the Azir banned away is the Vi banned away, so WE not banning the Mel. There is a chance of Shanks just locking that one in, because again, it is so good against that bot lane.
Happy birthday to About, by the way.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Well, happy birthday to the young AD carry of Team WE, coming over from LCK CL earlier this year. Got Rookie of the Split last split, and we'll be sure to put our eyes on him and see how he's doing in this game as well, just especially because it's his birthday. As a birthday present, we won't criticize you too hard if you misstep About. Just this once, okay?
He had a pretty good last series.
Yeah,
he was trying pretty hard. Him and I think if there was a point on this map where I'm going, you guys have been the least problematic. Hilariously, it might be the bot lane. Mid jungle have struggled. Top lane's been a problem.
That's actually
It's
kind
been
of
up
funny.
and down. I think About is probably the player I've got. You know what? You have tried. There's been 4 kill games where I've seen you. You know what? This ain't on you, mate.
Azir and Galio were banned away from Karis. They lock in the Annie for the extra engaged threats. Interested to see what they round this draft out with, because typically with an Ashe Seraphine, I really want to see an extra tank, because the tank does really, really well. They're kind of benefiting from the shields and giving a platform. The Mel is locked in. It wasn't banned away from WE, but it is into a harder lane matchup, the Annie, because the W, the cone, can't be reflected and the stun will go through. Skarner for Tarzan, interestingly, which I think WE might have wanted themselves. I
wondered about that.
I think that's a takeaway. I think they have to go for something like the Shinzao now.
And of course, you can now go for the spicy chicken skewer combo that was a thing, where you have Skarner impale and then roast people across the loving fire of Rumble, who can flame spitter.
That was that was the 2024 combo?
It was, yeah. That's what I'm bringing it back from. Is it just looking at the Scion is very good with this comp, to be fair, and that's going to flex Monkey onto the Ambessa, who has always been someone who likes one or two of those slightly more off-meta picks. He's still a Trundle player, he's still an Ambessa player.
We don't see that much Ambessa jungle anymore, but Sam, this does a lot more for WE. I think it's a group up and fight combo, which is better for WE. It means they don't have to focus on more complex macro. It gives Cube a tank frontline, which is more likely to just survive and turn up to team fights. I think it's his best champion. Takes it away from Flandra, and I think Flandra's best champion is his Scion too, so you won't face that later into the series as well. And Karis is also in a fine matchup mid lane. I think this is completely fine for WE. Now, thing is, this is as good as it gets. We're going to go into an ad break, folks. We don't get ads in game. If you don't want adverts, subscribe. We appreciate you. Let's get into it, Sam.
Indeed, we should. I'm looking at this WE comp and going, everyone's bringing quite annoying and quite simple to execute CC. Ashe presses R or just autos you. Seraphine has all of her kit that does similar things. Annie flash R. Ambessa is probably the hardest bit of CC to land, but she's got so many setup tools. Does she really have to care that much?
Questions abound. I think WE have a very comfortable draft for what their players are good at. However, you're absolutely right. There are definitely some questions about the interactions here too. Anyone's Legend really looking for a bounce back. To be honest, Sam, I don't think they're looking for that today. This is a team which they should be expected to beat.
I agree.
Even when slumping. I know WE have had upset potential before. We're not seeing that in this split right now. They're struggling to find their own identity, their own chemistry, and their own form. Anyone's Legend still favorites, but still a large. There's work to be done, Sam. To see our WE on home ground. Let's get into the rifts and hear the gyros. Stun.
Oh, Kyle is down. Nice level 1 here. We haven't quite got game sound properly yet. The observers are still going, oh wait, what's happening? Yeah, and that's first blood to about, and it's cost a flash on Karis, but I think that flash for that level 1 stun is going to be paying off dividends.
Yeah, he's had to start with the he started with the Q actually, you know, so that's still fine for him. Doesn't have the stun right from the off. It might affect his laning matchup a little, but I don't think that's anything he'll be worried about now. To be honest, bot lane getting ahead like that, Bard missing out on the XP, Ezreal getting zoned out on the XP. I think it's just the one melee minion that's been denied in terms of XP, but the wave control completely over to Team WE. And Sam, so much of the meta right now has been about early game, jungle decision making, lane pressure, and those are the things which Anyone's Legend are really struggling at. Tarzan is a fantastic jungler. Tarzan does not have lane pressure from this team in this meta. He also doesn't have, like, you know, the players which are willing to move from lane right now either. And at this point, no, Shanks has been getting pushed in. Bot lane's lost that death early. I think this could be another situation where Anyone's Legend are contending with their Achilles heel for this moment in time.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I'll also note, of course, Kyle being down that heal is just that little extra summoner discrepancy as well, which isn't always that much fun. So you lose the shove, you lose the early summoner, you lose the early kill before minions are spawned. That's not great news. In fact, I wonder whether we see this Ashe Seraphine shove and back very early for a cull here.
I mean, it would be definitely worthwhile to get yourself onto the board in terms of the scaling as well. Ambessa does have the multi-camp clear potential, though the red buff was just resetting there. Monkey really going for the quick clear. He's really practiced this, actually. See how quickly he can get towards that. Did have that little bit of HP regen on the red buff, so not perfect there. Can he get it in time? Does leash it with the smite, and we'll go straight onto the Krugs.
Does indeed. That should be clearing in more than good time here to contest things like the Scuttle Crab. Skarner also on those Krugs. Again, similarly, if you know your drive paths, you can have very quick clears on the Skarner as well. Doing a good job here of being around and about. Should be up as Scuttles are spawning. Hope chunked out just a touch, but it's not going to be left in any particularly low point. Of course, Flandre on his iconic skin, the rumble in the jungle, the Hawaiian shirt is up, and ironically, of course, he's playing it top lane, not jungle.
Yeah. I mean, I find it quite funny that after that skin was released many years after, that's when we had like Rumble Jungle meta come through in 2021.
I don't know how much it wound Freak up that Rumble was played in jungle.
Yeah, I think he was trying to argue statistically that Rumble was better top lane than it was jungle, and to be honest, Sam, I didn't think the stats agreed with him. But it was a fun look. The thing about Freak is, and it's something actually I really appreciate about him as a caster, is that he always brought numbers to discuss, and he brought the receipts, right? Now, it's not the problem with League is that there's so much on eye test, there's so much on intangibles, and many other things which aren't described directly in data. But having those numbers to at least base a conversation around, even if it's one which you eventually end up conceding on, makes it so much easier for the audience to track, makes it seem so much more informed.
In fact, funny you mentioned that, Alex, because in the latest dev videos, in actually chatting to Froxon as well, who had some stuff out on the Twitter, basically what a lot of the lead devs are saying right now is like, look, we kind of acknowledge that, and we want to just try and make sure that actually Solar Sand is just why. I was just wondering, especially with Karis being down, that flash still just about could have been a little bit dicey as we get towards these high levels.
Hiccups there, son.
I know. I've had a couple of days in a row. But what I was going to say was, they've been chatting about, look, a lot of our new balance changes are going to be not necessarily around power, but fantasy. Because actually, if you're playing a champion, it just doesn't feel like the champion, then even if statistically it's winning more, if it doesn't feel fun, or if it doesn't feel like the champion, then is it actually what we want?
Oh, right, we've discovered that after 15 years of working on this, have we?
I think there is something to be said for actually saying, hey, we might not be looking at this champion because it's
for sure
balanced necessarily, but because actually we want to make this change to make it feel more like the fantasy, the power fantasy of this champion, which I think there is some truth to.
They've changed that from a couple of things before. Like Shyvana was a big sticking point for that, and to be honest, she still is a big sticking point for that, where her best style of play was like the fire-breathing dragon, but nothing about the bruiser part of it. So you're just sat there at range just hurling these skill shots for a while. There was a problem with someone like the Sivir and Xayah kind of lethality builds, where it's like, okay, you never get to use your auto attacks, and actually how important are the feathers even to Xayah at that point? Back in, that would have been about, again, 2020 to 2021 with the lethality builds of that era. Mel is currently going through a very similar situation, right? Where it's like, well, Mel's in a different point, and this is more about actually the frustration of playing against it. Tarzan actually just waiting to kill that camp just a little bit. Maybe he was waiting for it to... Well, he doesn't... Okay, I'm actually not sure exactly on that point. But, yeah, we're just waiting for that one, and we're going over to take that scuttle on top side for the second one of the game, getting himself to level 6.
I know there's been a lot of... Actually, there's a bit of a potential play here onto Kyle. I'll hold on the wilder discussion as ward control is happening. Are we going to see any deeper contest with Tarzan being topside? Doesn't look like it. I'm imagining here... Clear out some of these camps, potentially invade onto a blue buff, and I start on this dragon, all possibilities, and indeed, it will be the dragon. Nice little stun there and chunk onto Shanks, but now in mid lane, Karis has burned a lot of his CC, and that means Tarzan can potentially look for an impale. Kyle's coming across as well. It's looking pretty nasty for the poor old Annie, who does flash out well there.
Yeah, it's a couple of people roaming mid from anyone's legend, and Sam, one of the things I'm worried about now for Team W is they did step one of the plan of, getting the lane pressure, potentially... setting up the early game, but that was the potential, right? I don't think they've done the second and third steps of getting into Tarzan's business, and I think part of that is actually the Ambessa, because the Ambessa can't bully out the Skarner, not in the early game, maybe later on. It does mean that Tarzan is not behind in this early game, so we now finally, Sam, for once in LPL, we see a game where Tarzan actually gets through the early game because his laners haven't capitulated, he hasn't been invaded on cooldown. So we're going to see, I think, a true contest between these two teams where we will get at least one good 5v5 between both teams which are geared up for it.
I can agree with that. I think the other thing I will say, though, is, of course, it does get Ambessa through the early game, who, again, really wants that level 6, really wants that first item, and not having to worry too much about early shenanigans. It's a bit like Nocturne games as well. We actually see a lot of Nocturnes absolutely power farm their way to level 6 as aggressively as possible off their priority lanes. That can be potentially pretty dangerous. Of course, Tarzan taking the opportunity to take this early dragon is significant. I was having this discussion with a friend of mine, Swag Shahar, for those of you who know the Fnatic captains for the LEC rivals. And we're talking about, okay, so how do you describe League in Age of Empires terms? And for me, early dragons are fast castle.
I can kind of understand that, because it's like, it's a big investment, but if you do manage to complete it, it adds a real threat and control over the map.
Bingo.
I get that. You know what? That's actually very fair. That's very fair. Now, I'm not that up to date on, like, Age of Empires / Age of Mythology stuff, but for those of you that don't know, basically one of the big things within Age of Empires, because there was a huge event recently, by the way, was you basically end up just you just dump a castle somewhere really close to enemy territory if you can do it, and just say, come deal with this, basically. It becomes really annoying. They have so much HP, and they take such a long time to take down as well, that they give you so much control. Right, Grubs are going over to Tarzan, Dragon went over to AL2. Do they actually test on this? Forces the smite out. Looks like they're giving all 3 Grubs over, Sam.
They might well be. Cube is going to eat a fair amount of damage, or rather, he's going to do a fair amount of damage to Tarzan, and Cube gets to come over and at least claim one of those Grubs. Not the end of the world. Again, AL, though, getting these double set of early objectives is quite good news in terms of just getting some of those intangibles on the board that won't turn up in the gold score.
Monkey going towards that bot scuttle. You know what? I'm almost wondering whether a cube would ult Tarzan as he tunneled through the wall to stop the wall dive and see if he could force him into the scuttle pin.
I was wondering that too.
I was thinking, is there a world in which Cube just pulls the trigger there? Also worth noting here as well, by the way, Cube is actually doing completely fine versus Flandre on the top lane. This is why I liked that matchup too, jumping onto the Mal. There comes Mother. And Shanks flashes away back to her room.
Yeah, go to your room.
I just want to. What I need
Public
is like
grounding. That's you're grounded.
That's Talia at the grounded.
I need. Hang on. Here comes the arrow. Are we going again?
Where's the shield? Whoa! That was almost there. Shanks backstepping nicely.
If that happened, there would absolutely have been a lacerate flash Drake count step. I'm telling you now.
Oh gosh. Yeah, what I need is, you know, specifically when an ambassador's against Mel, we need, like, all of the boomer voice lines. It's like, back in my day, school was uphill, both ways!
Well, when are we going to get our April Fool's Bell that is just sort of like...
That or, like, Aurelian Sol with Smolder doing the same thing.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Oh, God. I don't have anything more to add to this conversation. I just thought that'd be funny. Monkey's looking towards those Raptor Stars. Is already there, though, and the Skarner does win these early trades. It has gone for the Protoplasm Harness first item, as you'll note, not the Heartsteel.
I much prefer this on Skarner. I was chatting a little bit with Rafa about it over on the LPL English Discord, and we both think, as ever, look, there's a nice little reflect on the CC there. Not CC, just the Disintegrate. And we're basically both saying that Protoplasm Harness is just almost always better from the jungle, because you don't necessarily get as many opportunities to stack the Heartsteel from jungle. So if you end up in this game, it's like, look, I might get 100 Heartsteel attacks. Yeah, 20 minutes. How useful is that versus Protoplasm Harness, which is going to be much cheaper, get you the Bandle Pipe to whatever you want second, much faster, is a better early spike in terms of that kind of safety, gives you all the stats you want to Skarner anyway. It's a good equalizer there, and Cube is going to need to ult away just in case he gets caught on the pineapples.
Yeah. Continuing that Heartsteel conversation, I think the big difference is we're talking about this in pro. I think in solo queue it's way different because you're just brawling more, and it's way easier to just kind of like hang around for an extra second to get that stack. Teams aren't going to punish you for that. To be honest, in pro, I'm using "to be honest" as my key phrase. Someone needs to tell, like, just, I don't know, like, get a spray ball whenever I use that phrase. Using a clutch phrase too much is bad.
But yeah, flicking you.
In pro, I think some teams don't end up setting up and allowing their jungler to hunt for those Heartsteel stacks, which are really important. Dragons in less than a minute. Scuttle's been earned by anyone's legend. They'll have the setup advantage. They have plenty of vision around it, and this is where we see the different version of anyone's legend. I'm sure a lot of people will be walking away from this series with various conclusions, but one of the problems against top esports and against JDG was just that they were blown out early game and they couldn't get to late game. Anyone's Legend are still a good late game team. They just don't get there. In this game, they are. They're completely even right now. They're probably going to get to the point where we get to see the better side of them.
Exactly. And again, laning phase has never been AL's strength, really. There's been early plays, sure, and it's not like they've always been bad lane, but it's certainly been inconsistent to say the least, and people like Flandre have been a question mark. Hope's not always the strongest laner, even if, of course, he's got a few champions where he can manage that on, and I think Shanks has been on a weird stretch of form, basically since last summer, really, where he's been quite inconsistent, to say the least, from a player that at one point we were touting as one of our next great things, has been struggling a touch more. Right now, things look a little bit more stable in that sense. The goal is dead even. And actually, despite getting control of the Scuttle Crab and everything else, AL do that thing where they back out of the river and just allow WE in kind of free. Out comes the True Shot Barrage and a teleport, though. We are fighting this just about out of that Tempered Fate, but still going to be in a little bit of a low point as Flandre with a big old shield can put up the Flame Spitter. It's keeping about split up. The Equalizer comes back on cooldown. Flash for the Impale is good from Tarzan, and even though the arrow buffers through, it ain't enough to keep the bot lane alive. Both Seraphine and Ashe down for the count.
Now, we've often had questions about the way anyone's Legend play objectives. They don't stay on it. They retake the pit in terms of, tactical shooter terms. They find their right angles. They really want to be on the aggressive angle. This time it works out really well. They get WE into a clump and it allows them to engage in multiple angles, teleport behind them. There may well still be a contest on the dragon as Monkey comes back down, though.
May well be driven into a wall there, and goodbye, says the Annie. And unfortunately now Monkey is going to back away. Does get that dragon, but is now in a potentially precarious position. Kyle is being run down by Cube. How did that happen? Good binding there, though. Makes him tricky. Cube has to flush over the fat wall. WE, what are we doing? This is an elite all worldly.
Exactly. What are we doing? What are we doing? Shanks ends up killing Cube. 3 kills for him. Anyone's Legend. To be honest, no. I'm not sure. I'm not using that for. Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you, Sam. They shouldn't. I mean, Anyone's Legend don't even. They don't even have any like contest on coming into the flank. They get multiple angles. Airher probably should have flashed. No, I think Airher might have died even if he flashed. Because I think Tarzan might have flown at him, diving onto Shanks. He has 3 kills. Decent shutdown onto him.
Flash away from the public execution, tries to get the golden eclipse off. It is enough to get about back. You'll take that.
And Shanks gave over an extra 370 gold, I think, was on the shutdown there. So it's basically 2 kills for the price of 1, but still gets 1 back. Harrison maybe jumped on here, does have flash.
Does get a stun there, though, with the disintegrate that way around. I need to remember correctly. Karis then flashes the impale. Good work from him. Bit of a speed up from the Molten Shield and gets out to safety. Although, going to be able to continue to shove through this mid lane. Should be able to auto down. This one with a little bit of the crystallized proc coming on forwards. Hope at that 24. It's not a decent margin here. Feeling happy enough with the state of the game. Of course, Shanks, it's worth noting, is 4 of the 5 kills that AL have. And that should scare you. I think Mel that gets ahead early starts to get to execute thresholds very early on in the game. Again, Mel's scaling is weird. I think it's fair to say. I actually think she's more of a 2-item, 1-item carry than she is a 3-4. Partly because I think later on into games, she just becomes more vulnerable.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like one of those champions where you have an amount of defensive capability, but most of your safety comes from exploding people. And when you get to hyper late game, you misstep once, you die before you can fire out your own barrage. Anyone's Legend getting Herald hit. They could use it as a Battle Herald to... I don't think they need to. I did once again think about the phrase. I didn't. Now they have the potential Battle Herald.
How virtuous are you feeling, Alex? How about the virtue of honesty? How's that treating you right now? Is Tarzan
I've been very honest.
Very, very illegal. That's not honest. That's full-on thievery. Just steals it from under his own turret.
He even get the Herald into the turret as well, so that's going to go down. Flash forwards. Flandra finds Monkey. And there's only 1 champion allowed in the jungle here. Well, technically 2. Skarner's allowed there too, for reasons unbeknownst to me.
The home of jungle, of monkeys was the jungle.
Sam, I thought so too, but Sam, it's all this deforestation. it's all this climate change, it's all this deforestation. There's the habitats are under threat. For real, they are though. Seriously, be aware of that.
Go help your local animals and wider animals in general.
Fun fact: the oldest gorilla in the world is in Berlin Zoo. Just turned 69 today.
Congratulations!
Yeah, very old gorilla. Oh, missing onto about.
And they're going to keep potentially running at this. It's a decent little chunk. Can't quite get that much more there. And again, About and Arrow do their best to hold the line there. But it feels like WE finally trying to make some plays, but they've just not been landing that well. The Arrow flies at Hope. He's out of mana. Doesn't get hit because he gets that healing stride and a little bit of a speed up. So Cube comes ulting down the mid lane. And both About and Cube just swing and a miss.
Anyone's Legend looks so much more comfortable in this game because it wasn't about the early game full court press. It wasn't about locking down Tarzan and trying to get him out of the early game. It's a very good play from Anyone's Legend. They somehow get a mega wall drive from Tarzan on towards Karis. He just has 0 outplay potential at that point. Herald immediately kills the turret. They get the equalizer down, and this is a jungle ambassador, not a top lane. You don't have the same defensive stats or the ability to stand and fight there. Completely roasted alive by Flandre.
Really nice heat management there as well for Flandre. Gets the flash flame spitter to get to overheat to empower the autos to just whack people for insane amounts of extra damage.
Every time I see Guards on Discord, I think of the book Guards. Guards, fantastic book. It is one of the greatest series of all time, Discworld. If you are any fantasy lovers out there, go read Discworld. And yeah, Guards, one of the best books in the series. Sam Vimes is a hell of a character.
It is the starting book for Sam Vimes as well. For those of you who want to try following a character, Sam Vimes and the Night's Watch are some of my absolute favourite to follow. Guards, where you start on that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm that well-read an individual in terms of classics, but Discworld I am. That's one of the things I know that's not a classic, but in terms of books which people who are more well-read than me talk about, that's the one series I could get into. Anyone's Legend will end up taking down bot lane out its turret. They end up holding mid lane as well. Karis is trading and will get an objective bounty from topside.
What are some of the immortal lines from Discord? Ah, yes, all roads lead to Ankh-Morpork. They say all roads lead to Ankh-Morpork. They are wrong. All roads lead away from Ankh-Morpork, which is just exceptional.
Yeah. So we're actually getting a full trade here. This is trading down from Anyone's Legend. They'll have to equalize the wave, but to be honest, it might end up just killing the wave anyway on top side. They'll take the turret, and that's going to be 2 objective bounties for them. That's not bad.
Well, indeed, you'll take what you can there, but I think AL will still be happy enough to claim that tier 2 and get what you can off this. Of course, Tarzan is going to be picking up that dragon, so it's not coming entirely for free, but hey, WE need the gold where they can get it, and they'll be happy enough to secure what they can.
One of my other favorite lines is, Sam Vimes had a near-death experience. At the same time, Death had a near Sam Vimes experience.
When you have an anthropomorphic personification of a natural force, you know, that does happen, you know?
Death does speak in all capital letters, which I find very endearing. Predabelt's build up for Shanks, Bloodletter's in for Flandra, Battle Pipe's in for Tarzan as well, so he's really going to be giving some extra attack speed to himself and others. Ults onto him, that is a dead Ambessa.
Golden Eclipse still available, not going to be needed. The Encore comes on down, does charm up Tarzan, and of course the Mel, there's the mother-on-daughter violence, and Cuba's the one who finishes up the kill, blasts him in, driven into a wall. Tarzan with a Protoplasm Artist needs to try and get out of there with a blast cone and does, but look, Kyle's trapped at the back of the pit. He magical journeyed in there. He really didn't want to. Of course, Q-Star trying to chase onto this Bard who'd flashed out. Decimate Smash should knock him up and should probably get him down, but wait, he's still getting to run away. We'll have a Cosmic Binding and Cube will not pick up the Bard.
Cube goes down, can't finish off the kill, and excuse me, mother on daughter.
Was I wrong?
Do we need to call CPS?
No, our mother is lovely.
No, I was just thinking about in the fight. Well, I suppose it is not. Guys, do you think Noxus has CPS?
No.
I don't think they do. No. Monkey, I thought was going to immediately die, to be honest. I said it again. It keeps happening. Flash into the out. Sam is instead just spilled coffee all over himself for reasons completely unbeknownst to me. Shanks goes down as Monkey went back into the play. I thought he was going to die completely. What happened there, Sam?
So my hand got stuck under my leg, and so when it came free, it came free with more of a jerk than anticipated.
And that's why we're casting the game and not playing it, because clearly we've got issues with hands. We didn't even see this part of the fight where Tarzan just went on to Karis and just killed him. I mean, he's a level up on mid lane to jungle. Karis just burns down.
WE gets some kills. Good for them. That's better than nothing. A couple of them go towards About. And again, reminder, this game started with About getting first blood.
Yeah, it did. And I just don't think that WWE had the composition or the mindset to just really dig the nails in early. I think that you need to do that versus Anyone's Legend. I know that we've seen that 2 series in a row, and woe is Anyone's Legend. They're not the team that they were last year, or even in last split. I think the meta has moved increasingly more towards early game lockdown in jungle, getting ahead in that role, crowding out the entire map into full court press from the early game. And Anyone's Legend haven't been great at playing against that style, but WE didn't go towards that themselves. WE will now have to contend with the Baron. I mean, I don't really see how they safely approach this through the choke points.
Here we go again, trying to find their way in to the river. AL holding the line. There comes the arrow. The Encore comes across, and that's not bad public execution. Deletes hope. They've lost the AD carry, but Tarzan get allowed through a wonderful golden eclipse. They turn one back around, but they've already made this a bit of a messy fight. Monkey's trying to dash around, but he gets rooted again. Shanks is such a menace. It's executing everyone. The searing passive is beautiful, and they can keep throwing out radiant volleys as far as they want. The solar snare comes on down, and Cube desperate to get some value, but this Scion just isn't tanky enough.
Anyone's Legend, well, they do lose the AD carry. It's honestly a pretty good attempt by Erha. Gets the first CC down, bought out the Mikhails, encore after, caught the Ezreal. That was a pretty good intro. They're just too far behind and they can't get past the Skarner, and Tarzan has had an incredible game for himself, giving the backline an extra degree of safety. Baron will go on to all 5 members as Hope has respawned, and Anyone's Legends will walk away with a mighty gold lead at the end of this. So initially it was the arrow that came out, got that Mikhails down, and then of course the Encore after allowed for the extra CC coming onto it. Good combination from both bot laners to allow at least that kill coming through. That gave them a window of opportunity. Problem is after that, obviously the Ashe goes down very, very quickly, and the damage goes with it.
Unfortunate for them. Nice drive through the wall there from Tarzan. Back to live though. Some violence happening. The public execution goes well wide and trying to make this play happen regardless. Actually, Monkey though going to try and jump onto Shanks regardless. Goes for the 1-for-1. Not bad from Shanks, but hey, you're still dying and killing that is big. And Monkey's the one who picks up that kill, I believe. No, it was the Annie. I do apologise. So hey, take what you can. Tempered Fate now coming back, and I think AL want to try and punish the death of their mid laner, but that decent Tub is there. Denies the timing on the Tempered Fate, and kind of exit, so they can't punish as well as they would like, all the while they'll hope we're shoving mid lane.
I've no idea how Shanks was that far up. He shouldn't be there on his own. That's a mistake. I guess he teleported in and then died on the way from the looks of it. He had just used that teleport, might have used that to get back out onto the map. It's not a great death for him, but he does take the AD carry down with him. It's 1-5 for a bout. Happy birthday, buddy. Sorry about that. Shanks, 9-3, great damage from him. Bit of an awkward death, but the 1-for-1 was pretty well played.
I agree. So, 9,000 gold lead for anyone's legend. A lot of that will be found in the mid lane, and of course, actually, that top side of the map as well. Flandre might have found himself 2,000 gold up. In fact, realistically, at this point, as I look a little bit wider across that board, we've got very significant gold leads. Here we go. Encore had forced the flash out of Flandre there as well for a good angle from the base.
I don't think Air has been playing that badly, Sam.
I don't.
Cube might end up dying here. He does have flash. I think he'll... Oh, trying to flash for the AD carry behind him. Close stuff from Tarzan. The Bardal does hit, though.
Does, and I think that probably means a very dead Ashe. About just not having a lot of fun this game. Again, I'm not sure really what you're supposed to do this game as the Ashe. It's pretty tough from this state, and he's just going to get run at.
What you're meant to do this game... Pressure early, don't let it get to this point. When you're 2,000 gold behind 6 kills deep, it's a little bit of a problem. Flandre jumped onto by the Ambessa, 1,000 gold shut down to Monkey.
Monkey just needs to back away. The problem is there's a golden eclipse. You can run, but you can't hide, and somehow Mel will get her revenge. You wouldn't give me a toy as a child. Have this. I have serious childhood trauma.
Of all the things that Mel could say to Ambessa, I think that might be quite low down the list. There's a bunch of other things regarding Piltover and coups and takeovers and martial law, which you might have more issue with, Sam.
Possibly.
Oh, God. I'm sad that Season 2 didn't stick to its guns on the commentary it had from Season 1, Sam. I'm sad about that. But there were some really good things for her. I thought the Ambassador arc was actually pretty good. She had some really good stuff, and I'm glad they had the guts to say, no, this character is going to die in this series. That was good.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes the character arc is complete. That's fun. I appreciate that. And you can just go back and talk about all the other stuff she did while she was, a younger person.
Indeed. I think it also makes a lot of sense considering who Mel and what she was willing to do for her family, and largely whatever it took, and that made her into a significantly worse human being.
I'm trying to remember does anyone know if there's a side quest for Mel versus Ambessa? I know there are for a bunch of champions. I'm not sure there's one for Mel Ambessa though.
What happens if you get Mel, Jason, Victor in the same game?
That's what we call Family Feud. Well, I guess not so anymore actually. Yeah, Season 2. It was very interesting what they did with Jason Mel in Season 1, right? But Season 2, I thought they dealt with that fairly well in terms of the parting of ways of two very different people beyond that point. Anyway, the base is probably going to fall within the next, couple of minutes, really. Might come down to the next dragon. Actually, it might take another Baron. There is some wave clear on WE. Can AL really dive into that? I suppose they can. I mean, he's got a level 16 Tarzan Skarner.
I'll make the play. Out comes that Tempered Fate. In comes the Equalizer as well, and About pulls back on it. Should be okay.
Again, it's just not breaking the base on this lane. I mean, they've got the inhibitors down on the other ones. I suppose Daniel's Legend just want to force W to group around the top lane so the super minions do their dastardly work on the other lanes themselves. Tarzan doesn't have the flash to walk in himself. He's got the Unending Despair third item, which scales off so much HP. He's going to heal a lot in combat. I think Tarzan is probably... He's verging on unkillable at this point.
And get some work there. Out comes that attempted beat drop. Doesn't quite land. Tarzan back away. True Shot Barrage comes across a few, and that tags people. And again, going to be a bit scary, because if you start getting tagged, the ability to get executed is problematic. In come those super minions as well. A Monkey is sent to deal with them.
And again, this is what anyone's like to doing, playing it slow, making them respond to the top plane. Mel lands some skill shots, and Cube is just not tanky. Gets burst down, roasted alive. Cube 1-5, 1-4, I believe that. Not had the easiest game for him because he's meant to be frontlining for a team which doesn't really have much to stand behind him.
No, they don't. They're going to get caught by the Equalizer again. Karras dropped to about a third. He needs to back away. Also not in a particularly happy spot. Needs to be a little bit careful of that Radiant Volley flaring on forwards. Won't necessarily tag onto anyone right now. Still, final Nexus turret under siege. Monkey goes in, tries to pull the trigger, but there comes the Golden Eclipse again, and Karras is annihilated. The Annie down with the count. It's a good encore again, but it doesn't matter because the damage is all damn well dead.
Shanks goes to 12-3. Yeah, Mel's worked out on the better end of this family feud. Anyone's Legend were not pressured enough in the early game. Anyone's Legend showcased the team they can be if they're allowed to scale into the game. And WE, well, they're on the negative end of that. Perhaps that'll have to be a strategic change for them going into Game 2.
Indeed, it will be. And again, AL get through an early game, get to play out as they are supposed to. And that makes things a very different state of affairs. Also, Isa, no, buy Erasure. Come on now. I see the arcade stuff in chat.
Hello everyone, how's it going? My name's Alex, this is Sam. We were yapping our way along that game because we're allowed to and someone come stop us. I'm a slasher of prices and I must be stopped.
Slasher.
Hoffa's a great movie. Anyway, we cast the LPL for you because we think you might enjoy it. We think we're pretty good at it on the whole. Not to big ourselves up too much, but yeah, we've done this for about 2,000 games. We've done a lot of games here, folks, and we do it because the LPL deserves a broadcast like this, and there's no official LPL English broadcast anymore, which means that we're kind of the custodians, us and other co-streamers. We are the custodians of the LPL knowledge here, and we get to, hopefully, if you continue to support us, which you have been very supportive in doing, we get to keep doing this as much as we can. We've been doing this forever. I think we've missed like 2 games this entire year so far. We have done all of the last split, done all of the games in this split so far. And we've really been enjoying bringing that to you. Anyone's Legend particularly is a team which I think benefits a lot from this kind of nuanced insight, because it's not just they were bad, they were good, then they were bad, and now they're getting better again. There is that, we see where the game is going right and wrong for them. Hopefully you can learn a little bit from that too. If you do have just a little bit of bandwidth to drop a like, a comment, subscribe onto our main channels here, or donate to the Ko-fi, it does make a huge difference to us. This literally does pay our rent. It's how we make our way through the year. It makes a large difference to us. If you're enjoying yourselves, we hope you continue to do so as well. I'm going to go put those links in chat, and then we'll get on our merry way and put some adverts on as well.
Plan, if you don't want the ads, guys, you know what you need to do?
Subscribe.
That's the one. There we go. They've figured it out, and that's important for all of you back home. And again, little things like if you're not following us on socials, consider following us on socials. Makes a massive difference. Go on from there as much as we
Hey, appreciate you, Blade.
Go get some sleep, Trinity. A pleasure as always. Thank you for being around for Game 1 at the very least. I know it's obviously very late hours for you over in New Zealand.
Everyone over from that. But we've gotten to the point now where, like, I think most of our time schedules for like our mods and their time zones have vaguely lined up, so we always have a mod available now, which is nice.
Quite convenient, yes.
Okay, gonna put some ads on. Do you need a break for anything, Sam?
Could you just bio break?
Cool.
Want a coffee?
I'd love a coffee. Yeah.
That can be arranged. Ugh.
Okay, turn the cameras off for the post. Whoa, Flandre did some mad stuff. In terms of MVP,
It's Shanks.
Shanks did really well, but I think Tarzan was pretty good too. Oh yeah, by the way, folks, after the stream, I'm going to be playing Replaced again. So I'll be doing that. Oops, shit. the more I've been thinking about it, replaced, the more I've been enjoying it. Actually, I think it has actually developed. It's taken an interesting look at the cyberpunk genre, because look, cyberpunk is a well-studied genre. If you're not going to say something new with it, you know, you're just left with the aesthetics. The aesthetics are really good, and that would have carried it anyway. But the whole concept of being replaced, either in part or in whole, has been really well done in that game, actually. Whether that's, you know, bits of you being replaced in terms of the way that they've handled transplants, and like things like that was definitely something. But also replaced on a societal level, being moved from house to house and things like that. What is replaced? It's a game which released a couple of days ago, SCS. It's a 2.5D, so it's like a side-scroller, but with like 3D graphics, effectively. The main characters are in pixel art and the background's in higher definition. It's really cool. Very, very good graphics. And it's a cyberpunk kind of fighting game, or like single-player story game, but you've got like Streets of Rage kind of combat. It's good. I've been enjoying it. I think we'll finish it today, actually. I think we'll finish it. Yeah. Player of the game is Skarner. I think he had a very good game. He was instigating most of it. Shanks picked up a lot of the kills. Skarner was starting a lot of the kills, so I don't think it's... I would have voted for either of them. I think that would have been fine. Shanks had a very solid game, but I think that Skarner, on the whole, was the one leading the charge, so probably would have been my vote, to be honest. Yes, released a couple of days ago, and I can definitely make a video essay about bits and pieces from that game. In fact, I probably should do that soon, otherwise that's going to run out of the algorithm. Maybe I should just start a new... Takeaway from Monkey 2. True. Yeah. It is there, much in the same way that the Scion was a takeaway from Flandra. Want to tap into Replace as well. Looks fantastic. Well, I'm going to be finishing it today. So, yeah, I've got about a quarter of the game left, and I think we'll get through that today, I think. And look, the key part of the game is about replacement in part or in whole. And I think it's developed very well on that, because, you know, while that's kind of an implied part of a lot of cyberpunk in terms of, well, is it? Not always. I think it's an interesting angle, because I was wondering what the key themes were going to be for that game. That it's in the damn title. You know, I haven't seen any of the story so far, so I can go in blind. You'll really enjoy it. You'll really enjoy it. It's good. It's an alternate history of our world, so yeah. You can tell where it starts to change there too. To be honest, even there's I need to stop saying to be honest. I need to get rid of that crutch phrase. Okay, we put on the adverts already, didn't we? But yeah, it's even a replacement of the timeline, right? It's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to say from it. I think it's been a very interesting. Yeah, I think it has been. I was worried it would just be cool graphics, no actually interesting additions to the cyberpunk genre. I think it has been more that. Hi Nymaera, sorry I'm here late. What's your prediction for today's matches? Well, Anyone's Legend I thought would 2-0, to be honest. I don't think WE are the style of team which causes Anyone's Legend issues. Next game? Top Esports BLG is going to be really interesting. That's going to be really interesting. I've also started reading Gachiakta. Oh yes, yeah. I watched a couple of episodes of that. I didn't finish. I didn't really continue it, but I've heard good things as it's gone on. It just didn't grab me as much at the beginning. Although I've heard really good things about it. Some very cool character designs in that. Yeah. What I was thinking about Replaced was I was worried that it wouldn't say anything. Like, you can't really do cyberpunk without talking about society in some regard, or talking about, you know, how, because the main two questions I think about with cyberpunk genre is, if technology becomes sufficiently advanced enough, which is the basis of all cyberpunk, what does that do to society, and what does that do to what it means to be human? Like, if you have artificial technology, or the technology to change what it physically means to be human, what does that mean for human existence? How does society react to it? How do people react to it? How does it change people's existence of being human? Those are the things which really come through it. So even stuff like Alien, which I consider to be one of the first movie versions of cyberpunk, before even Blade Runner, which was based off of Duran Joy's Dream of Electric Sheep from the book, you know, stuff like the synths in Alien do kind of fall under that category. What does it mean to be human? Who do you think are the three best teams currently? Well, BLG, Top Esports, and then a toss-up between... JDG. Well, I would say IG, but yeah, I mean, the third place is probably still JDG, but it's actually not too far from them to like teams like IG. Yeah, so it's BLG, then Top Esports, and then it's like a mix-up of like JDG, IG, and then we'll see whether anyone's... Weibo I'm not convinced about just yet, but yeah. And even though NIP are currently 2-1, they've only won against Weibo WE, so it doesn't matter as much.
We're a little shy on milk, so it's Americana style.
Okay. I can get some more shopping in them. They'll probably come in the next thing. I already put adverts on, didn't I? Do I need another ad break, actually? Should be... Well, IG is why is weird. It's like, are they good? They are good. I mean, Alien Covenant was fully about androids, AI upgrading, perfecting life. Yeah, it was. Alien Earth also really tried to go into that, but Alien Earth was just bad, so... So Alien Earth, sadly, explored some interesting themes, but just wasn't good. I thought that it was, I thought Alien Earth, I really didn't like how pulpy it got. It strayed away from too much of the actual, like, grittiness. Well, not the grittiness, but, like, it shied away from some of its horror roots, which I know obviously Aliens didn't do, but yeah. I've also been reading John Scalzi's Old Man's War series. Also explores the concept of humanity and the concept of nationality in a postmodern world. That's also very interesting in Replaced, Harold. That's really interesting in that, because in Replaced, effectively, the government is replaced by a corporation. Eventually, because of the failures of government, they end up getting replaced by a corporation in that game. So that ends up being really interesting in terms of, well, when you're ran by a company and not by a government, how does that change things? In terms of your nationality and your pride of country and tradition, does that change anything? It's a very interesting game. Yeah, I have been enjoying it. I love Dune for the fact it completely rejects all this stuff by basically making a future that basically fades back into medieval times. Well, it goes into feudalism to a certain extent, but I mean, it still touches on that, right? Because it's the Butlerian, you know, against machines. Because effectively things got to that point where thinking machines were going to replace humanity, so they rose up against it. So it's actually like a Dune is one of those weird situations where it is a post-cyberpunk genre. Everyone has to fight with swords and no robots, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's just Final Fantasy. I'll probably pick up Replace when I'm not flat broke. It's only 17 euros. It's not that expensive. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for the price point. You know, it respects your time. I'm actually... Do I put on a... Okay, well, yeah. I know there's levels to it. I know, but just in terms of, like, if you're thinking about... Look, when people say, oh, I can't buy a game, a lot of the time people are thinking about, like, a 70 euro game or a 60... I know, Harold. I know. But, like, I understand. I'm sorry about that. But, like, when it comes to those kind of things, people often think, oh, is it a 70 euro game? Which is one of the big problems of gaming right now. Harold, do I have you on Steam, by the way? Do I have you on Steam? I actually can't remember. If I do, I'll get it for you. Because I got the cash that you do. I'll get... Don't worry about it, Harold. I'll get it for you then. Don't worry about it. Cool. I forget, because I don't use Steam that much. But yeah. Alright, I got you, Harold. Consider it payment for, you know, donuts or something. Nah, I'll just do it anyway. Okay, so game 2. I mean, W just need a better early game plan. I think that they need to lock in stuff that can invade better. Stuff that can cause more issues on the for the jungle matchup. You're not playing Horse Game on Steam? I technically am, but I do it on my phone more than anything else. Also, I don't know what I'm going to do for CM... Well, no, I vaguely know what I'm doing for CM12. I'm sorry, I am going to be running Christmas Augury for CM12. I know I am the Antichrist. I'm aware. I'm aware that character becomes a big issue. I missed the start of that conversation. What game are we talking about? We're talking about Replaced. It's a game which I'll be playing on stream after this game, after these games are finished, after the second series. Yeah, and I'll we're about 3/4 of the way through the game. Yeah, honestly, Evil, if you want to get a taste of it, I'll be playing it I'll be playing it later. Twitch VOD soon, you can see one. That's true, that's true. There'll be a third too. Alright, Harold, check your Steam, I got it for you. Okay, let's change the music over. I wonder if the volume had to be up in the last game. Yeah, no worries. Like if I've got the cash for it, I'll do it, you know. Nice to be able to give some stuff back to people who've been very generous to me. I'm really bad at getting stuff for people too. I'm good at off-the-cuff stuff. I'm not really good at like planning stuff. I think it is Steam Deck compatible, Harold. Yeah, I think it's Steam Deck compatible. From what I saw, it was. Yeah, I'm playing on a controller, so probably a Steam Deck compatible. But yeah, it's good. It's not. It'll probably take you like a couple of days to get through, maybe like 2 days. Yeah, and there's a lot of collectibles to get. Can you comment on why the Wild Rift mobile version of this game is dead whilst there's so much potential? It's got too much competition from games like Honor of Kings and some other games like that. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. There are too many other mobile MOBAs which came out. So Rafa used to work on. So talk to Rafa about this because he has better insight into it because he used to work on Wild Rift, or like work on broadcast for it. Basically, they didn't do it first, and they didn't do it significantly better than the other ones. It might be better, but it's not significantly better, so people are stuck on the games they're already on. Into game number 2's draft, though. Oriana banned away. Might see Azir bans coming through here. The Pantheon Rise were still available. They're now gone. And the Jarvan last ban. So what are our power picks left through now? There's no Lulu. No Bard. You could go for the Nami, for Corki Nami. Aurora's not bad either for either mid laner. Jace drafts might come through. Xin Zhao's not a bad pickup. Xin Zhao's probably the easiest blind pick. But Aurora might be fine as a flex too. Oh, Ryze is still through. Okay, yeah. I thought that maybe I might go away from that. Yeah, pick yourself a better bot lane. So now you can Lucian Nami or Corki Nami. So if you pick... Corki doesn't really want to be paired with much besides the Nami right now. They are going to give the Ryze over. That is dangerous. Does Karis have an answer into the Ryze? Does he go Onivia Cassiopeia? Does he go for the Azir? Brotax for Karis? Right. Are there any big changes in the next patch? There are insane changes coming in the next patch. In fact, I was playing around on PBE a little bit. So Varus with the AP top lane build, instead of having, basically going for Shiv and going Shiv, Dusk, and Dawn, can, if there's someone ganking his lane, and he hits his skills onto you, there are certain, I haven't figured out the precise combos, but if you combo well enough on Varus, you can WQ someone with full stacks, and then end up WQing them, again with a 45-second cooldown on your W, again, like a couple of seconds later. So you can get 2 max stack WQs on someone within seconds. So you can basically double kill for free. With Shiv, Dusk, and Dawn, because the Dusk and Dawn gives you the extra stacks to then pop. Because what people don't realize is that when you pop stacks of Varus W, it gives you 13% of your max cooldown back from everyone. So if you get about, 9 stacks or so, you end up
getting back
getting back all of your cooldowns.
Which is pretty ridiculous.
So you can pop your W, you can lead with R, WQ, and then like auto attack for your Shiv and blah blah blah, and you will get your W back by the end of it. It goes kind of insane.
Okay, well, how are we feeling about these drafts so far? I'm seeing Azir, I'm seeing Ryze, both happy to be playing the Azir, of course, but WE would be the one who pick it up for Karis. They got the Xin Zhao and the Nami, decent Enchanter plus Xin Zhao combo. On the other side, of course, it does deny the Nami from the Corki.
Yeah, this is the thing. I was thinking that Corki doesn't really want to be played with stuff besides the Nami, so AL is somewhat nerfing their own bot lane to hope that they can deny enough from W. Now, the lanes we've seen with the Nami are typically Corki, Lucian. Those are the 2 big ones. So what else have they got to pair up with it? So the Corki's gone. The Lucian will get banned, presumably here. Do they have... Well, they need 4 AD carries that they've learned to pair with it, because they already have the Corki. They need the Lucian. Can they tank 2 bans into that?
Yeah, no, I'm there with you. We'll see exactly what the decision there is, because, of course, again, they've picked up a Nico. Kyle is a good Nico, has AL, and that'll be a decent-ish pairing with the Corki, though it's been a hot minute since the Nico has been pick ban priority. Never, of course, last year was permanently banned. Very rare to let that through, but has really been hit by the nerf hammer a few too many times, and those kneecaps are looking a little bit shaky at this point post all of those hits. And there's that Lucian ban you were talking about. Like, okay, let's just get rid of the things that pair well with the Nami. The Ezreal's gone, the Lucian's gone. What else would you want to get rid of? Probably. Well, Corki's taken away. What is another good pairing with an army? I suppose
it would have been Ezreal, Corki, Lucian are the three which I think about, but I want to see what's actually good with on the whole. Good with ADC. I mean, we've seen, well, the Varus is gone as well. Maybe Caitlyn.
Wouldn't be awful.
I mean, Caitlyn's okay. In terms of top level play, this split, we've only seen it with Lucian, Ezreal, Corki, and then the Yunara. The Caitlyn's gone. We did talk about the Caitlyn there too, so you might just go for the Yunara here, although it's not, look, it's not fantastic in terms of synergy, but they're both strong laning champions, so it might still be worth going for that.
Depending on how spicy you're feeling, things like the Samira and the Neela can be okay, but you have to really, really back on having the empowered autos be worth it. I don't know how that will feel into things like the Nico and the Rise, honestly, so I'm not sure about that.
This is interesting. Because of the Yorick ban, I think WE were looking for a Jace, and I think they telegraphed wanting the Jace with the Yorick ban, so AL locked that in themselves. So now you have double poke of the Corki and the Jace, and you have the Rise being able to set up for that and also roam to their lanes. WE have to pick top lane and AD carry. I presume it's going to be Yunara, and then something which does okay versus the Jace. You don't have the Ambessa. You don't have the Yorick. The Cassante is fine. It's actually a decent matchup into the Jace. You can kill that matchup there. Locked in for Cube. And it's a tank matchup for him. It's better for him in the team fights. What do they go for this?
This is allegedly quite good.
This was the Season 6 World Championship bot lane. This was Bang & Wolf skins from 2016 with that, with the Jim. So that is actually a combo firing back way back from the past. But they're going down into like the B tier of Nami pairings. So what do they have left in the pocket? The Jin would be shout out to SKT 2016 Jin Nami. I wonder if they'll pair them up together with the skins.
That'd be cool.
I kind of hope.
And it's a squishy enough comp that I think the Jin will be threatening before 4 items, which is always nice. And again, Jin's one of those real weird champions where early on, actually quite a lot of upfront burst, good CC, all the usual utility stuff. And then he kind of just is there until you hit that kind of break point of level 16 and the passive comes online. Neferi gets locked in for Tarzan. That should send alarm bells going. He's very, very good at that champion. Between a Nico and a Neferi, you can definitely start fights off with pretty significant aplomb. On the other side, WE, good front line. Damage is a bit weird from them. I think if things like the Xin Zhao don't get good early start to fall significantly behind, they may end up being a little slow to get into the game damage-wise.
Yeah. So there are our drafts, folks. We're going to go on to a quick ad break so we don't get any ads in-game. If you don't want ads, subscribe. It helps us keep the channel alive, and it means you don't get any adverts either. Let's get into it, Sam, while we talk about those drafts. I think Shanks needs to be very, very active in this game. You know, the Rise, we always do want him to be either pushing in the Azir or roaming towards the lane to make a difference. W have a good front to back. They have a tank and they have a Nami. I think that's Sion Nami, the best front to back 5v5 combo in the game right now. Even though they're not on the same side of the map, when they group up in this 5v5s makes a big difference. And I think that the Cassante Nami has a similar kind of output there. Yeah, now while the Jin is not that high damage, hopefully the Azir can pick up some damage there for WE. It's better in the 5v5s, but realistically, when I look at WE, I need them to do better early game. They didn't put down Tarzan into the dirt enough there.
Yeah, I agree. And again, if they do fall behind, I worry a little bit about like, hey, Jin Azir at one item from behind feels a little miserable. See what they can do with it all. Still waiting to get on in here, of course. The other side for AL, squishy comp in my days, so they bring in some damage and burst. Corki, Rise, Jace all following up. Pretty scary for the rift we go. Chios to come. Bot lane is where we initially start our observing. Don't think there's anything particularly crazy there with the runes. Neferi's gone for Conqueror. No electrocute or anything like that. Tried to go to that one. And you are right, Harold. It is PTA Shin. No Conqueror. Looking for that upfront burst. I can sort of see that being a little bit more about, hey, I just want to get in, set up some easier damage to the rest of my team to blow someone up. The worst idea. Less about those extended damages. But I don't think PTA Shin is that crazy. Though granted, we do tend to see the Conqueror. That's the kind of statistical overview. W with a little bit of power early, then better later on. That makes some sense, of course. Neferi, though, found her way behind this enemy bot lane, and now looking to play off the early pressure. Hope, though, left very low. Needs to be a bit afraid of that fourth shot. They overplay for the priority and lose the kill, as Ura just stands and delivers. Flash from about to dodge that skill shot, and it all goes very wrong. Hope dead for first blood at the level 2. Well, that's unfortunate. Of course, now Neferi is behind with level 3. Could potentially look to jump on someone here. I think Ura needs to be a little bit careful. Tarzan doesn't want a full send, a little bit too risky. Clearly doesn't have the red buff either, so I think getting a hold of that would have been tricky, to say the least. WE start to the lane there, and about Ura again with the early good start. Of course, last time it was the first blood before lane. This time they just win the 2v2 at the level 2. The Jin Nami very obnoxious there at the early stages. A bit of an ebb and flow. Some good work there. And again, that was with the priority being shoved for Tarzan. They really wanted to give him the early start, and they end up losing that really early on, which really screws over Tarzan's early plays. We'll see the Xin Zhao gets in and nabs away, I think, that red buff. I didn't see whether Tarzan picked up his own red. I'm going to assume he did, looking at the camps still available to him. And indeed, he does have that red buff, so he's actually up a number of camps here. As may need to think about going over towards this Scuttle Crab to not have that taken away by Monkey. Is level 4 to level 3, so this should be a advantage here to Tarzan. Has got the smite available, so I think Monkey is going to be unlikely to be able to contest this one. So should be up that camp over the side of Monkey, who's instead going to go and find himself some respawns of camps around. Tarzan, though, taking the opportunity to turn up and contest over these Krugs. Cube's going to know, potentially going to come on over. Has now known that he's been spotted. You can see that ward get put down, doesn't get hit by the Pathmaker. Monkey starting up the Krugs, and we're going to have a fight. Flondra with the shove comes on over. We'll try and make this one happen. Both junglers have got the red buff. Makes this one spicy. Flondra and Cube trading out. Cube's left low. Tarzan gets in, gets to call the pack. Jumping on Monkey. 3 Talon Strike knockup. PTA is stacked, trying to get the footwork forward. Q3 is available. Tarzan needs to be a bit afraid of an eviscerate. Good chunk onto Monkey as the grasp comes on through, and Cube needs to footwork away again. Monkey did end up winning that camp over Tarzan. Will be able to take away at least 1 or 2 of those smaller Krugs, but that's about it. Paris slides forwards. Will we see the degenerate Tankazir build that we saw from Chovy earlier today? Hey, Slayer, good to see you. Jim with a tank top, I hate it. However, it is tank top with Nami, which is arguably the best pairing in the game right now. I somewhat agree. However, Slayer, if there was a game where the Jin can pop people, it's this one. Just don't lose to Shopkeeper. I don't want to see a rapid fire anywhere near my screen. Get me Ghostblade Stormrazor and you're probably alright. Though, granted, again, we'll see. Some shenanigans, to say the least. Just go Stormrazor, IE Rush, what's the harm? I kind of agree. I agree. I think this game you can definitely justify. I think Ghostblade's not bad into things like the Nico and the Neferi, though, so I see the thought process.
It's a full squishy team, so I don't think it to be. I need to really stop saying that phrase, but I think that I think the Ghostblade's fine against this team. I think there's a lot of things you need to outpace, and there's no hyper tank to punish you with it. I don't mind it too much.
Little note here, by the way, Monkey has gone PTA on this Jin, not the Conqueror.
Okay, I mean, I guess he wants the short burst. And what it does mean is if you go Titanic Hydra, you get it really quickly.
Fast,
You get it instantly, actually.
And I'm assuming this game as well, where you just want that upfront burst in a game like this into quite a squishy composition against things like the Neferi. I see the thought process there, and Monkey has always been someone who does love that Titanic build. I will also note that we had some really odd early shenanigans, where Hope and Kyle pressured really fast and hard early game to try and get priority for Tarzan, who got the good early invade off, and is now ahead in camps as a result of that, but died at the level 2 playing for shove, and About and Aero kind of just beat them in the 2v2.
Checks Tarzan, taking that top scuttle, level 6 for Tarzan already in there. Monkey, not there yet. Look, I get scared when Tarzan gets a farm lead. I get scared when Tarzan has agency. I get pretty scared when Tarzan gets to walk at lanes like this. He might actually be able to walk up towards him. We might get ulted under turret. Those are quite difficult to gank the Azir in that position.
Nice to back out on that one, and it doesn't look. It looks like we're going to get the Nash's first here from Karas. As I was sort of noting, there was a horrendous tank Azir degeneracy from.
Okay. This is a hot take, folks. I think that tank Azir is better for the game than many other forms of Azir.
Okay.
Because it forces him to play for shuffle and go into melee range, which I think is a more engaging form of play than sitting at range, especially when he's at a poke build, especially some points in the past. I would take Tank Azir over Poke Azir. But Poke Azir was really, really annoying to play against with a Q-Max. Dragon is getting started here, though, and of course that's not relevant to this game anyway. Anyone's Legend do have Rise on the flank, and they do have... Oh, sorry, that's the Nico and the Corki as well. I think W have got better positioning here, though. I don't think Anyone's Legend should give a good fight here.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a lot of fun trying to get through the shuffle as well, and Tarzan's going to be forced to eviscerate away. Shanks should get some shove mid, but hasn't been able to guarantee it. Actually, there's been some good work there from the likes of this Azir to make sure that the Rise hasn't been as clean at getting those shoves I think they were hoping for. About with the early significant CS lead here as well. Basically, that level 2 fumble where Hope died has really cost him.
Yeah, and I mean, even the kill, though the kill went to Erher. About Erher, I've been pretty happy with them on the whole. In terms of the laning phase, I think that they've had some very close 2v2s. I think sometimes they've misjudged where their jungler's going to be. Remember that one game where Monkey leashed Wolves and then failed it, so the Wolves went back towards their starting place, and it meant that he was 5 seconds late to bot lane, and About an Hour actually won the TV2, and then they got enemy jungler in their lane when their jungler's 5 seconds behind. That's the kind of moment where I sat there and thought, you know what, this bot lane's actually not that bad. I think they have some moments where they can have some real points of power, but clearly the team doesn't understand the early game macro of the moment right now. But yes, on the whole, I think that the most healthy forms of Azir are probably... I do quite like Shuffle Azir. And Tank Azir means that the Shuffle Azir is more likely to happen. Root doesn't land onto Monkey. Jumping forwards onto Tarzan. Has to press the attack. W is W3, and he's just alone. He's just alone. What is happening here?
The Tidal Wave actually buys a bit of time. It's decent healing. Does get one back. Tarzan's dead. Now a shuffle forward. Double shuffle back towards the turret. Kyle's in danger. They're going to try and realm warp out. The Mad Lads, they get out. It becomes to 1-for-1.
That's an exceptional realm warp. Shanks realizes, well, we're not going out through the turrets. Let's tunnel our way somewhere else, lads. Great escape playing in the background as Shanks manages to deliver himself and Kyle to safety. About survives the 1v1 against a Hope there. Surprised at that. I mean, the Corki still has a ton of damage, turns out.
Yeah, gets a good chunk there, I think. There's no Sheen, that's just good phage work, I suspect. Does get some good damage down there. I think the Gatling gun also plots pretty well. About gonna back. Looks like he'll be building towards what I assume to be steel caps early on.
Going back to this play in the jungle. I thought Monkey was going way too far, Sam. I thought it was going way too far. In a 1v3, down a little bit in XP against the Neferi that's in melee range. I mean, Erhe landing that bubble saves the play. That doesn't happen. He gets out, he gets to flash away, and you probably lose just 1 for none, and your jungler just feels really bad about things. So credit to Karis for that great shuffle. Of course, ends up going up to 1-for-1 there. Cube. Is he dead here? I think he is.
Flash on forward for the second daggers. Nowhere really to go. The pot is rolling, but there are 4 members there, and AL will not let that Cassante get out for free. 2-2 now in the kill score.
Surprised that a Cassante can get ran down like that. It looks like he had flash in that play. It only went down during that play, so he had E, W, and flash, potentially an ultimate too, and he couldn't get out. That's
not great.
Not great. You'd expect a Cassante to be able to survive, although blow a lot of his resources to survive in doing so. Grubs over to Tarzan. He's still ahead of Monkey in terms of XP. Gets onto those grubs first. Monkey won't be contesting. Cube teleporting back up towards topside. It's going to be a fight over those grubs. See if Monkey goes over the back of the pit. No, so all 3 grubs to Anyone's Legend.
Be done on that front, of course. Slight gold lead here to AL, largely actually out of this mid and top lane. Flandre has been getting ahead of Cube, and Kara's going to be a bit annoyed the fact that Shanks on the other side has picked up 2 kill involvements.
Cube tried to tap in with the W, missed that. The thing with K'Sante versus ranged matchups is, the way that K'Sante wins is he charges up his Q3, he E's to a minion in front of him to give him the extra range to get in range for W, and if he hits the W into Q3, then he gets the winning trade. So he needs quite specific play patterns, but he was well out of position here. Had W, had E, had flash, wasn't close enough to a wall to get out to safety, was not safe in the river, just had no right being there, dies for the positioning. K'Sante, one of those champions, which feels very, very tanky until he uses that W. Or rather, until the W is down. Once the W is down, then he's not really that hard to kill in situations like that. And Anyone's Legend, once again, early game gold lead. Solo lane's doing well. Yeah, the bot lane was not in the best position. Still isn't in the best position, all in all. But Anyone's Legends is still happy to get out of the early game. And I don't think WE have managed to achieve their early game goal again. Looking at the map again now, Nefiri clearing from top lane down to bot lane once more. Shin's out in the bot lane river, clearing out some river vision. Of course, very important to track that now, where we have things like the Realm Warp coming into play much more and more. Him coming out of Fog of War unseen is a much bigger difference than him being spotted on the way to a play. One of the biggest things I've noticed over in LCK, but also in this region as well, there are games like KT versus T1 Game 1. Really good game to show that when there were so many globals on the map. Or you look at BLG, JDG, I think that was game 2, the game which BLG lost, but there were globals on both sides, with the Twisted Fate versus the Shan, all of these things kind of being put in the same way. If you're in a game with a lot of globals, vision control, dare I say it, becomes even more important than it would be in a normal game, right? I mean, vision control already is one of the most important things within League of Legends, but against globals becomes even more so. Hope jumped onto by 3 people, did not expect to be there, flashed away early. Where's the mobility? I don't think he's got enough. Barrier down,
Nice.
Shots on target, doesn't even need the 4th.
Good work there to pick one up. But here comes the Realm Warp. Kyle with the flank angle. Monkey will dash on forwards. They're going to try and jump in, but it's a good Crescent Guard to buy time. Tarzan has burned his house, but he doesn't get that much value. The turnaround CC is strong. Kyle has to flash away. There comes the Tangle Barbs after to keep people locked up to prevent too much follow-up. But again, AL full send and don't get quite what they're looking for. And Cube is now just free time topside.
Gets another great bubble onto Kyle, forces the summoners out of him on the retreat. Era's having a good game on the Nami so far, and about first item Ghostblade really hurts on that ultimate. The lethality you get is higher than it would be from the Collector. It's one of the reasons why you go for that over the Collector, while you do get the crit value from it, which gets you to your scaling point a little quicker on the Collector. The Ghostblade gives you, I think it's like 18 compared to the 12 between those two atoms.
Don't show me a Zeal in a slingshot.
Oh no, he's going Mosquito. Okay. Well, again, look, against this composition, you hope they're squishy enough for it to not matter. On the whole, that's not normally how it works out. Cube does have the all-out. Q3 flashed away from, as we said, if you ever hit the melee, if you ever hit the tank W onto a target, then you have the real threat of having that all-in afterwards. Clean feed just stuttering just a little bit there. Kara's heading towards that top side. You can see the difference in HP on those top lane turrets. Actually, W getting a lot more damage on the top lane outer turret onto Anyone's Legend that they've had in return.
Agreed. Karis is now around with Cube in this top side. Don't think we're going to see too much spiciness there.
Karis taking away that turret. As he gets that golden pocket, and that gold lead in the solo lanes completely even now. Cube has evened it out. Karis is only 300 gold behind. Jungle, yes, good farm lead there for Tarzan, a full level up over Monkey. That is important. That Shadow didn't end up going into the brush there, so I believe Monkey remains unseen. Shanks pushing down the bot lane outer turret. I'm not exactly sure how close that is to death. Karis does have an ultimate. Tarzan walking up can tank the turret and change aggro with the W. Monkey coming up here now. Still half HP onto the Azir. Nasty work. Given that they're both physical damage champions, so you'd only build magic resist to make some degree of sense. But God, that hurts.
Yes, it does. So, what are we now doing around this?
Well, there's a teleport coming in. Karis is still half HP from that top lane plate. I don't think W can fight at all. The teleport's coming in from Flandre. Era takes a blast. Here's Cube trying to hold the front line down.
Actually has to flip. They're now trapped in the pit somewhat. Cube's here. Monkey also around. Tarzan hit with a bit of damage of his own. In comes Kyle, but the Crescent Guard is already up. The W flies. The tidal wave is also strong. They should blow up Kyle, and they do. Shanks now left low. Can't quite get what he's looking for. He's had to run away. The curtains get called, and that makes things a bit tricky. Flandre tanky enough, but not that tanky, as Here's the Ghost Blade, still scary. Gonna potentially look for a Dark in Daggers, can't quite find it. WE get the kill, get the Herald, get out.
Yeah, it's a win for WE, despite the fact that these started the fight on half HP. They had a good flank angle. I know it's from a Jace, but it gives him good opportunity to go into melee form, and Kyle makes a huge mistake. Sam, Kyle has not been playing well this year so far.
No.
You look at him in playoffs, Tarzan might jump onto Monkey, he doesn't have the ultimate now. Tarzan sticks around, good damage from the press the attack, but not enough to see off. Then a Theory who gets the kill. Tarzan's just doing it by himself.
Gets that kill, key moment there, and Tarzan, fine, I'll do it myself, pulls a Thanos and gets himself the hubris stack. At least I've looked at this play again. TP for TP. We thought, honestly, with Ura getting chanked, with Karis being at half, this was going to be challenging.
Yeah, and Flandre, I thought he'd have a great opportunity to go into melee range, and then I just think Kyle just full sends it way too early. Shanks isn't there in time. Kyle goes in, but immediately gets bought back, and the front line just does its job. They don't find the right angle. They go into the Cassante and the Shinzao. They don't find their way onto the backline. So while Kyle might have wanted to look for that engage, doesn't find the right target. Realm up into the river, trying to get into melee range of the Jhin.
Ura doesn't have, of course, himself a flash. They will jump onto the Jhin, who is taken down. Good Realm Warp. Ura at least escapes.
So that would have been, I guess, set up for the Dragon. Do they go into this? I mean, he's just going straight in. Here comes Karis.
My days, they're all so low. Jhin didn't go down quietly. Kyle knocked away by the Crescent Guard, keeps him alive.
Not a great play there from Monkey and Karis. I don't think they've got that much. They're using the Battle Herald, though.
Can Baby look to get something into mid lane here? We'll force some resets. Here comes Cube. They need to be very careful about resetting poorly here. Shanks steps onto Monkey, but I don't know whether you want that, Shanks, who's going the wrong direction.
He is. The mid lane turret's going to die. Shanks, what does he do here? As a Blast Cone? I think this might be an extended rundown onto him.
Flash from Cassante.
Yeah, which means he can probably flash W, which is that, but he misses that, forces flash for flash. Shanks makes it out. Mid lane turret stands for AL2, so W don't get that. Shanks, not a great recall, does escape though. Losing that flash doesn't feel fantastic for him though.
Flandra's coming over, so she'll be able to clear up this wave just fine. Hey, they pick up the Jhin, but it cuts a little bit messy there. Lots of summoners blown in general. Karis down here's, Cube down here's. Similar deal there for Shanks and for Tarzan. Those are some fairly key summoners. Again, Dragon's still up, so we'll look at what happened here. Tarzan face checks Ura, I'm going to assume.
Yes, but they end up all-inning onto this bubble without realizing they don't have their front line in position. They don't have the Cassante, they don't have the Shinzao. They look for an opportunistic play onto the Neferi. It's not the right call. The enemy team has the global. They get in quicker. Now we're onto the Dragon now. Tarzan hops over. Back with a 2-level lead in jungle, by the way.
Whoa. A lot of that CS. Of course, Monkey's still here with that Sundered Sky, fairly tanky enough, and we'll be able to get that Dragon. You'll take what you can from it, so it'll be okay. The gold lead is there also for Tarzan, but can't confirm the Dragon. Flandre does get that turret topside, and that gives AL a nominal gold lead. The problem is, of course, they're still down 2 Dragons to 1. And worth noting again, as we noted there, Monkey not gone towards a Titanic Hydra as we wondered about with that PTA, still going for that survivability.
Might see a kill. There's too much vision in River. Karis going to walk up towards Shanks. Shanks pretty healthy here. Doesn't have his Rod of Ages stacked up just yet, so he doesn't have the extra XP advantage over Karis. Karis isn't feeling too bad about this game. He's not been disrupted in farming too much. A little bit. Well, he has been a little bit. He's down 10 CS on the 10 CS per minute mark. With like 190 by this point, or a little bit more. WE, I think they're okay with their scaling aspect. We talked about the 5v5 front to back. They've got Cassante, Shinzao backed up by Anami. Very good at taking fights right down the throats of it. Because anyone's legend, if they don't find that flank, they have to go into the Tidal Wave, have to go into the Pathmaker, have to go into the Footwork. Very hard to get past the Cassante and the Shinzao Ultimate too. That's why we were asking Shanks to have a good game. He's not had a bad game so far, and hopefully he can unlock some angles for Tarzan or Kyle to get better engages later into the game. Of course, in that jungle matchup, that's where things are getting really scary for W. The XP advantage between junglers is really quite scary here. There's 2 items for Tarzan already, Shojin and the Hubris, so has a bunch of cooldown reduction and a decent amount of HP brawling stats to work with. Monkey losing out on base stats. 2 levels of base stats is really quite nasty. And not even having a second item just yet. That will potentially become an issue a little later on. Tarzan going towards his farming again. Clean feet just stuttering a little bit. Crab being fought over. Of course, this is the one which grants vision and vision denial, so it is important.
Bit spicy for a second or so. Crowner up and available. Tarzan throwing out the Dark in Daggers. Hope left low. No dear, that's an unfortunate start. There's still violence happening. Indeed, there is. Goodbye, Tarzan. Tidal Wave was excellent, apparently, and now the curtains get caught. Looking to shoot a few more bullets on in. We're going to assume that people are getting shot at. Kyle gets slowed by Karis. Can't find too much more, but hey, kill on the jungler's not bad. The problem is Monkey and about left a little low. Shanks gets a good chunk onto Ura. Deadly Flourish forced to backstep there as the Ghost Burn from Shanks alongside that Phase Rush.
Yeah, about doing a good amount of damage into this not very tanky team. He's 2,000 gold up, and apologies to the clean feed, just stuttering. I hope ends up taking a bit more damage. Again, we'll just refresh it real quickly just to see if it changes anything. Again, apologies. Don't believe that's on our end here. See if there's anything we can fix on that on future streams. Cube going down towards that bot side. He's been doing a fine job at his tank front line. I'm glad that Cube has chosen to go towards the tank frontliners in this series so far. We'll see if obviously it matters if it goes to a game 3, but you know, the Cassante has looked so much better than stuff like the Yorick, the Jace of previous series. We'll get a replay to actually see what happened here. Jumps forwards, and does he just get bot back? I think he, to be honest, I think he just gets hit by a full combo from Cube. Cube goes onto the tank frontliner, full CC'd. Tarzan goes melee range of a Cassante and dies. That'll happen sometimes.
Is the answer.
Anyone's Legend. Well, we said that their early game was an issue and they're better in mid and late game. The mid game here has not been nearly as clean. Tarzan's been getting ahead in the jungle, but going into plays like that, not fantastic from him. We expect better from a player the caliber of Tarzan. Kyle's struggling to make plays too through that front line. I think Anyone's Legend have been struggling to find that extra angle into the play, which is crucial to their team. The fact that they're not is an issue for them. Hope's been struggling. About has been very, very strong here. Looks like he is finally going towards that Stormrazor now, by the way, going for that third item. And, you know, in this kind of game, going for the Mosquito build doesn't feel as bad because everyone's less tanky. Cube does have ult, does have flash. Can you get him next to the wall? I don't think he can.
We're going to pull them back. That's not bad going, but there's still the call of the pack prevents him from getting that ult through. There comes the Hound's Pursuit. Cube got a decent shield, though. Dark and Daggers part 2 gets another double W, though. Buys a bit of time, goes all out. Decent Omnivamp. Tarzan left a little bit low, but not down. Valiant effort from Cube, but still falls.
Yeah, Tarzan went into his W to make sure that Cube couldn't separate him and use the wall as that extra escape. Then ended up saving the play. Cube very nearly killed him anyway. As we said, his Cassante has felt a lot more impactful than some of his carry champions have been indexing towards. Vision control from WE into bot jungle. Jace pushing up quite far here. I'm not sure I like that at all. Rylai's on target. Flandre can get shoved in. He gets shoved into the Jin W. Boy. And turns out that's a pretty good combo. Shanks flashing away from the bubble. WE. Much better play around the side lane after Cube died. I'm not really sure why Anyone's Legend thought they could go for that themselves. Kyle now caught it, has to flash under his bot lane turret. Anyone's Legend overstaying in the bot lane. They will get a push onto mid lane, forcing a teleport out of the Azir, but it's quite worrying, really, that they gave up so much in that side lane after the play had already dissolved.
Yeah, they kind of done all their hard work, and now we end up in this position. Of course, WE should still pick up this dragon. That gets them soul point, and that's a fairly significant win. The Ryalize is done for Karis. We are getting to the point now where the front to back continues to get very annoying. Imperial Mandates and Mikhail's on an era who's having a really good game here, honestly, on the Nami. In fact, I think he might be my MVP so far. Cube does get CC briefly, but again, he's got a Mikhail's and a Pathmaker. They're going to continue running at this, so where's the Tidal Wave? Is it required? No, it's still on cooldown, so not actually going to be an option. Decent chunk again onto Cube, but now Monkey's here. He could be the fake frontline. Cube and Hope are forced to flash away. Cube actually goes back in. I take it back. Crescent Guard is rolling. They've lost their top lane, but Monkey's still going to jump on the Shanks, who's left at about 10% HP. He needs to now run. Look at Kyle on the other side. The curtains get caught. Can he find the shot? Looking for Blast God. It's a Realm Warp out, and Shanks does escape.
Does WE lose the member there? Close run thing. Shanks tanky enough to make it out alive. Cube is living for a very long time in these front lines, trying to get that ult in places there. Of course, the Tidal Wave was used for the flash blown onto Kyle and bot side. That's why it wasn't available for that fight and the disengage. Perhaps Anyone's Legend thought that they should fight while the Tidal Wave cooldown was down. Of course, WE, they have soul point. You know, losing one member in a skirmish like that might be a bit worrying, but I think WE are favored to win this game now. I think they're favored to win it. I think that their composition is going to get shredded by the Azir and the Jhin. I think that Cassante is too hard to get through in a timely fashion, which allows those carries to get more damage uptime. And now with the dragons in place, I think Anyone's Legend are going to have a lot of macro issues as the dragons get threatened later into the game. Kyle does get an ultimate onto the front line again here. Cube ended up going back in. I think he realized he couldn't really find a way out of that play. Dragon not up for a little while. Of course, Baron is around. 3 items for about, as we were saying. That Jhin is actually scary. I know that it's the Mosquito build for parts of it, but he is going to do damage into a largely not very tanky team.
Yeah, and again, of course, Stormrazor no longer an energized item, but still, getting that Stormrazor slow off a rapid fire can feel pretty good. Realistically, you want Infedge, and then suddenly you're back in this game as a genuine damage threat.
I believe Stormrazor is an energized item, isn't it?
Is it still? I thought it wasn't.
Yeah,
I think it's just auto. I thought they changed it with this rework.
Yeah, I thought it was an energized item where the first auto attack in combat gives you the move speed.
I thought it was first hit on an enemy. You might be right. I thought it had been changed. It was just hit on an enemy, like first hit on an enemy champion.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's still going to be that first auto. Look, the first auto attack is still going to effectively be the same.
It's still going to be very similar.
And it gives him the ability with the, if he crits the Stormrazor movement speed, it's going to make him just go the fast, all Earth style. It doesn't really change the fact that, you know, he is against a team which doesn't really stack that much armor against him. It's not that tanky. Can blow through a lot of their HP bar with just a single shot.
Yeah, we'll see. He's got fourth shot stacked and ready to threaten someone there. Won't burn it on anything. Cube now gets to jump towards the bot lane and potentially attack this turret with a bonk, and does so successfully. Cube should pick up this turret.
Just confirmed, by the way, it is an energized. Next auto. So basically, when it energized, you get 100 bonus magic damage on hit and 45
Fabulous.
Bonus movement speed for 1.5 seconds.
There you go. In that case, it's the double energized. I apologize. I thought they'd remove the energized part of it.
Yeah, I think Kirche's shard isn't part of it, which is why it's a little bit confusing. But wait, it is. Wait, it's the Scout's slingshot. That's the thing which replaced all of them, right? Which is what sometimes confuses some people. The red buff is getting taken away by Tarzan. Fourth shot not going to be charged up in time. Slower game. Looks like everything's coming down to that dragon spawning in 2 minutes time.
That will be where things begin to break. I agree. And look, there is a minor gold lead here for anyone's legend. The problem is, yes, Tarzan's got a lead, 3 items scary, but I think Monkey's doing just fine as a frontline. And again, he's got Nami behind him, who is proving very difficult to deal with. Hope is significantly behind this Jhin, and I fear there may in fact be an Infinity Edge, or well, realistically looking at this item build, before Hope gets towards this next Dragon Point anyway. We're looking at Shanks, who's scary, but Azir's also at 2 items. I don't think this gold really makes much of a difference, Al.
Interestingly about this build, the extra longsword, you might actually go towards something like a Bloodthirster to shrug off poke, which would be lower DPS, and I would really just like the Infinity Edge.
I agree.
He is going to be so fast, though. If he hits an auto attack onto a minion, or a dragon, and it procs the Stormrazor, and he goes for the Ghost Blade as well, I actually don't think the Nico can catch him. Even with Flash, he gets a bit spooky. He's so fast, he can reposition, despite not being a dash champion, very, very quickly with Jhin passive, all the movement speed he's stacked up. Between that and the Nami, with the Nami also giving him movement speed, the Jhin is really, really quick. Sets up for the dragon now beginning in earnest at WE. Letting anyone's legend into the river first, not contesting that too hard. Jhin W, Jhin Ultimate, can be very important here. See how much poke Flandre can get in. Has the roll quest teleport shield. Jhin traps, not allowing the W onto Tarzan. Shock Blast landing onto 2 on the other side.
The river, currently ALs, they're not looking for the retake, they're looking for the hold. That's the plan. And again, they are the ones with the poke and the vision right now. That's not bad. Throwing out Flandre cues from over the wall with that acceleration. Not really leading to all that much work, because again, you've still got the Nami, you've still got this Cassandra, who's quite hard to chunk through. Monkey now on a potential flank angle, looking to help contest for some of this vision. About to get chunked a little bit there, but again, gets the energized shot, forces Tarzan to W quite early. The pack gets called, but it feels like you're using your lifelines a little early here.
Yeah.
Monkey left low-ish, though.
Yeah, he is, and they're trying to just buy the rapid fire cannon shot from the Jhin. If you can get rid of that, then obviously his poke is a lot less good. Fighting over the Scuttle Crab, interestingly, Monkey goes in.
Does manage to get that Scuttle Crab. Does Tarzan Crescent Guard early? Shanks looking to ghost on in. Kyle now here on a potential flank angle. The Hound's pursuit. Monkey flashes out. About looks for a W and kind of goes wide on it. And I think WE have kind of failed this contest a little.
They have. Shanks locking down Cube just a little bit. Cube had teleported back into the play, but he wasn't there for a long time, allowing Ale to get on the dragon. Tarzan going low, though.
That's scary. The Deadly First comes on down. Tidal Wave still up and available. Now comes on through. Karis has to go gold. In the back of the pit we look. Hope kills off Monkey, but Tarzan just about alive. What's happening at the back end of the play? Flandre and the Realm War going on forth, but I don't know whether they actually want it. They do. Karis has to flash out with the bow. Shanks and Hope hunting for him. Split off from their support. Good damage onto the Azir, who goes down, and now Shanks gets to speed up people with that phase rush. He's got himself a very scary point. It's the Actualizer is on loud and about, puts a barrier up and just does nothing.
The dragon is secured by Tarzan. Got over the pit into the smite range. Will die at the end of it, but he's done his job. Denied Infernal Soul as the team fight goes the way of anyone's legend. That is a game-saving play from Tarzan in the back of the pit. Tarzan gets in, got the smite, and Monkey couldn't survive on the other side of it. That might just win anyone's legend this series here and now. I was getting really worried for them. I thought that, you know, the Jhin was going to be a big issue. I thought that perhaps anyone's legend had too many issues in this game. despite having the range advantage, but they held the objective site, took a very slow fight, and just watch how Tarzan plays the back of this. He gets almost killed straight up by the Jhin with that ultimate coming through. Watch what happens here. Gets back over the pit, smites it in time, and manages to get a good amount of damage with a double Q going onto both those members. If he didn't get that second Q activation, he would have died straight up, and perhaps this would have been a different fight with Cube going on the offensive on the other side. And Tarzan just manages to get back into it, ends up just running him around. Does end up dying eventually on the back end of this, but Tarzan is the hero of the play. It's not been the easiest split for him, but in this series, he finally has a team which is not getting pressured too hard early. He can actually play the game. Went too far after that point, did die for it, but job was done.
Yeah, I was looking to ensure that Flandre can get involved, just keep him honest there. Of course, we now come back to live. It's a serious gold lead for AL out of nowhere. It's only 2,500, I suppose, at this point in the game. Not that crazy, but hey, considering where the game was at, you'll take it. Shanks at 3.5 items, Hope at 3 items finally, and Tarzan, well and truly, at that 3-item mark.
WE, oh, they've got to be kicking themselves for that one. Yet to win a game in this split. 0-4, having been 0-2'd by all comers coming to face them in their arena. It's not been the easiest split. Now, I'm not going to blame everyone on this team, right? I do think that actually Air has been pretty good. I think that About's had some better moments, despite him again struggling a little bit. Hang on, Monkey. Oh, he's struggling here. Been put behind against Tarzan. He's not going to die, but loses half the HP. Well, more than half the HP, and nearly goes down, using his ultimate at the same time.
Yeah, Monkey's just not a frontline anymore, is he? He was buying so much space before. People like the Tidal Wave, or things like the Tidal Wave, things like the Tide Caller's Blessing were keeping him topped up, just not working anymore. The damage thresholds from AL pretty damn scary. Flank angle, they're walking him really dark, and this has been proven problematic. There goes Monkey, finds Kyle. Baron secured by Tarzan. WE nowhere near that pit.
Tarzan's still 2 levels up a Monkey, level 17 in the jungle role, especially when everyone else is stuck around like level 15. See just how well Tarzan's been able to get ahead of the game and stay ahead of it. He's one of the best Nefiris in the world. I saw some comments on one of the post-match threads in terms of, well, God, who still lets Tarzan get Nefiri? It's definitely one of those champions which not many people play right now, and it's definitely lower down the tier list. But when you get through to game 2 and 3 of a series, you should be considering it. This guy is really, really good at the champion.
I completely agree. Now, Cube going to find himself rooted up briefly. There's the pullback, but it's onto a clone.
WE, very much last gasp effort for them now, it feels like. With the Baron buff coming in, the poke, the siege is going to be disastrous for them. They already weren't dealing with the poke well on the Dragon contest. Now when they have to deal with the Baron up minions, it's going to be even harder from that. Level 16, Corki has the Lord Dominate's Regards. He's going to hurt with the Rockets, even though typically late game Corki poke. Porky Coke. That sounds.
Excuse me.
That sounds
Canary Wharf, is it, Alex?
That sounds like something you do in a Berlin nightclub. Yeah. Gosh, but a lot of that actually comes from the Nami proccing Imperial Mandate off of your abilities with the E. So if you hit the Corki Rocket with the E running on you, that's where Corki Nami comes on. Doesn't have that this game, but level 16 does really hurt. Still, a minute till the Infernal Soul spawns again for WE. Perhaps they can look for a second go at it. AL didn't actually break the base.
And I'll note, About just turned that BF sword into an Inf Edge, that long sword into a Last Whisper. He's now really scary if he gets the opportunity. I don't know how easy that's going to be, though, because for all the Monkey's got a Titanic Hydra, he just isn't tanky himself as AL. Now, thinking about it, the Tidal Wave turnaround is pretty scary. Shanks left with about half Karis yet to go in, but it is the Tidal Wave burned, and I think that's just dragging over to AL now.
Nefiri W is a hell of a skill, Sam. Recall comes through from the Shinzo, has to come back out, which means they have to give it the Dragon. So W realize, okay, we failed that contest. Suppose it's not giving the Infernal Soul over to the other side. There is still a minute left of Baron. There's a teleport coming in from WE. The Cassandra is going straight onto Flandre. He'll find it now.
Wow.
Jumps onto Cube. Dragon going down. WE have not given up the contest. They're still in the river.
Looking to get across here. Monkey then doesn't go towards the pit. They're looking for the fight. A couple people split off. Shanks there at half. Not great. Kyle has to flash.
He does. Cube still in the river. Isolated away from the team. Hope level 16. Quite dangerous there. Mid lane wave is getting pushed up. W might go for a mid lane push to see if they can threaten something. However, there is a chance of the side lanes making a bit of a dent on their base from anyone's legend.
A lot of pings there at the side lane minion waves from AL. I wonder whether there might be a TP to those, but no. They're going to send Karis back to deal with that alongside Cube, so should get a hold of that. And it means the mid lane push just isn't really feasible from WE.
Karis goes back to set that wave. I mean, About is still strong, as you're saying, in Fedge. Last Whisper. Problem is, if he's trying to gun down the Nefiri, she presses W, not much you can do there. Right there, Tarzan was able to run straight up the front and center. Hope losing a third of his HP to one auto attack, by the way, if that W had landed. Perhaps we'd be having a different conversation. Frozen Heart in from Kyle. Helps to a certain degree too if he jumps into the play. Actualizer from Shanks, he will be one-shotting. Now Kyle misses the route there. W not going to land on Kyle, uses the Protobell to dodge.
Indeed, Monkey just looking to find a wind becomes lightning over the wall, gets onto his own blue buff. Not quite as potent as they were last season where it was the AoE blue, but hang on, Tarzan has to call the pack, left about half. He could be a little bit lower. The Crescent Guard not quite enough. The Deadly Throat just wide, but the curtains get called. Tidal Wave a little off target as well. Kyle looking for the pop blossom in turn, but does need to back away. Realm warped out by the looks of it there. Nice little combo and synchronization there from Shanks and Kyle. Lots of ults. Flash from Tarzan, not that much more. Everyone kind of pressing the R button, a bit of a spree there.
I think anyone's Legend are quite lucky that Baron's not up. With that amount of ults used with the Realm Warp and the Pop Blossom, I think actually that could have been a big problem. I think they get themselves the mid lane in a turret here. I mean, About's going to hit it once and it'll pop with the Crystalline Overgrowth using the Azir passive. WE, real credit to them. Managed to fight back pretty well, managing to hold their battle lines this time. Front line, back line. While Monkey's struggling to make much of an impact again still, I think that was a not fantastic engage from him in that play. He does have the Titanic Hydra third, does mean that his pressed attack will get activated that much easier. See if About gets his last item here. It's been a little while since he built up just the last Whisper. Can he complete it on the next root call? I think if he completes Krugs, maybe he will be. They're giving him the jungle farm over. Oh no, they're sharing it between him and Monkey actually. I wonder if he can get that. If he gets himself towards the Lord Dominic's Regards or whatever ends up being that item, could be the Mortal Reminder as well. There's not a crazy amount of HP stack on the other side besides the Neferi and the Rise. Still could be very, very nasty. He does get the LDR. There's no healing on the other side. Full item Jhin. Well, no, it's not because there's the Doran's Blade. Has 5 items though. It would be full build for anyone else. Jhin, very strong now. 100% crit.
Very, very much so. Have a look back at this play. Slightly awkward angles, I think, in general. Kyle, nice combo there with the Pop Blossom into immediate Realm Warp out. You know what? As far as disengaged combos, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's like you go for the CC, I'll get you out alive. Shanks, good Realm Warp there. He's had a pretty good game with Shanks. I mean, on the whole, putting out good damage. Realm Warps have been significant. Hasn't died as well. Always appreciate that. Karis is even in farm, though, and is in a late game Azir. Not too far behind. So Karis, if he gets to DPS, he is still level 16 Azir.
Now I just get hit by the accelerated shot. Of course, is the Nami, so be able to heal up a little bit with the ebb and the flow. Of course, the other thing with this build from Karis, like, look, the utility's great. Rylai's, Zhonya's, we know how good that is. The Death Cap with no Shadow Flame. Your actual damage, not the highest here. For all those utility moments are good.
See how much poke can be done on either side. Jhin W's, Jace Shock Blast. Kyle is on the flank. Does have flash. No, it doesn't have it just yet. It'll be up in about 20 seconds or so. If I timed that one rightly from the little high chart of doom. He's going, look at the minimap. He's going right the way around the back. He's currently up a Tri-Brush. Will be spotted behind the red brush right there, and his clone will actually end up giving him away. Do they go onto him? They currently are. They find the clone there, Monkey on the retreat. He's gone a little too creative with this. Kyle very likely dead. There is going to be a mid lane push from anyone's Legend. Kyle will die for this, but what will the team get in return?
Celestial Opposition goes down. Ooh, yeah, Jin's quite nasty. We'll have to curl the curtains, though, because the root came on through. You're right, they are shoving through mid. Are we looking for a Baron for Nexus issue?
I don't like this at all. There's a minute till Dragon, Sam. That would be soul for either side. Kyle blowing flash. You need to save that flash for a more important moment. W choosing to recall despite the numbers advantage. I suppose they thought they'd lose mid-inhib and perhaps even the next if they stayed out on the map. So it's Kyle for mid lane inhibitor turret and the mid lane shove. WE, they might have actually screwed this, Sam. They have no setup on the Dragon. Anyone's Legend, they can pepper them with poke as they approach the Dragon. 20 seconds till it comes back up. Kyle won't be there in time for the start of it. Shanks goes in. He's very, very low. Can Shanks live? I think Shanks might have gone too far.
He just about survived for a second or two, down to about 20% HP, but had to get out flash. Go, Sonya's down.
Oh, that's a lot of cooldowns. Hope has to flash away from the W. The Tidal Wave not really in the right kind of area of the map. A little too short there. Kyle's coming out of base, won't have flash. WE have made themselves an entrance into this river. Bubble as a Tarzan!
Has to call the pack, does lose his GA. The damage came pretty high. They need to Realm Warp back in and try and keep him alive. The Pop Blossom with the Realm Warp, but it's only one little bit of CC. Now Monkey dashes on forwards, and Shanks is shanked by the man with the spear. Tarzan needs to call the pack away with his hot dog. Is looking a little bit past it. Sell by date. The slow is not enough to get another auto in. And AL are in the river, but my God, Tarzan slow needs to heal off camps.
He has to heal off camps too, or maybe even recall the redemptions coming through on the other side. Big mistakes by Kyle before the Dragon, then Shanks around the Dragon. Dragon as well. Tarzan caught out 2, trying to use the Jhin ultimate to spot out Hope. This is Infernal Soul to WE. I thought that they'd completely lost control over that area of the map. But consecutive mistakes from Kyle, then Shanks, then Tarzan mean that WE get into the river and they can play around the Infernal Soul now, Sam.
And the other side of this, of course, is we've been chatting about, hey, AL getting to play the game the way they want to for the first time in ages, and then what happened? These late game scenarios have not been good.
We thought that Anyone's Legend, if they got out of the early game, they'd be much more confident. They certainly were in the first game where Tarzan was so far ahead. They're struggling in this one, though. Struggling to play around the Jace poke, the Rise Realm Warps. Kyle has struggled. The bubble, it's very good from Erhab. Really good bubble. His bubble's been good the entire game. Blows the GA immediately. Then Kyle actually mistimes his ultimate. Mistimes the ultimate coming through that. I'm not going to lie. I don't think it would have changed much, though. It would have just been onto the Shinzo. I think they've been trying too hard to make that combo work. Cube did die in the back end, but WE, they have the Infernal Soul. Death Cap just got built up on Karis. The damage just went through the roof from WE.
That is a really, really big deal. GA on the Jhin, as you noticed as well. He's quite hard to take out at this point between Steel Caps and the GA. Just a few of those kind of poke options, just not quite as potent as they might be in another scenario. At the very least, Flandre at 4.5 items himself is getting to the point where he can begin to become a bit of an annihilation threat at level 20 Jace. Can now turn back towards this Baron, and they're going to start that one up. Here we go, taken down very fast. I don't think WE are going to be hit quite in time. The Realm War to turn this one around. Baron secured by Tarzan, but he's left low and down. He's taken out. Hope over the back of the pit. He's going the wrong way. Needs to try and reset. They know he's there. Can he get the recall off in time?
They're going towards mid lane. I think they think that Hope is just too far away for them to catch. The Realm Orb ends up saving 3 people from the play. Tarzan went down. He had to stick for the smite. Not quite well timed enough. The Realm Orbs have been inventive. The execution has largely been good, but then 1 or 2 missteps here or there from the rest of the team. WE, I think they just want to walk things down with the numbers advantage and the Infernal Soul. If they can just push in and get tons of damage down, who cares about the Baron?
Can the Baron minions hold the line with the squad? Down a member, and down a key member at that as well, Tarzan. Such a huge part of this team's threat being down for another 20 seconds. Big shot blast.
It's a good shot blast. Watch out for that 4th shot. If the 4th shot is loaded up with the Infernal Soul and, of course, the Energized Auto, someone's losing half their HP at that point. WE will get the inhibitor, put down the Azir turret to mark the retreat. It's not the biggest change for them, though. Shanks on the flank. Needs to be careful. If he walks over vision, things could go very badly wrong. Can't quite get the rune prison. Would have liked to get a burst onto Monkey there.
One becomes lightning just in case someone was following. Doesn't quite find it. Cube sitting around, was going for that reset, sees people coming, comes back towards the squad, and they get a little bit of a jungle invaders way. Hang on, what's happening in the base here? The minions are taking the inhibitor for them?
Minions are taking the inhibitor, so top lane inhib will go down. WE took mid lane inhib, JL take top lane inhib. Now, in this case, the top lane inhib will actually be more important because it's furthest away from the next big objective that's coming up, which is the Elder Dragon. That will mean that WE, well, if there's a Realm Orb coming in, that could be a problem. Monkey is on the flank, has the Blast Cone, charges things up, doesn't find an aggressive angle. He's back to the minions. 4th shot with the Infernal to Hope, half the HP.
Uh-oh, someone needs to body block. Hope left at 20%. Barrier! A heal required, just about survives.
Waves coming in, they're continuing. The fight, Hope is low HP. Whoa. The HP advantage is huge. Kyle has to disengage.
Tarzan desperate to escape. They do blow up Monkey. Kyle likely dies here in trade support for jungle.
That is a clutch play. Shanks has got himself a wave in the bot lane, though. He's walked up there and they still have a little bit of the Baron left, a minute left of it. WE, don't think they can catch him because there's a Realm Orb for him to escape. Will charge up some of that. Shanks is he's gonna go towards the top lane and push out an extra wave there too. Make sure he doesn't get caught out by the team coming from the other side of it. The Realm Orbs have been a key player in this game, Sam. Good or bad. That one's a good one. I don't think they can chase him down.
Ghostblade.
It's really fast here. Maybe could have walked him down. So he's walking up to a Rise with Flash Ghost and an Actualizer. Perhaps not the wisest of decisions, though.
Yeah, I agree. Again, look at the Jhin. He's gone towards the armor boots. He's gone towards the G8. That's great against someone like Hope. Against Tarzan. The Rise, you offer very little.
It turns out you're immobile, so the ability to move fast is completely nullified out. Minute and a half till Elder.
In prison for speeding.
Yeah. Anyone's Legend against the Infernal Soul, but they did completely clear out the inhibitor turrets. Top lane inhibitor down. They might play smoke and mirrors, Sam. They might be able to. At this point in the game, everyone kills turrets so damn fast. If you Realm Warp in a wave to the base, I think you end the game in about 20 seconds. I'm going to say about that point, especially if it's Ryze with this much AP and levels and everything else. I think that WE can't afford to contest the Elder Dragon unless they know everyone's on the screen. I don't think they can, Sam. I think this is so difficult for WE, despite having the Infernal Soul. Shanks might just end the game.
Very tricky. All their inhibitor turrets are down, by the way. It's just bare inhibitors for WE, and that makes things really tricky. They've got Infernal Soul. This game should be so playable. 0 and 8 in terms of no! Gets out the flash, the redemption alive, the shot blast not quite there. That got close.
Flash out of the Nami. I mean, I'm not going to lie, that's not the best summoner to get Cube. Decent damage onto him, but this is a late game Cassante. Doesn't take that much damage. Poke wars begin again. Monkey potentially flashing in. Would love to charge up his Q and go somewhere else. WE, they're trying to push down the mid lane, but it feels like they're a little bit split up. I'm not sure I like them corralling themselves like this, but they're marching towards the Nexus turrets with the
TP.
They're going to try and march it down the base. They're just going to ignore the Elder and walk towards the Nexus turrets.
Here we go. The resets are a little slow. They've got to clear this wave. Shanks now here. Needs to be a bit afraid of some CC. stepping forwards. Romana has to be a bit careful. They TP'd in for this, and everyone has to reset, but it means that AL gave up positioning in the Elder Pit.
They did. There's a wave pushing in top lane, though. That's what they're focusing on. There's pings towards it. I think W, initially, the idea is good. It allows anyone's legend to it allows them to push anyone's legend out of the river. A wave in the side lane will take a Nexus turret by itself. This will do it.
Monkey.
There's a real chance of this becoming a Realm Warp finish.
Tidal wave, not great, actually. Doesn't really catch on to as many people as they need. Cube is not here. That makes this a 5v4 that W have to play. And it goes out with the flash pop blossom. Knocked away with a great crescent guard. Shanks left at 2/3. Oh my god, the damage. Monkey's going to wait around. Got himself a stacked option. Shanks flashed in. He's dead. He's dead in the 4v5. Andre TP'd in. Are we looking at the Nexus race? Of course we are. It's anyone's legend having some fun with it. Well, Monkey is left low. No flash goes down to fillet for the fish. The Nexus is bare. He'll have some acceleration. The W gets pressed and the hypercharger changed into the melee form, gets an additional powered auto, and the Nexus falls in favor of anyone's legend.
A laughing panda. And I think some very relieved coaches backstage. Anyone's legend finish it off 2-0. It's cinema, Sam. We haven't seen one of those back doors in a little while. Flandre takes things into his own hands. Shanks got caught out. I thought that could be the game-winning play for WE. But Flandre makes sure the game is done.
AL had to pull off the most bizarre smoke and mirrors and map moves and escapes and realm warps and TP plays to win that game. WE, my heart goes out to you. You managed to get the Infernal Soul. I like what the composition was doing, but they ran into the issues of, like, they're just not that competent and lethal and, I guess, ruthless in the end stages of the game. They were shaky around those contested round dragons. They were poor at controlling those side lanes. That cost them an inhibitor. It costs them the game.
Well, that is our first series of the day done. I mean, we did say it might come down to like a Realm Warp finish. Of course, there was the Jace teleport as well. We were wondering which it would be. Ended up being the Jace while the Ryze was looking for a similar entrance. If you've enjoyed the gameplay that you've been seeing here and our cast of it, please think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. Miguel, thank you so much for the follow there. We appreciate you over on Twitch. There's no official English LPL broadcast anymore. It was shut down at the end of 2024. So if you want to learn more about these teams, if you want to be entertained by the casts which have been around the league scene for 15 years now at this point, please think about supporting us, dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. We do this every single day for you, for the community, and because bluntly we enjoy it too much to not. We appreciate every single one of you that's turned up and appreciate moments like this. I can do that. My brother, Sam, yes, is actually my in real life brother. We are actually related.
For better or worse.
For better or for worse, we bicker, but we have a hell of a good time doing it as well. Sam has punched my headphones. I don't know what they did to Sam, but I guess we'll have to have a tribunal over that one. Anyone's Legend walk away to 2-0. We really appreciate each and every one of you, and if you'd like to drop something on our Ko-fi or onto any of our subscription platforms, it does make a big difference to us. Sam, what did you make of the series?
Okay, well, let's talk about that game too, because that was the side of things that I think was a bit more interesting. Right? I thought WE played that one a lot better. About Era had a pretty solid game, but again, just some of those questions around what's happening with the max. I just think AL weren't great in the late stage either. They were struggling with those team fights. They were struggling with the range discrepancies. Shanks on that flank angle, Kyle on that flank angle. The amount of disengages got quite tricky to manage. It has to be said. We saw Shanks get blown up there, and look, in another game state where the base wasn't broken in half, picking up Shanks there around the Elder wins you the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. I thought that Rise die. Look, Shanks got caught out a couple of times in that late game, which made me think this could be the end of the game. Before the Infernal Assault, you know, Kyle getting caught out, and then Shanks getting caught out, then Tarzan getting caught out. All three, or rather Shanks, Tarzan, then Shanks after that. I thought that was going to be the death of the game. I thought it was going to be the death of the game. It didn't end up quite ending up that way. It was a breakneck finish. WE yet to find their first win in a single game in the split. That is crushing for them. For them, they had a powerful 2025, you know, with the Monkey Vampire duo. Felt like they were running this team, and while they were a flawed team, they had enough strength to play beyond that. It felt like they had enough to work with. I don't think they have that same identity of how to win games this split. I don't think that they know what to do with the top lane cube. Obviously, I think that going back to the tanks has worked way better for them. Karis been very on and off. I think his early game was actually pretty good in this one this year. Obviously struggled to do a lot late game. About has looked a little better. I think that Air has actually been pretty good. I'm actually very surprised that Weber let him go. I think that they're struggling with Hung, and I think Air would have been better for them. But W clearly as a team have a lot of soul searching to do. We use that to be diplomatic when we say they're struggling, things are on fire, what do they do? Whereas on the other side, Anyone's Legend, I don't even think they're going to be that enthused by this victory.
No, I mean, credit to them. I actually think they did a very good job of problem-solving their way out of a very challenging scenario. I think Kyle, and Shanks, and Tarzan all had good moments there. Flandra wasn't bad on the Jace, but there was like some team-fighting issues. It's not necessarily individual play that has been my concern here, but I think there has been issues with the laning against better teams. I do think there are concerns about what they're doing around various objective pits and having to retake when they really shouldn't be. The fact that they let it get to Infernal Soul for WE is a bit challenging. Flandra, great numbers there, was hitting some important shot blasts, but look, you get to that kind of gold lead, you get to that Baron, the fact you're still in this scenario, there are questions here about the wider state of things and the shape of things around this team for Anyone's Legend. There were some great macro moves in the late game, but bluntly, they also came off the back of some more perplexing calls that really cost them.
In terms of MVP, I think it's between Shanks and Flandra. Flandra was really critical to where they played the game too, and of course ended the game with that play. Shanks with his Realm Orbs, I think on the whole was the better player. I think, you know, he did get caught out a couple of times in late game, but didn't lead to the end of the game. On the whole,
a lot to kill him,
and he was taking risks, and largely they paid off. I think Shanks walks away with my MVP vote.
I think so too. Not the easiest game in general, but it's done.
Do you need a break for anything, Sam?
I'm okay for now, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna get some extra milk in because we're out.
Unless you want me to do food because it's between the series.
As long as you can do it and get back in time for top ES plus BLG.
Yes.
Okay, do it then. Do it then. Yeah.
Squeeze.
Sam's dealing with chair Tetris.
Let me see if we get some ibuprofen as well. My knees not happy.
Oh god, yeah. One of the problems of us sitting like this is that we do get a little bit blasted in the old joint department. Sam, you're gonna come back after getting milk. We're actually getting someone to deliver milk to us because we're bougie like that, and you can do in, you know, in cities. Wait, can Kai'Sa auto-proc passive with Cyclosword and Shiv? Oh my god. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. Guys, there's no. That's not allowed. Okay, so folks, listen to this build, right? Kai'Sa goes, Shiv, Cyclosword, Dusk and Dawn, and you will instant proc your passive on a single W. Because Dusk and Dawn gives you an extra stack. Shiv applies on hits. Your Shiv will then apply, the Dusk and Dawn on hit twice, and your abilities activate your on hits that way. Your energized autos, rather. So Voltaic will allow your autos to apply on hits. So it will apply the Shiv. Voltaic Cyclosword activates your Shiv, which then applies your Dusk and Dawn. You have a W upgrade, so you're already doing 3 stacks on it. Oh dear god, poke Kai'Sa can instant poke passive. And we got the interview, so we'll allow that to come play.
好，欢迎香克斯。那今天呢，其实也是一个特殊的日子啊，是你的出道6周年。不过呢，我们也还是简单的先问一下游戏内当中的问题，我们再 Q 回来。那第一个问题呢，会想问到赛前有个很有趣的板子，就是你们在第一赛段的时候 ，AL 也是一个胜负负，紧接着就一路连胜。那今天呢，已经完成了胜负负后的第1胜了。感觉今天拿下了这场比赛的比较好的地方是什么？
就感觉第2把打得有点刺激吧，然后做得好的部分就是最后的决策吧。
有点刺激，但是呢，结果是好的。也提到了最后有点刺激，但是这个决策很棒，也是刚好我下一个想问的问题。我们直接来到第2把当中，先问第2把，我觉得第一个转折点，前中期还是很焦灼的，是在大概第5条龙的时候，我觉得你们拉扯做得非常棒，同时呢，他在也很关键的抢到了那条龙，为你们争取了后面的后期的一个机会和时间。当时有印象，大家彼此之间是怎么沟通的吗？
就说这条龙一定要打吧，就是不管输赢，就是一定要在哪里打团。
就打得要更坚决一些。那你自己，我觉得这把发挥得非常出色，拿下了瑞兹，包括你带了疾跑，其实好几波都是很关键的，自己一个人在拉扯，甚至追着对方4个人在打。那我也想问一下，就你自己选择瑞兹这个英雄带下疾跑，可能更多会出于什么考虑？
就是打团会比 TP 厉害很多。
打团的时候会厉害很多。那也看得出来啊，就有一颗想 C 的心了。那最后就是提到刚才这个决策，游戏内当中非常关键的是，当时那个远古龙大家都捏一把汗啊，盛阳哥直接就踢不到上路去偷家了。当时队内是谁做的这个决策呢？
就是打团之前看到对面上路兵线特别多吧，然后就是我们一起沟通说可以偷家，然后就都执行。
就一起沟通了，然后让老张去偷看啊，执行的也很果断，所以拿下了这场比赛胜利，很刺激，也很精彩。那我们回到刚刚这个话题，今天呢是你的出道6周年，所以我们针对这个来问一些小的问题。我觉得6年眨眼已过，也从青涩小将到现在的 AL 队长了。想问问你，你觉得这6年当中你自己变了的是什么？不变的是什么？
就感觉自己心态变好了吧，然后没变的话，感觉没变的地方就是还在打比赛。
我觉得可能针对前者说的就是，可能这6年当中思想上也在越渐成熟，也对职业选手的认知在不断的加深，但是不变的是你说的那句我太爱打职业的初心了。那第2个问题问一下，这6年的时间对你而言，你觉得记忆非常深刻的是哪一场比赛？可以跟大家分享一下。
我觉得还是去年吧，就是我们在那个北京瑞士轮能赢 LCK 的 BLG，还是很开心。
是去年的那场比赛，感觉还是记忆非常的深刻。我觉得这些来时路和记忆吧，最重要的就是为了让你未来攻城的那一刻，回忆会变得更加难忘。那第3个问题，想继续去问一下，今天6周年，其实你给现场的很多粉丝朋友们也准备了手写信，还有捧花，其实也是你自己的一个想法，可以跟大家分享一下是怎么有这样一个想法构思吗？
就是学一下我们之前那个上野吧，老赞跟老朱之前就做过这样的事儿，然后我就去联系我们运营。 问一下他们，让他们帮我联系花店。
明白了，参考一下我们的优良前辈们的作风啊，然后把它继承下来。那你的手写信当中，我有看到有一句话，就是说你希望自己未来可以成为好的人和好的选手。那怎么去定义或者理解你心目当中的这个好？
我自己就更希望游戏内变好。
游戏内变好，还是用比赛的结果和成绩来说话，纯粹就是真的好。好，那最后一个问题吧。今天现场其实我觉得也很难得，刚好是6周年，又来到我们西安场，因为其实也知道香克斯之前在西安待了很长的一段时间，现场有很多的老粉们来到了这里去支持你，那有什么话想对他们去说的呢？
就真的很感谢，就是一直以来支持我的人吧，就是感觉自己打了也蛮久了，特别感谢。
对，很难得啊，一路有你们相伴，这么长远的一个支持，也希望你们能陪香克斯更久啊，见证他的10周年。那我们现场也用掌声，然后来祝贺我们的香克斯完成了6周年的成就，好吗？也希望我们10周年的时候再次相见。好，那也谢谢香克斯进行我们的一个赛后采访，赛后采访环节到这里就告一段落了。接下来我们把时间交还给解说席。
Oh, I just realized that I did the wrong thing and I didn't turn my microphone on. Anyway, that's the interview with Shanks. What do we do now in the break? Oh yeah, let me show you this. Let me show you this clip. Let me show you this clip. Let me show you this clip. This is genuinely not okay. No, I get rid of that as well. Okay, watch this, folks. Watch this, because this is just like not okay. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. This is the Kaiser. Oh, hang on. There's MVP. MVP. We'll watch MVP first. MVP is Flandra, probably because he ended the game. Honestly, I think it probably should have been Shanks. It's his first MVP of the split. Interestingly, surprised at that. Oh, sorry. Was there a Windows noise? Oh, my bad. Sorry. I didn't realize there was window noise. My bad. That was probably when I was changing some audio stuff around. My bad. Okay, well, okay, folks, watch this clip, right? Watch this clip. This is insane. Wait, hang on, they can do player of the series now, but watch this. Okay, Cycle Sword applies like everything here. Watch this. So when you apply everything on that's without the energized. If you get energized here, watch this. With Cyclo Sword and everything, it insta procs your W, your passive. Look at that. That's 2,000 damage in a single W. Crazy. Insane. Insane. Not okay. And Flandra gets player of the match as well. Surprised at that. I am somewhat surprised at that. I mean, his first game on Rumble was pretty good too. Posture check I can do. Hydrated I can do. 2 fun facts. Sure, I can do 2 fun facts. Let me have a think. I just got hydrated. Let's think about fun facts. Did you know that every part of a coconut is, you can pretty much live off of coconuts alone, and in fact there are many Pacific Island peoples who have built pretty much entire societies and villages out of coconuts, because you can drink the water, you can eat the flesh, and you can make fabrics out of the things on the out of the fibers on the outside of it, and you can make like wood out of the paneling as well too. So coconut you can use are incredibly versatile, not fruits, I guess they're nuts, but yeah. So coconuts, you can use almost everything from it. You can make clothes, you can make like mats, you can make a lot from coconuts. They're crazy. Yeah, sorry about the window noise, folks. I didn't realize about that. My bad. Have you ever seen a sprouted coconut? They when they harvest them, when they first harvest it. I haven't had a sprouted coconut. No. Okay, I need another fun fact. Let's have a think. So that's one of them. What else on a fun fact? Bronze was not. You know how often in history, it's said that we kind of had like the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, then the Iron Age. Or like that, like, yeah, that was effectively how it was. Like you said, like the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age. Bronze is actually not that different to Iron in terms of how it performs. It holds an edge in terms of a blade about as easily as Iron. They're about the same. There's actually no crazy difference between them. The big thing is just that Bronze requires tin, I believe. I believe it requires tin to create the alloy. And there were very few places to get tin besides like Cornwall and India, I want to say. It was pretty hard to get tin across most parts of the world. So it was quite rare. The thing about iron production is that it allowed for much larger scale production of metal. And it required a higher melting point. And of course that became very different with stuff like steel as well. And a lot of people talk about, you know, these magical metals like orichalcum and what have you, these incredibly strong metals. Folks, if you want a magical space age, if you want a magical mystical metal, that's steel. Like, thousands of people over thousands of years of history worked towards the development of steel. And it is like it is kind of a miracle metal. That thing is kind of crazy. Yeah, Fairy Tale, I believe it was Afghanistan and Cornwall were the two biggest kind of parts of tin across Europe. Anyway, there are still tin mines. You can find the old tin mine shafts in Cornwall still, actually. You need to be careful when you go on coastal walks, because some of the shafts are still open. You need to be careful not to, you know, fall down them. They do mark them out, but there is a chance that, you know, come into problems with that. But, yeah, Cornwall has quite a lot. But yeah, no, to be honest, the biggest difference between... I need to stop saying that phrase, it's my catchphrase. But I think that, yeah, iron, once you actually crack the whole creating, like the higher burning materials to get the higher melting points, whilst also not over carbonate. I think it's something about like doing it in a way that doesn't introduce too much carbon as well. Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, but there's like, it has a higher melting point. Yeah. So if you're actually gonna like smelt iron ore and purify it to the point that you need, you need to have higher melting point to get rid of the impurities. Which is why for a long time meteoric iron, stuff which came out of meteors, was that was the purest form of iron you could get, and that's where before the technology for kind of metallurgy kind of evolved to the point where we could smelt iron more easily. Great leaders like Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great, they'd have like a meteoric iron sword. That's, yeah, you have like these special swords which were forged out of meteoric iron, which we couldn't smelt on Earth at that point. Yeah. That's a fun fact for you. Fun fact: Tom Scott is back with new videos. Yeah, I saw he took like a couple of years off, right? He was gone for a little while. Alexander the Great is casting League of Legends right now. You flatterer, you. Okay, for second series, BLG Top Esports. Let me update the title, actually, because people really want to come for that one. This one is huge. This one's going to be a really big litmus test to see how good BLG's laning is. Hey, appreciate so much for the resub, that Fairy Tale. Appreciate that, Vasi. Yeah, after, yeah, cool. After I'm done with LPL, I'm free anytime, pretty much. on to our second series then. Huge series. BLG versus Top Esports are perhaps our two best teams here in the LPL right now. We have BLG currently 3-0, Top Esports currently 3-1, having lost one series to Invictus Gaming, who are a very inconsistent team, but one with high level themselves. The thing which excites me for this series is BLG have showcased to the world how to play around strong early lanes, supporting jungle, full court press, just locking the enemy team out of the early game, just brutal early game aggression. Top Esports have the laning power to potentially hold that to them. We'll see what happens with Suyan in the top lane against Bin. That is a huge question for this top laner that stepped in for 369, who's apparently being helped by 369, who's still on the team, of course, but just taking a step back from the starting roster. And of course, TN is playing out of his mind. For those of you that missed our Players of the Week this week, for week 2, the team of the week was BLG, except TN was jungle. TN was the first place jungle, everyone else was BLG. So Top Esports potentially have the jungler to take it to BLG. Perhaps, we'll see. Let me turn off tone change the music ramp as well, actually, because it's probably more fitting at this point. But BLG, definitely a team which I think can be contended by Top Esports. Can they be beaten by them, though? That's where things get a lot more difficult to call. Did I put an ad break on? No, I didn't. Folks, I got to put on an ad break like right now, just to make sure we don't have that before we go into game. We'll talk about these rosters as we go through it. BLG, they're the roster you love. Bin, Shun, Knight, Viper on your first stand. Champions, early game aggression. Star players in every role, superstar players in a couple of others as well. Top Esports on the other side, Suyan replacing 369 for now, who stepped back due to concerns about his own level of play. Tien, Cream, Jackalove returning, and Feng Yue as well. Tien and Jackalove returning after a split off, making Top Tier Esports into a top tier team. Gonna put on a quick 3-minute ad break, and we'll get through to talk about the series beyond that point. Okay, so this is the last record for each of these. BLG 2-0 Weibo, 2-0 WE, 2-1 against JDG, lost one game in a battle of globals, whereas Top Esports beat JDG 2-0, smashed them, 2-0 WE, and 2-0 Daniel's Legend, who were definitely looking a little bit difficult there. Knight, #1 in multiple stats here. I'm not actually sure what they are, but I'm going to imagine that's gold efficiency. I'm going to imagine that's damage per minute. I'm going to imagine that's KDA and a bunch of other things too. Can't translate all of that, but Knight's doing really well. He has been insanely strong. Oh, is this the... Hang on, whoa. What is this? Is this... How many games have they played together? I think they've only had... Oh wait, how many... Is this their total games together? Or is this their days since they started? I think this is days since they started. How many... 1,500 would be about 4 years, right? I think this is 1,500 days since they've started... Oh, this is kills together. Right, thanks, Frag. 1,500 kills between the two of them as they've been on the same team. Good to know. I appreciate you, Frag, that. 40... So they've had 1,487 kills between each other as a duo since they started playing together in... God, when did they start playing together? In 2022, I want to say. No, sorry, it would have been 2023 because 2022 Shun was on IG. So in the last 3 years, of course, of 2025 being a break, they have had 1,400 kills going on 1,500 kills together as a duo. An incredible duo between top jungle, between two of the best players in their roles in the world right now. For my money, I think that Shun is the best jungler in the world and Bin is the best player in the world. Guy is incredibly strong. No one has really shown a consistent way to shut him down. He does just kind of carry games and, you know, win games for you in a way that no other top laner does. Okay, Top Esports on the other side of things. So where's their power going to come through? Well, I think that Jackalove and Feng Yue, I really want to see them really try and pressure through bot. BLG haven't necessarily been a team to play around bot lane. They've been playing around top side. But let you listen to the interview though, and we'll talk about that after.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人松琪。我们邀请到了 BLG 的上单选手冰，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 上单冰。
那首先要恭喜你获得了第一周最佳选手。开赛以来呢，整个的队伍状态也是非常好的。你个人觉得自己和队伍的状态怎么样？
我觉得都蛮好的吧。然后
因为我们现在是3连胜，所以这场希望也能拿下。
这场比赛将对阵到滔博，相信双方都志在必得。你会觉得这场比赛的制胜关键是什么呢？
觉得制胜关键就是我们保持好我们自己的状态，打出我们自己的风格即行。
好的，赛场见。Hello， 各位，在前彩环节，我们也邀请到了滔博的上单选手醉安，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是滔博上单醉安。
欢迎醉安。那近期呢，你们收获了一波3连胜，在赛场上的表现也是可圈可点的。你觉得整个团队在哪些方面做得比较好？哪些方面还想继续提升进步？
我们感觉我们团队在前期做的还不错吧，然后中期的协同方面有点差，然后这一部分可以继续加强。
那今天这场比赛对阵到的是 BLG， 也是一支实力非常强劲的队伍，希望能在赛场上有怎样的发挥呢？
把我们的内容做好吧，感觉就可以赢。
好的，比赛加油。
Good to hear from a couple of players there. Had to leave them on just for the Mandarin speakers in chat, just in case they care about them as well. Alright, Monty's turn. Okay. So this series will be, I believe, in Shanghai. Let's get onto the stage. Let's welcome 2 of our very best teams in the LPL, currently the best region in the world, to the stage in Shanghai. Knights, team captain, leading up BLG, international champions for the first time. Legendary roster, which was touted for greatness. First split didn't quite come together as quickly as we thought, but they've very much been picking up steam. One of the best teams in the world, make no mistake about that. And on the other side, Top Esports.
Top Esports.
Often a foil to BLG over the last few years. Jakulov, Tien, back in action. Top Esports, a team which, of course, holds some level of resentment for the international community because they're way to make it to international events and then fall apart on that stage. However, on the domestic stage, a team which you must respect. And I think BLG should and must respect them here too. Jakulov and Knight. Bump this. Jakulov versus Viper. That's going to be a hell of a matchup. First time we've seen that in a while, I think. When was the last time we saw that? When was the last time we saw that? I gotta go check out the last time that happened. I don't remember if we saw like HLE versus Top Esports at all. We saw it at First Stand last year. That's the last time we saw it. We had it at First Stand last year, and it was a shellacking. Now, it was worth noting that in that series and afterwards, Viper did call out Jakulov is the best bot laner at that event, though that was an event with, of course, only one team from each of the regions, and of course, LCK is shouting at LPL, no surprises there. Both regions tend to respect each other a fair amount. Okay, welcome back, everyone. My name's Nymaera. I'll be joined by Initialise shortly, just making some food for us, and we'll get into our huge series here today. Absolutely huge. Can Top Esports contend with BLG? Will Suyan, this top laner, coming for 369, be able to hold his own against the likes of Bin, who I believe is the best player in the world right now? Of course, when we go across the rift, I mean, top lane's very important. Jungle, 2 of the best junglers in the world right now, facing off against each other. Mid lane, Cream, solid in lane. He's not a bad player. Now, against Knight, though, Knight is just another level right now. Knight is the best mid laner within the LPL. Been playing so aggressively. A little bit fast and loose at times, but I think Knight has very much got the stats to back up his performances. And then bot lane, that's where I think stylistically we'll have a very interesting conversation. We'll get into draft here between our 2 Titanic teams here at the top of the table. Samba Beats to welcome us in for game 1. Bard banned away from On. I think On is the best support in the LPL right now. Perhaps the world. Fantastic player. The thing about BLG, though, is that they don't focus on their bot lane. I think Jakulov and Tefungwe really want to take a lane-dominant approach. Ryze banned away. BLG will have first pick. Pantheon is available. They love that pick, but the Ashe Seraphine also up. Top Esports not allowed to get that onto 1-2. So what do? Do they take the Seraphine away? If they do so, is it... Well, you don't have the Bard or the Karma to pair up with the Ashe. You can go Ezreal Seraphine. That's not a bad duo. Or you can go for something like the Misfortune Seraphine. Jackie loves Misfortune. I don't think you have to lock it in now, though. You can go for that, and then you can go for Shinzao. You can go for Pantheon. Take that away. Tien would happily take that away. Jarvan's available, too. Could lock that in. Jarvan very good against Ashe. It's a fantastic prediction, pick for Tien. That's a good combo for top esports. The Ashe first pick feels a little bit lacking, actually, with that in mind. We're giving over Ashe Seraphine an issue. Maybe you could have picked the Seraphine. What do you have to pack in with the Ashe? You see the Shinzao, do you lock in... sorry, you see the Jarvan, do you lock in Shinzao, or do you lock in the Pantheon? Skarner's actually not bad into the Jarvan, because he doesn't love playing as lots of tanks. They do lock in Shunzhao, though. Shun. One of the best players of the champion in the world. They lock in the Lulu, so Ashe Lulu. Okay, so given the hyper carry value there, really helps with the Shinzao too. You have your engage from the Ashe. It's not the best bot lane duo, but it is something very powerful to work with your jungler. The Ezreal Seraphine would be more lane dominant. The Corki, not bad in lane. Perhaps gives you some more burst damage later. Very much hope that Sam answers the door there. Getting into our bans in the second phase, though. The solo lane is left to be picked by both teams. Did you know Knight hasn't played a single stage game on Onivia? I didn't know that, but I know he has been focusing on the Rise a lot more for himself. Wouldn't be surprised if he has it in the wheelhouse. Knight has an incredibly large champion pool. In fact, Knight did have something like a different champion played every game so far. We'll see what's he played so far. Yeah, Knight currently has no duplicate champions. He's played one game on Orianna, Aurora, Victor, Ryze, Ziggs, Mel, and Annie. No single duplicate beyond that point. And in fact, Ziggs getting banned away here makes you think that Cream wants to play in a mobile mage. See what he goes towards in this draft, right? You have an Ashe which is a little lower DPS. God, dear God, dare I say it, it might actually be an okay Azir angle for Knight. Well, for the draft it is. For Knight, maybe not. Annie banned away. But when you have the Lulu, you want the champions which either bring engage or attack speed scaling. The LeBlanc banned away from Knight. We might also see an Akali angle for him. I think all three of these champions are good champions to play the Akali into. Nice Kavanari cosplay, very cool. Like the hair color there. Potential Aurora ban, I suppose, from BLG. Works well with a follow-up onto the Jarvan. Top lane, we've had no bans in top lane. Very rare against BLG, but they might just give counter pick to Suyam. Now they might pick the Azir. Okay, so no LeBlanc, no Ziggs. Do you pick the Akali here for Knight? I think that's actually okay. It's good into all of these champions. Potential lane counter. Yeah, so that would be another unique champion for Knight this split. He has played 7 games this split and has, won all but one of them. Picks in the Akali. That'll be his 8th champion from 8 games played. Bin goes Gnar, very hard to deal with that. Does Suyan go for Jace? Does he go for Gnar? Does he go for Renekton? And he goes for the Vayne. Suyan says, alright Bin, take a losing lane situation. We'll see how you deal with that. Top esports. Locking in some powerful lanes. We wanted them to. We wanted them to lock in powerful lanes. We're going to go on a quick ad break so we don't get any ads during the game itself. Stick around in chat, ask us questions. We do react to chat when we can. Let's get into our first game of Top Esports vs BLG. Very important series here. We'll pump the volume, get closer to game. BLG, that Akali could be monstrous. Akali loves playing into all of these champions. Vayne into the Gnar. Maybe that's a way to hold Bin down. Bin, if he's given a winning lane, well, he does just tend to win games, doesn't he? Coaches will bump fists and leave the stage. Coach Poppy, Coach Daney, for each team respectively. Daney, I think, deserves many shout-outs for BLG. Not going to lie, I think Akali might just end the game themselves if given a good enough angle. Needs to be very good tracking of Knight on that assassin. Folks, I'm going to warn you, the gyros are going to be very, very loud. Cover your ears, batten down the hatches, let's get into game and hear the gyros. Gyros have ended and we're into game. Sam, you missed the draft, but you're not going to miss the gameplay. It is going to be a burn to this one, Sam. I think that the Akali angle for Knight is very good here. No, it's his. So, Sam, Knight has played 8 games this split, 8 different champions so far. On lands the Glitter Lance there. Kill shots coming out of both sides of this bot lane. I mean, just laning phase in general, need to see something very good from top esports. So I'm popping out the exhaust early onto Bin. Takes a winning trade, someone expect that. I'm just going to quickly refresh the feed, see if we can get the audio resynced again. Don't think so. Looks like we're going to have clean feed audio desync for this one, so apologies for that. Hope it doesn't bother you too much. Viper and on. Oh, the double Q from Fungi onto on that, getting a good trade.
Interesting to see the Ezreal with the Seraphine rather than necessarily with that Ashe. I guess there was a split on that one. It's always a big deal, kind of breaking that duo apart in some capacity. BLG, statistically here, it's only, of course, that statistical, but giving that mid-game power, which I can kind of see. Again, the Akali Shins are very potent at that point. It's on, chunked out again. Jackie and Fungi were having a good start to this lane.
Yeah, and you can see that the Shins are pathing away from them. BLG don't path towards bot lane when they don't have to. Interesting note on the other side of the map, by the way, Bin has gone for the Hail of Blades for the better short-term trading against the Vayne. Allows you to get to your hyper proc a lot easier. Now, we did see bits and pieces of this around 2021 in the Nara versus Jace matchup, which was otherwise known as a losing lane. Ebby famously beat Fudge for that on Cloud9, DFM versus Cloud9. Remember the Crabber incident? It was actually caused largely by that. If you can flip the matchup, that changed a lot. Viper dove into turrets.
Flashes to get away from some of the skill shots. Jackie left under the turret and go 1-for-1.
It's going to be a full cannon wave tonight, though. Viper, I think it's still a problem with him dying there. He's going to lose a full cannon wave. And JackeyLove, though he dies, will get the XP advantage just about. Gold does go in favor of Viper from the kill. He's going to come back with boots and a dagger. It's a bit of a mixed trade. I'd argue it's still better, though, for top esports. They stopped the recall. Fungi will be stopped not by the first attempt, but by the second.
Indeed, it's worth noting as well, Bin also started, by the way, with the cloth armor. So he's literally gone full defensive. I need Halo Blades, I need cloth armor to just try and deal with these auto trades.
Well, the thing about the cloth armor is that it allows you the extra pots in lane. That's the big thing. So it allows you to get a plot. I can't remember exactly how many pots it gives you extra now, because it used to be like cloth 5, but I think it's cloth like 4 or 3 now. Anyway, it gives him the extra potions. You can see he has actually got good amount of farm from the first few levels. You don't expect, Anan to be able to touch the wave early on. Bin must have been practicing this matchup. Let's be honest, it's Bin. He's definitely going to be someone that gets better lane matchups than most people expect. And he has his jungler pathing towards him. This is important. Bin might have just shown a good advancement on the top lane meta. If Vayne doesn't just insta-win versus the Gnar, and you can pick laning runes and items, that actually changes the way you have to draft the Vayne.
It really, really does, doesn't it? And again, Rihanna has decided to basically throw the gauntlet down here against the best top laner in the world right now. And again, coming in as a sub this split for top esports after 369 bows out, kind of late on in the day after feeling he's just not quite up to snuff with it. This is a big test, and right now, top esports 3-1. If they get this win, they tie it with BLG, which would be a hell of a feat.
Yeah, I saw a question in chat about why don't you just go refillable with the cloth armor? Because hang on, Shin might gang bot lane. We'll see if that's more important here. Actually, he has the flash. Fungi, do they focus on him?
So trying to jump onto him. The wind becomes lightning. There's a 3 talent strike knockup, and they do get the kill. Nicely done there.
Shun strikes first. The Shun Jiao so important for BLG. Gets that kill in bot side. And that's going to give him a good pressure valve there. Kill goes over to Viper. Didn't pick up... Oh, we did pick up the... Sorry, no, it doesn't. It goes over to Shun. And Roger saw that one earlier from the dive. So it's a kill and an assist. So bot lane's going well. And one of the reasons I want to highlight the fact that why I think it would be a huge mistake to go the refillable, because it allows Bin a good first back. You want all of the HP before the first back to allow you to get to Tabby first off of the cloth armor. If you have the refillable, there's a chance that you run through your pots too quickly, and then you don't have the HP for it, and your first back ends up sucking. The first 4 pots are there to say, I'm getting the best first back possible, and then I can lane against the Vayne, where typically the first back of the game is where the Vayne gets her resources, and she gets that lead in lane. I think it's very intelligent from Bin. He gets the refillable on the next back, but he gets the steel caps. That's the big thing. Gets the Ninja Tabby, and the lane versus the Vayne is already so much more playable than it would have been.
Massive deal. Of course, there is an exhaust on Sui, and of course, it makes sense, right? You see a few different options for the Vayne, but generally not the teleport once those combat summoners. Of course, the other thing is, a little note, TN was the one player not from BLG to be on the LPL All-Pro list, sort of for the what, like
well, not All-Pro,
but
so
like Player of the Week thing.
Player of the Week. It was entirely BLG, but TN in jungle. You're absolutely right. I mentioned that. I was actually talking about that on the desk before we were coming into this too. Already, Sam, I think the early game is going better for BLG than I think Top Esports would have wanted for that. TN needs to make an impact somewhere on the map too. I mean, top lane is even. That's not good for the Vayne. Bot lane, you did get that early dive, but the gold is even enough. There is an XP lead for Jackulov. That's good for them, but Tien hasn't made his entrance into the game just yet on the Jarvan, which he is so well known for.
Knight now roaming down the river, though. They want to fight over this level 6 Scott the Crab. Shun here as well. Tien and Shun would get 6 off this. Significant to whoever gets it. They're going to jump onto Tien and say, we want the fight. The Glitter Land slow is good. Shield from Feng Yue gets him towards that potential passive. On gets hit by the Mystic Shot. Would need this smite with Shun. I think they just have to give it up. They can't quite get there in time.
Yeah, I think Cream was threatening the shuffle back into the rest of the team. So level 6 is earned by Tien first. You called that out correctly. Also, I think that Shun wouldn't have gotten level 6 off of that because he's still halfway on level 5. That wouldn't have given him the full level 6. Suyan has the ultimates. Anyone coming back up river? Bin's, oh, he's going for this honey fruit. That's what he's going for. Has the Halo Blades ready too. Ult pop by Suyan that really wants this.
Gets the exhaust down as well. Bin left quite low. Just need to keep running away. That's a lot of damage from Suyan. He's going to keep running at him into the bush to go, but there's already control ward in there.
He tried to Civ HD him. He tried to Civ HD and fake the flash on the bot side, though. Top Esports getting ran down. Knight, if he gets a kill here, it is bad for them. The Akali picks up a kill, but another one goes over as well. Looks like it's On that picks up that one, so everyone on the bot side of the map picking up a kill, while Bin gets solo killed by the Vayne.
Yeah, went looking for the honey fruit and ends up having that Vayne just run at him. Also, Vayne doesn't burn the flash. Nice idea with the Civ HD, you're absolutely right. Can't mind control those 6-pack. Clearly needs to give Bin some lessons.
No, it's not the 6-pack, it's the Civ HD. He did it years before. Look, I love myself some 6-pack, but this guy... I'm sorry, it's just some people can't recreate that magic. He tries to flash into the brush, doesn't realize the ward is there. Swayon gets the kill onto him, doesn't have to blow that flash, you're completely right. So what happens here? They're going for a 4v4 while everything else is happening on top side. Tien just dies to the attempt. Ezreal's not moving. They're going for an invade and the Ezreal isn't with them. It's a 4v3. Feng Yue can't get out either, had no flash. Knight getting kills here is really, really bad for Top Esports. If this Akali gets going, I don't know what Top Esports can do to shut them down convincingly.
Yeah, no, I'm there with you. I think it gets very scary indeed, and the Akali being ahead is a problem. It's also getting through the laning phase, and again, once you hit the level 6, it gets a little bit harder. Bin, of course, down that kill, slightly frustrating for them, but it's still doing okay in terms of the farm numbers.
The thing is, that solo kill looks good for Tsuyan. It's not the lead which a Vayne should have, though. This still is a reasonable lead, a reasonable lane situation for the Gnar. It's one death, but to be honest, when you look at the Gnar versus the Vayne, you're expecting, 0 CS for the Gnar and like 1,000 gold lead already for the Vayne. Jumping up with the Hail of Blades, there is an ultimate for Suyan, gets the hyper prop, but Bin not enjoying this huge amount, gets another one onto him. Wave is frozen against him. This is where it gets a bit more problematic. And
True shot.
If that cancels the back, it won't do on this current angle. No. It should still be fine for him. You can see the angle though, trying to stop the recall for him, trying to help out that top lane laning phase. Intelligent option from Jackulov, just the wrong angle.
Yeah, I thought he might have backed up a significant ways off, was perhaps implying that Bin would have backed up, expecting perhaps Tien to be around, wasn't, should get there for the wave. To pick up the majority of it. Of course, Vian does break the freeze in order to get the reset off, because of course you're not running the teleport. The way you have to do with that is then shove and then pick your moment to back.
Cream, even-ish in gold to Knight in the mid lane. I think it's because he got a plate to even things up. Of course, Knight got that kill. Yeah, there was a plate in the mid lane, which has changed some of that gold value between the two of them. Dragon started by BLG, slight gold lead to Top Esports, but that's in top lane, and that's not coming to the play. Tien on red buff, he struggled to make an impact so far, especially given that Shun was the player he got got player of the week over. I'm sure that Shun would is quite enjoying this early game so far, saying, well, Tien, you're good, but really? You player of the week over me?
And again, Tien has been exceptional in fairness in his return after a rough first series where Top Esports started to win. Oh dear. Every series after that has been good stuff from Top Esports on the whole.
Been not enjoying the top lane match, but again, just look at the gold lead, look at the XP lead. It's there for Vayne, but I don't think it's enough, Sam. I would expect a level advantage and a bigger CS lead at this point. Bin has the empowered teleport, so he, and of course, gets the teleport from the roll quest. Ash, arrow flying up the river. It's gonna land onto him. Flash away. Cream lives. Summoner down. Good accuracy by Viper.
Viper's arrow accuracy has always been a thing of beauty. It's down about a wave in bot lane after that dive and some other sort of skirmishes going on, but I think he will be more than fine here in this game state as it stands. Slightly to Jackie Love, but nothing that meaningful. No one's run a color or anything like that, so this gold lead should stick as expected. Viper, I think, looking for that Stormrazor first. The Shuriken flip would be risky with Emperor's Divide available, so I don't think we'll be reactivating that. Top lane we look.
Here we go. Swian opening up with the ult with the exhaust. Tien going forwards. Doesn't go in with the dunk, and he does have it now.
Nice.
Goes on to him. Encore beyond him. Support behind. That's going to be 2 kills for Top Esports.
Really good stuff. Shun tries to get out, but that is very well played from Tien. You wanted the impact. There it is.
There it is. And Fungyue roaming up too. The Encore was needed. Gets them the extra kill. BLG losing that kill. And there's your 1,000 gold lead for the Vayne. This is where you start thinking, well, that's a problem. The Vayne getting a lot of gold, been shut down. We were wondering, look, can any... Oh, stop on the recall there. Good there from On, actually. Means that the jungler off the map. Can he hold the wave with that too? I think he can with Flash, Heal, and Wild Growth. He can hold the wave, which does really end up helping that top lane scenario. Means that Bin will still recoup about next to 300 to 400 gold or so compared to what he would have lost beyond that. You know, Cannon being about 80. Beyond that, call it about 200 gold. Going to get one of the minions there as it's under turret. So this is the play up that, you know, exhaust, ult popped in early. Not great from Shin on the W. Does knock them both back. But this is the killer here. Flash, double, triple technically extension throughout the play. If that Encore hadn't come through, I think they could potentially play it out. Great roam from Fungyue just on the edge of the Encore.
Gets that extended range through all his teammates, and that feels very good indeed. Now, again, as you noted, the Vayne very much a win condition here. Can also have some fun times into the Akalis. Good duels there with the invisibility on both sides.
I can see someone in chat that's missed the early game, by the way, saying, oh, Shun should never go top lane in this matchup. He went bot lane first, and that's why it's important here. It's only 12 minutes in. This is his first time looking top lane. So actually, you're somewhat right in saying, oh, he shouldn't go top lane in this matchup. Because actually, you're right. He didn't. He went bot lane first and got them ahead. That was one of the biggest things in it. It's only after Bin, with his own hard work, got himself even in the matchup, but they thought about potentially playing around that. But you actually, funnily enough, you're on the actual... right logic path, but he didn't watch the first few minutes of the game where actually he made the right decision, went bot lane, got Viper and On into a better position.
I think if he'd landed that win becomes like, you might be having a different conversation, because it was a good idea to kind of bait out the gank. Expected Bin to be ganked there, and they've got that control ward in the alcove, control ward at the back of the bush, everyone trying to get the shove on in here. Is there a potential teleport angle from someone like Akali behind here?
Well, yes, maybe with the Hextech first. So we have no exhaust. Does have the ult, makes things a little bit harder to work with that.
One's around and just helping that little clear. Wants to be around this top side because, again, I think perhaps the loss condition here from BLG has just been getting blasted out of this game. Not necessarily about getting the kill, it's just about making sure that this Gnar survives.
Yeah, it's going to be the Stormrazor build from the Ash again. So Ash having the Ghost and the Stormrazor means that their mobility in fights is really high. There's an... Ardent Sensor for On as well, who really wants to empower some of the attack speed, really helps with Shun and Viper's DPS. Of course, the Shinzao is a notable bit of DPS in this kind of composition with the Lulu. Dragon up in less than a minute. Base Chemtech Dragon, just a single one for the extra heal shield power on the Tenacity. It's not bad, not as valuable for BLG as it is Top Esports, though it technically does apply to the Lulu. Well, no, actually, the heal, the Tenacity not as valuable. The heal and shield power actually
very
is,
strong,
especially when you have it. I believe it even applies... I'm not sure it applies to Omnivamp. I'm not entirely sure on that point, actually.
I couldn't tell you, actually.
Yeah. But I'm trying to remember from when I built it all the times in ARAM. But anyway, there's the boots coming through from Knight. He has Hextech Gunblade. Knight might just kill the next team fight by himself, to be honest.
Level 11 from Zuyan means he's got that second upgrade on the final hour. Can look to go jumping forwards onto Knight. Tien gets traded back onto a little bit there. Bin trading well, but again, he doesn't have a fleet footwear. Good knockback. It's very well timed from Zuyan here. Locks in the Vayne, can look for something more. The crunch forward. Now puts Bin to a difficult spot. I think you can look for more. The crunch and the wallop will require Bin just about out to safety.
Close for stuff. Zuyan's been playing very well. True Shot Barrage. It's currently pretty close to being on target. There is a flash from him. He'll lead to flash. Jackie Love snipes Bin from across the map from bot lane with Love.
Oh, that is such a good shot.
I mean, it's really important too. I mean, the Vayne isn't going to be at the play. BLG do get the Dragon. They'll end up taking that one. Shun, low HP. There's got the Wild Growth out already. Shun goes in again.
Wow, wow, wow. The Encore is hits onto Knight. That's important because he doesn't get the execute right now. He's shoveled to the blade, tries to go back across and can't. Shun low, but gets to jump on the Fengyue, gets dropped by that. Massive beat drop in the trade after. Flash 4 said beat drop, I do apologise. It's the high note that was used first, and On needs to Flash stay alive. BLG lose the team fight. Suddenly Top Esports up 4,000 gold.
It's a very good Encore. If the Encore doesn't hit Knight, I'm pretty sure he just runs through that play. Getting those kills means that it's now 4,000 gold lead for Top Esports. Top lane's working well. Bin started with the Cloth 4, did very well with the Halo Blades early. It's an intelligent blade build from Bin, but then of course the top lane play went wrong after that point, and now Suyan's in a position where he can start running down the Gnar again and again. Bot side looked like it was going good from BLG, but a couple of good plays from Fengyue now have meant that BLG have not stomped through this early game in the way that they would have thought beyond this point. This is with Bin getting a good matchup adaptation into the Vayne, but it's fallen too far behind now, and this is when we start seeing the Vayne take over against the Gnar. Bin did the early work, and then it really felt like the plays from Tien topside really put Bin into a much worse position.
And there's that true shot barrage that was so key. They saw it coming.
They did, went through mid lane. That's actually pretty unforgivable at that point. He shouldn't be dying at that point. That one is a problem. I think at this point, Bin probably feels like he did all the hard work. What happens here then? I mean, gets caught somehow with that. The E on the way in. What happened here? Knight uses E below half HP. Fengyue, it's a very good Encore. Perhaps he thought he would go for the clump on the side. He thought that the CS... well, he was dodging it already. Didn't quite get out of the play in time. Maybe he thought that Shun would get the CC onto him before that would happen. Not the case. Viper dying 2 to Tien. Big gold over to Top Esports.
Yeah, it was. And again, On gets the poly onto Cream, who was looking for a shuffle, so I think that was supposed to be the execute while the Snowman was there. Knight can bring him down, play out that fight from there. Doesn't happen. Now there's good goldies pretty much everywhere you look on Top Esports, especially in that top lane.
Yeah, serious shout out to Fengyue, by the way. Suyan's been playing the individual matchup top lane well, but I think Fengyue on the Seraphine, a rookie support, not playing long, they might jump onto him, has the exhaust flash and ult, and the hex plate movement speed. Everyone's coming top lane, Top Esports. I think they sniffed the play out.
Uh-oh, here we go. This makes the play a bit difficult. Suyan does get the exhaust down. The Wild Growth is solid, trying to keep people alive. This Vayne needs to dodge around. He's got to tumble in a dream. The Encore is there, but not to keep Suyan alive. Flash away from Bin is good.
It is Tien going lower HP. Bin about to hit Mega, goes for the dunk. Can he kill him in time? Yes, he can, but he dies in the process. 2 for 1 topside for BLG. I think that was a shutdown on top lane as well. Knight and bot lane doing fine against Cream here, just cleaning out the wave. About 1,000 gold earned by BLG, taking that off the top lane, the overall gold advantage.
That is significant. It really, really is. And again, TM falling is a big deal. The Black Cleaver obviously was built for TN there, so it felt like he had quite a lot of value to work with. But hey, getting kills where you can, when you can, is a big deal. Fengyue, though, great roam. Another really good Encore from him.
He was, but it didn't save the play completely this time. Bin, sadly for him, couldn't survive through the play. He would have loved to get himself the extra wave after that point. And have been so important to BLG. As we were saying, we think he might be the best player in the world. He actually played very well in the individual matchup, and we'll keep hammering home on that. Starting Halo Blades, Cloth 4 to get himself a good first back of those Ninja Tabi, the Steel Caps to give him the better defensive capability versus the Vayne, was inspired. Did very well, kept within a reasonable lead of the Vayne. It was only really when Tien came topside afterwards, the jungle intervention from both sides of this, where things started to fall apart like this, and Bin is just getting run down. Suyan, the player stepping in for 369, making a meal of it.
Knight now potentially in danger, but manages to back away. He's okay there. Thundersk was down, Dragon's up in a minute, and a lot of these health bars and deaths are really beginning to hurt BLG.
Suyan will take that top lane out of turret. Top East will take both of them on the side lanes. Back to back. The Vayne is kind of out of control now. The Hexplate build gives you a lot harder chance to kind of shut them down. This is the overall rundown and top side. Again, if the top lane play hadn't happened before that, individually I think Bin was doing fine, but now it's the point where you have the Hexplate, the extra movement speed, the exhaust, the ultimate. Everything goes into just chasing you down, and the Bin Gnar has been contained for one of the first times in a long time, Sam.
I mean, that's always been the question, right? Like, even when we went to First Dam, there was this kind of discussion about, okay, who can deal with the Bin Gnar when it's blind? Who can deal with the kind of like laning power that Bin is bringing to the table? You've got 2 items now on this Vayne. You've now got the Herald coming through mid lane. They're up about 5,000 gold, and that is significant on this flank angle. Potentially pretty dangerous. Shun also here. Tower should goes down. I don't think BLG really have that many tools to deal with this.
Yeah, Top East, I think at this point the gold lead is getting too much. I think that, you know, BLG, they can't play around any side lane pressure now. You know, Tsuyan is going to probably take 2 people's time at any point. The side lane turrets are gone. And while I think the Akali angle is really good, that mistake of getting hit by the Encore on the bot river, I think has closed the window a little too much for BLG. Knight, if he gets kills on side lanes, maybe they can fight back from this, but real credit to Top Esports. They have actually managed to shut down Bin, manage BLG in the laning phase, and get themselves into a very powerful position with some very powerful champions scaling into the game. By the way, Cream has gone for the grasp with double HP stacking. Means that he's much less assassinatable, much less of a target for the Akali with a bunch of extra HP. He's probably got an extra 1,000 HP over what he would do by second item at this point. Actually, no, technically a second item tends to be HP anyway. He's got a lot more HP than he would do, though. Makes it much harder to shut him down.
And that Rocket Belt just seems you can sort of look for those shuffle plays in ways you might not otherwise expect. Again, you can kind of play with that extra HP, that extra mobility to be a playmaker. You got damage from nearly everywhere you care to look, and got enough HP stackers here that I think the Leandries will still be useful. I think that's a pretty interesting build at the very least. I'm not going to like knock it for the thought process.
What with the Tankazir?
The Leandries Rocket Belt, yeah.
I mean, it's pretty similar to the Leandries Riftmaker. It's pretty much just HP stacking, and you get just really good ability to have the brawl to slide in. It's not too dissimilar to the stuff that we're seeing back in 2023. So a little bit in 24 too, but it was players like Scout, which really made a lot of use out of that. I think it was Xiaohu as well who played it, bits and pieces. It's been a while since we've seen it. Of course, this was when Grasp was even more powerful, and it was the best sustain rune in lane as well back then. It's less so. It's less obnoxious than it was, we'll give them that. BLG, how can they fight back from this kind of deficit? They are one of the best early game teams in the world, perhaps the best early game team in the world, but Top Esports have handled them pretty effectively. Reminder that BLG, they were the ones with the first pick. We presumed that they had the first choice here. They first picked that Ashe. 1,000 gold behind in that lead, 1,000 gold behind in almost every role, Sam. Top Esports, we wondered whether they could hold BLG to account in the early game. They have the lanes for it. They have the jungler for it on the whole too. They've done very well to strategize this, get ahead of BLG in the early game.
Second item done for Viper, second item done for Knight. Look, they are down a lot of gold, but at least they are hitting these breakpoints. They've still got second Dragon. If they can play for this third, then maybe there's a way back in. And again, Vayne is one of those champions who, with a lead, is ever vulnerable regardless, because you can play out the 1v1s well, but sometimes the 2v2s, the 3v3s get a little tougher, especially if you just misroll. Vayne spotting's a thing.
Normally I'd agree with that. The CC from BLG is kind of limited though. They have a lot of damage on the Akali and the Ashe, but I think if you just rolls, use the Hexblade movement speed, hang on, Honor's got a crazy flank here. Is he going to go for anything there? No. He has good vision on there. Baron started. They do have the Azir DPS from the Leandries, even though the Nash isn't there. I don't know if they spot this time. This is a good sneak. I think they can do this. Shin's going to come over. Potential sweep into him now, though, as he's going to check.
Tries to get that Crescent Guard, the Audacious Charge away, will die, and that means with the jungler down, they can just return to where they were just before, but this time with the smite advantage.
They won't go back to the Baron now. They're going to go for the side lane. Bin getting dove. Mega comes out, but Suyan, I don't think he cares too much. Clears out the wave. Teleport's coming in from the Akali. Does Suyan get chased down now? Now the Baron's coming through.
And they'll get the kill. They do at least bring down the Vayne. Will now no longer have the Baron. 8,000 HP. The Baron gets traded. Sort of 1-for-1 in the extended play, but Baron still Top Esports.
Totally worth it for Top Esports to get the kill onto Shin as he goes to check. He smelled something. Was a little bit of foul in that bot side. The kill does go over to BLG. Knight picks it up. It's good gold for him, but I think that the game is already too far out of control. The map is in control by Top Esports. They have a Baron. BLG will need to find some clutch engages going onto Cream.
Gonna try and find some damage here. Has the execute. The damage is good, and it's enough burn there to bring down the other solo laner. Knight gets away with 2 kills. Shut down on 3 on shut down on Cream.
Yeah, Knight is really going to try and carry this game from the Abyss. Gets 1 kill on one side, 1 kill on the other. It means that neither solo lane has the Baron buff. Knight may be on a mission to try and carry this game from the Abyss. Bin has fallen too far behind after the 2v2 top lane. His individual lane was more than fine. Teleport in, the arrow helping save the game here. Viper gets that, gets a kill for Knight. He immediately turns to the other side. Credit to BLG. They've managed to find some thread the needle experience, but Suyan's popping the ultimate. Bin has to get out somehow.
He's going to get out in time. The TP is successful. There's no interrupt this time. And BLG get their top laner out to safety. Also collects that turret. First of the game for BLG.
BLG get themselves something. It's been slim pickings for them, though. Topius was currently a negative Baron power play. Dragon up in 30 seconds. BLG might use that as an excuse just to try and look for a clumped up fight onto Top Esports, but when you're against the Seraphine, where you don't have that much CC, Not really sure that's the kind of gameplay you want. Maybe you do just wait on the next Ash Arrow. Try and find someone away from the Seraphine for that Mikhail's.
I'm really worried about this fight anyway. There's a third item for Cream. There's a Shojin done for Jackie at 3 items as well. The damage from this very long range of Azir and Ezreal is going to be really, really obnoxious. BLG are coming anyway, but Viper's been left a little lower than he would like as he's tagged by those fated ashes burns from the Leandries.
You see how bold Dracula feels because he has a Mikhail's and there's not that much CC. Knight might go in again. Needs to be careful. Arrow lands arrow onto him. Shun goes in.
Nice knock up with the wild growth. That's but On's left really low. And I think unfortunately Shinzo's going to have to flash away and Tien now slides over the wall, gets that dunk with the cataclysm. Flash for the encore to redirect onto Viper. Oh, Foggy, that's gorgeous. Knight at least gets 1 back. But it is still going to be 2 taken in trade.
Dude, Swian was massacring the bot lane there. It took Knight shutting him down. It's the 4th kill for him. Knight's really trying, man. Gets a kill onto the Vayne again. Makes it at least a 1 for 2. Viper goes down. Top Esports, though, have done so well to set up Swian for success. Shut down Bin. The Gnar is not a threat. Swian, hang on, Knight going forwards again. Puts forwards a bit of damage. Has a lot of damage. Does have the extra needlessly large rod, looking towards potentially Zhonya's maybe as a 3rd item so we can dive in, be a bit more disruptive. Jackal hurting like hell though.
Yeah, he's got the Shojin stat. That's 4 stacks on the Shojin. It turns out you do about a 3rd of an Akali's HP bar there.
Yeah, that being said, Knight when he has a little bit more than that when it's stacked up and you hit the ultimate after. Bin in the mid lane. BLG forced behind in a way that we haven't seen happen this split. Even in the game loss they had against JDG, it was through kind of global misuse where things went wrong for them. The right here, the Ash Arrow is really good. Mikhail's used a little bit late. Shun going in, but Shun's not as powerful as he wants to be either. Swian very nearly one-shotting on. But look at the damage that even goes on to Gnar. The Gnar just isn't a factor. Takes Knight flying in to take down Swian, and Swian very nearly takes 2 on his own there too.
Doesn't quite, of course, Knight getting that kill key. Again, he's 4 and 1. He's desperately trying. There's a lot of squishy people here. If you can have one of those incredibly well threaded fights, so to speak, with that threading the needle allegory you were chatting up earlier, I can see the thought process. They give up that second dragon, down 6,000 gold. It is problematic here for BLG, but they aren't going down quietly. My worry is here that, look, Cream and Jackie are also getting to very scary points for all. A lot of the focus has been on Zuian's very well played Vayne.
Yeah, the story of this game really is Bin actually surviving the early lane, Tien flipping it back into its favor, and actually that was what shut down the Gnar. BLG thought they had the answer to the Vayne, and to be honest, they did in the 1v1. Shun might go for the angle. Arrow missing though. That's a big miss.
A little bit of a speed up required, but it is done, and Feng Yue gets out. Not the longest cooldown, but I appreciate the look as Knight goes sliding forwards. Just get a decent chunk there onto Zuian. The Vayne hasn't actually had the most success against this Akali specifically.
Yeah, I think the Akali's a really good pick in this draft because everyone is squishy. He will kill everyone. Zuian has been assassinated by Knight a couple of times now. Yes, he can outplay in some situations if you manage to, condemn while they're midway through one of their dashes. Sometimes that works out. You do have the Zhonya's in for Knight now. Very important for him, so he can jump in, go into Shroud, and then the Zhonya's by a lot of time. Means that maybe he can look for more aggressive 1v1s, 1v2s in the backline.
Viper's looked at his calendar, seen the reminder and gone, yeah, everyone's mortal. Picks that one up, got a couple minutes to the next dragon. Did you like that one?
Yeah, I do. Top Esports should really be favored to win this game still, though. I think that it's so hard for Viper to play out these team fights into... Look, the Cataclysm with the Condemn over the top. It's a really nasty combo. You build your own terrain for the wall stun. Jackal and Swian are very mobile to get to chase down someone like a Gnar who's just not very well resourced right now at this point too. Cream is still on a nasty Azir. If you dive in too far, the Akali and everyone else can get shuffled away, and the damage from, 3-item Azir ultimate is going to really hurt. On can sometimes save a carry in the front line. It's very, very hard to do so. Knight's going to have to do something mega.
Lots of people turning up bot lane. Knight's trying to shadow his Gnar. Isn't spotted yet. Sweeping his way around.
He's baiting
Here
the
we
1v1.
go. This is what we're looking for. Tien's also around. The exhaust comes on down. Can he buy enough time? The flag and the dragon's wide. They try to look at the X2. Can't quite find it. Flash is required. Mega Gnar from Bin. TP onto the standard. I think Bin likely dies here as 3 members turn up to ensure it's a 1-for-1. But everyone and their sons was there from Top Esports.
Yeah, it's a good kill from Knight again. He's showing that the Akali can actually carry this from the Abyss. It's going to open up the mid turret. This isn't bad from BLG. Baron spawning in 10 seconds. Swian's dead for 30 seconds. I think they see this as the Hail Mary. The Vayne is down. Let's go for a fight as the Baron spawns. Can Top... Shut up about this. We need to go into see where Top Esports are responding. Can they get here in time? Blue Trinket's down. They're making a roam over. This is going to be a mess.
Feng Yue is dead. That's what they were showing. So it's a 3v4 in this river. In goes Shun. Left low, but not down. Tien is in the pit and wins the smite fight. Flashes out. What about the rest of the players? Jackie, very low, but not down. Cream also throwing those soldiers around. Shuffles in, goes golden. Tien gets the flag, the drag should still healing. They put up the Ezreal. Of course they have. GA is blocked and they'll kill off Tien as well.
Knight goes platinum in the fight, gets all the record sales he wants. Feng Yue not there, died as we were talking about that just beforehand. And he got that kill onto Sueon in the side lane. Knight is carrying this game from the Abyss. The Akali pick was always going to be a threat in this draft. We called it from early on, and he's 6-1, Sam. Getting that Dark Seal stacked up. Knight is really trying. It's worth noting as well that there are no Baron buffs available for top esports despite the steal. It's a heartbreak for BLG that they don't get the Baron. If they had done, I think they just pounce back into this game. But the fact that Knight kills everyone else makes this game playable. The gold lead is only 3k now. Knight is trying his goddamn best.
He really is. And again, they can get Soul Point off this as well. I think people are going to be dead realistically before they can join. There's no teleport for Cream. So he unslides forward, gets left by the Glitterlands. He gets polymorph. Oh, sweet. No, the Vayne spot. Condemned to the wall. The Mikhails. In goes Knight regardless. And down goes the turret. Down goes the Vayne. 60 seconds without the carry top.
That's the first time he's made like a real mistake, Sam. And it could be crucial. It's a dragon. It's another kill. It's 2 Dark Seal stacks tonight. He actually might Magize at this point now. We'll see what he feels like. That's a huge mistake. Caught by the Glitterlands. Great pick off from On. By the way, On hasn't died this game. While this game is rightfully largely about Knight and the way we're talking about it, On the Lulu is really pulling his weight too. Knight and On, two of the very best players in the world. Definitely the two best within their roles within the LPL right now too. Go back into what happened here. Shun was outside the pit, flashed in, didn't quite get the smite, was looking for the engage instead. What happens just here is even more crucial though. Glitter lands slow, E lands onto Jackalov while his E is down. Cream tries to go into buy a bit of time, just immediately dies pretty much. Knight gets into the backline, sweeps up everyone.
And again, they didn't have the Seraphine because we saw in the picture-in-picture the On and Viper pounced on Feng Yue in the river, so they had no Seraphine to back them up. That might have been different with all of the heals and the shields, Diadem of Songs, the Echoes of Helio, the Mikhails, all of these things might have been what was required to keep someone like Jackie alive. They've got Endless Hunger now, still a decent spot for top East, but what was a mighty gold lead has fallen apart. They're now down Soul Point, and things get scary here. That Akali is a terror.
He absolutely is, and he's getting towards the point where, you know, next item could, well, I don't know if it will be a Magize angle at this point. You really wanted that earlier in the game, but it could still be Death Cap, this could still be Void Staff, whatever you really need at that point. BLG haven't been forced into a position like this much. And typically, you know, 2 months ago, they would have lost this kind of game. Because they weren't as clutch then. Their chemistry was off. They were not trusting in each other in the macro nearly as much. Things have changed now. BLG definitely feel like they are a better late game team than they were before. BLG used to be bad late game. Perhaps it's better now at this point. Not going to say best. They'll have to level up to that one. And top esports, they're still contesting with BLG in the way that I hope that they would do.
Passable late game.
What does passable mean?
As opposed to passable.
Oh dear God. That's a one shot on a death cap from Knight. That's not just... That's a one shot on it. If Knight doesn't get immediately killed in the team fights, he will win the game for BLG. Sueon cannot survive that. Akali is so good into champions like Vayne who think they can dodge around all they want. She follows you faster and has the arrow going forwards, doesn't catch the Seraphine.
Yeah, trying to force something like a Mikhails there. Fight over the blue buff, Feng Yue around. Tien and Cream also in danger. Rocket Belt away. In goes Shun. Knockup happens with that 3 Talon strike. Jumping onto Knight, who's left quite low. Does need to start running away. That Shuriken flip, and he's now out of the teleport behind the Knight. Is not there. Zuian goes in. Massive condemned wall, but the wild gun keeps people alive. Zuian is very low. Goes down, but it's a trade. They bring down the Ash. What about the rest of the fight? Look, Knight's still not in this play. Tien needs to back out. Still trading. Bin also nearly there. He's got himself a Wit's End for an additional bit of tenacity. Shuffle back into the play, and Cream finds the shuffle. Top Esports force Knight off the angle. They get 3.
BLG go too far for an invade. Knight gets chunked out to half and he realizes, I actually can't go in. I will die to the next skill. And top Esports pounce while that happens. Shun and Knight got chunked out on the entry to that, and now suddenly in a 2v4, it's On and Knight to save the game. Top Esports were forced well far below their lead that they had. BLG might be fighting for their lives here now.
Inhibitor falls. Knight gets chunk on down to half. They've got to try and hold the line here against 4 members of the Seraphine. Knight's into the backline, gets CC'd! Tries to get the issue, can't quite do it! Goes golden, buying time, Jackie low, but not down! He's dead! He's down! Top Esports will win game 1 against Billy Gaming!
Top Esports bypass the Knight, checkmate the Nexus. Top Esports 1-0 in the series. We thought they might be able to contend. Well, Sam, might just be more than that. BLG take a game loss. Top Esports 1-up in the series.
Oh man, I tell you what, it's cinematic stuff. There's trials and tribulations, some ups and downs in the narrative. Top Esports get the lead out of the top lane, and it all suddenly looked quite tricky, didn't it?
That it did. Well, folks, if you've been enjoying that gameplay, perhaps we should say hi and explain who's the voices behind it are. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are actually brothers. We've cast over, well, thousands of LPL games together now at this point, and we hope you're enjoying yourselves. You might be wondering, why is this on this channel? Why is there no LPL broadcast like this anymore? The LPL official broadcast was shut down at the end of 2024, and co-streamers like ourselves took it upon ourselves to cover the region in the way that you have known and loved for many years too. We consider ourselves some of the most knowledgeable people on the LPL scene now. We hope you're spending your time enjoying yourselves in chat. If you are enjoying yourselves, please think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe if you can do, because we're not funded by anyone to do this but yourselves. Your support as an audience is the only thing which keeps this stream going, and we hope we can continue doing this for as long as possible. Spiel over. Donate to the Ko-fi if you've got it. I'll drop some links in chat if you feel like you're able to do so. BLG down in the series, Sam.
And in quite spectacular fashion as well, because like actually BLG looked like they'd come back. Knight had found some fantastic kills. They were starting to play some sort of shadowing lanes. It was looking like they were right back in it, and then that Baron play happens, and then suddenly one bad fight in the game is over. Unbelievable stuff. And I think Zwian, again, look, the scoreline's not going to be fantastic on that vein, but how many good plays did we see out of him? Put Bin in a hole, forced some really awkward rotations from BLG. We saw Cream have some great moments there. Tien was really good on the Jarvan. I mean, it was just a good game, Alex, is what I want to say. It really was.
Because look, I think that Bin had the right idea with the Gnar into the Vayne. I actually think in another world, that top lane Vayne does not do anything. It was really the top lane 2v2 where Fengyue came up with that last minute encore as well, which ended up flipping that game. That was the biggest thing in that game for me, honestly. Knight did his damn best. He really tried on the Akali, very nearly carried. The only fight they ended up losing at the end of that game is when Knight got chunked out before him. Cream had a very clutch set of fights just at the very end there to get that chunk onto him, and that meant that they couldn't disengage in time. I think that BLG didn't quite realize how important Akali's HP was for that, because basically the Ashe could not function in that comp against the Vayne as well. We just saw that later on. Zwian, new guy coming in. When I cast him, first debuting an IG in 2024, I thought, this guy's going to be in here for a split, and he's going to be gone. He's not good enough. He sat here, playing top lane Vayne against Bin, beating him and taking BLG down in the first game of the series. Crazy. Okay, I'm going to go on a quick break, Sam.
Go for it.
I'm going to eat some as well, because
Please do.
I don't want to be eating during the cast, because I feel like it distracts me too much. And we'll get ourselves into the game, or rather into the thingy, into the break. I'll put an ad break as well. Click that off. I hope that wasn't any system sounds there. Right, let's go into a quick ad break, and we'll chat about the stats after.
Oh, yeah.
Do it, Sam.
Enjoy that break. And if you wouldn't mind, can I get a cup of tea while you're
Yes,
out there?
what kind of tea do you want?
Something with caffeine, but not too heavy.
Cool, sounds great to me. Cool, I can do that.
Appreciate, yep. How are y'all doing, chat? I need to see exactly how this one looks. I'll probably need to turn the camera off. Al's got it. Cream, good work from him. Viper, not a bad game on the Ashe, considering he was kind of dove very early on, but it still led to this Ezreal being really, really menacing.
Arrows were good.
That's the one. And again, that gold graph is a bit of a heart attack, to say the least. On and Fengyue, I think both had good Enchanter games. There's just a little bit of a damage discrepancy through that mid game, it has to be said. At the top, Esports nearly lost that though, quite telling. If BLG had managed to pick up the Baron and all those kills, maybe we'd be having a different conversation. Back to the drawing board, we'll need to go. Good counter pick there from Zwian to get some valuable start with this 1v1 rundown onto the Gnar. Oh, sorry, who you ads? Responding to a quick work email. Kill the advertisements. It's done. Top one, but BLG didn't seem weak at all. Yeah, basically. I mean, this was the one where Viper doesn't know that the Vayne is there because he immediately goes invisible, has the home guard speed up. I mean, that is such a clutch takedown. Like, otherwise, Viper is in a really good position to do a lot of damage in this fight. And again, Knight still doesn't get involved. Not done anything, not done anything, not done anything, not done anything. Like, that is the Fed Akali who's won you every other fight before this. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Rian on the Vayne's gonna get the MVP. You know, I can agree with that. Became such a menace. What's up, Harold? Am I ready to return to Dungeons & Dragons? I believe so. I'll need to double check that I've not been posted onto work stuff on Friday, because again, the guys I'm working with in other LPL are posting dates very, very late when teams agree to stuff. We don't really get a lot of say in the matter. So assuming yes. I have said yes already in the Discord, but I'll need to double check again. Back to live, or back to a bit of a break here. Go into this. Pause for a second. I'm hoping we've got. No, we haven't. All right, 1 second, guys. I need to put on Spotify. I haven't that wasn't already, so I'll pause that run around there, and we'll come back. Go down there. Let me do this as well. Oh. Hello, chat. How we all doing? Oh. How do you think the Shy would do in this meta, real talk? I think we would see a lot of very fun picks. And we were going to get probably one of those kind of like 70% great and 30% loses you the game kind of thing. And I think part of it would depend on his jungler. Because he's one of those players who does need a little bit of assistance just to ensure he can keep his really, really aggressive, arrogant shoves going. And if that doesn't work, then obviously you can end up in the 2v1s, the 3v1s a little bit too freely, and that can be a bit problematic too. Couple minutes now until next look in. Zuyan looks such a baby. Oh my days. Coming in very last minute. It's actually having a pretty good showing of it, isn't he? Anybody who gets to pick Vayne and win into Bin is worthy of some respect. No shouldn't smile after game 1, yeah. I mean, I can see it. I think he's going to be a little annoyed. I think he was potentially in a position to do quite a lot of work. The game didn't really work out. I'm going to run some more ads because I can. Ha 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 ha. If you don't want ads, subscribe. Tap. Subscribe. Let's chill a little bit, guys. I think we're all right. Amber has spoken. Listen to Amber. We can move on to a new conversation topic. We've got great League of Legends ahead of us. Keep the vibes copacetic. I think Jackie had a good... I think Jackie had a pretty good game. So I'm not going to agree with that one, TFC. I think Jackie was pretty good. Had some phenomenal true shot barrages. That one fight around the Baron where the E hit, but that was off a really good slow from On as well. I'm not really sure what else you do there as the Ezreal. Largely played a good game. I think to put any lost conditions on him would be a little bit egregious. Did I say Bin Zakali? I meant Knight Zakali. Whoops. Guess I talked about Bin and the Natu match. Back to the studio. I respect it. I'm just trying to claw back my title of biggest rage baiter in this chat. Okay, fair TFC, you know. Just good. Good. I think we're in for a 3-gamer. I doubt BLG go down 0-2. That feels unlikely to me, but we shall see. Let me get a quick picture. Oh, that was a horrible picture. It's also not a great picture. It's because I'm leaning over, that's why. A little bit of social mediaing required. If BLG AstroTurf and lose game 2, I doubt it. But hey, who knows? They're a very prideful team at BLG, so it's definitely been a thing before. I suspect they're going to try and give Bin counter pick if they can. Because I think Zuyang getting that kind of lead giving that kind of lane matchup forced Bin into positions he's not necessarily in for the majority of BLG games. And considering how BLG love to play with their kind of power out of the top side of the map, really kind of warped how they want to play the game. I mean, credit to them for making it competitive, really dragging it back. But I think it wasn't the platform they are used to or want to play with. Oh, also, yeah, you're right. BLG in game 1, it's a thing. It's a thing. Can't spell. Good grief. Right, social mediaing done. That's people all on stage. And that probably means I need to do a little bit of this. Yoink. Have some volume. Have some volume. Been a little while since BLG have lost a series in the LPL. I think it's somewhere... LPL English seems to think it's 69 days. It might be 73. But 69 is the funnier number, so I want to say that. It's been a hot minute. And realistically, Ben could just top gap. I mean, very true. Very true. Zuyan is still very young. Obviously coming in last minute. I think he's... Now he's gotten his feet under him, he's feeling pretty good. Did take a second, it must be said. Yeah, I heard it was a close series, Bell. Though, again, very different scenario, very different vibes. It's all online, all of that kind of stuff. Mid-late was dicey, but game clutched on his ear. Yeah, I mean, Cream had a good series. Or good game. And that's good news for him. I think Cream has been a player that has seen a fair amount of criticism over the last couple of years. People have kind of dismissed him as a truly top-level mid. Someone who's just not got the champion pool, not got the consistency. Has been clowned on internationally at times for not turning up when it matters. But I think, actually, that was a good Azir game. And considering how... limited the win rate on Azir has been of late. Pulling out a Leandri's Rocket Belt Azir, finding good shuffles, being really clutch is really, really important. Yeah, to be honest, Namisili, there we go. Is it, or is it not, or is it Nami is, or is it Nami is, I'm pronouncing this name wrong. Is it Namisli or Nami is Lee? I have no idea. Nami, I know, that's what I say as well. I'm not sure is the answer. Bin's KD at the end sprint surprised me. I mean, he did an alright job of staying in the game, right? Despite the KDA being a little bit miserable earlier on. Night was by far the win condition. Come on now. I know you're the resident Night hater scanner, but come on, surely not for that game. I question your eyesight. I do. But you know what? I appreciate the commitment. I do. I appreciate the fact you won't give it up. There is honor in that. There is honor in that. Okay, so into game 2. Top esports blue, BLG red. First pick there will be BLG's Nami Rumble off. Well, Nami being abandoned, interesting one. Just take it away from Feng Yue. He loves that enchanter option. Already missing that Seraphine from game 1. Lulu as well. Getting a little thin on the ground in terms of those big enchanter options, especially now with the Bard ban as well. On probably our best Bard in the league. Arguably the best performing Bard in the world right now. Rise. Makes sense. Would have been a good pairing with Tien's Pantheon. Karma ban. Yeah, again, on very, very good Karma. Karma in general, very potent right now. Varus first picked. Gets through picks and bans. Wow. Theoretically a flex to top. Worth noting. I think this does give up the Pantheon. And probably, if they want it, a global with it. They may look at something like a Jhin. Jackie is one of our better Jhin players and does answer things like the Varus relatively well in lane in terms of being able to survive it. Name is Lee. Okay. Name is Lee. Okay, I'm with you. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. It's just like, how do I get this one right? People's Twitch names are sometimes nice if you're a regular to try and remember how people like their names said. Jhin. Not be surprised to see it. Chase early on for Zuyan and just taking it away from Bin and putting the gauntlet down again. Theoretically a flex, but I doubt we really see the Pantheon taken out of the jungle. We're locking in for BLG. I expect a jungle here. Nocturne. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. Need a bit of follow-up from somewhere, though. Again, Varus to an extent can follow, assuming you're within kind of Q or R range, but even then, that's not always a guarantee. So they do flex it, do they, Bell? Good to know. I wondered whether they might. Okay, so there's the Scion. Worth noting, Cream has been playing the Jace mid. That is worth knowing. Okay, so it is still that flex option. Good, good. Aurora, still a flex then. So, that is likely locked, you know. You can run the Leandry's build into the Scion, manage that well top side. Strictly a flex then for top esports specifically, especially because Wean does love those carry options. What are we banning now in this second phase? Realistically, it's bot lanes, right? Annie gets taken off the board. Take that away from Knight. Probably is the best Annie in the LPL. Scout might have been the other contestant once upon a time, but of course has left our league for the lands of the LCK. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Sivir ban, yeah, away from Jackie would be good wave clear. Worth noting, Alex, that according to the legends, in the qualifiers, BLG was wrong-footed by a flex Jace mid. So it's worth noting that the Aurora and the Jace strictly a flex for top esports as of last week.
Okay, worth noting, yeah, we see occasionally a Jace go mid. Very rare, but you can see it. Of course, Cream very comfortable on the Aurora, Suyan comfortable on the Jace. Both of these players played a decent amount of that. Yeah, this is where we get the mid Scion, of course, at that point. I know it was APA saying, oh, it's my free win. I hate it when my top laner takes Scion. So I'm like, oh, it's my free win. Gone. What do you mean? Sivir banned away from bot lane. What are other power lanes at this point? I imagine most of them are gone.
A lot of the enchants were taken off the board. So you lost the Seraphine and the Lulu. So the Nami got banned, the Bard got banned, and the Karma.
Even the Nico's gone now at this point. So a lot of bot lanes gone. I mean, the Lucian Milio would have been one of the few remaining. They banned the Lucian. Nami in the first round of bans. Top esports. I mean, BLG trying to try something different here because Bin is not going to be on lane pressure central. This is going to be a different stylistic mode of play from BLG. They don't often go towards spin on tank duty and play away from him. They do occasionally, but it's not been their specialty.
Corki plus something like the Leona. I'm going to put this out there. It's On you're playing into. On does love a weird pick. He's an Elise player. He's an Onivia player. If you want to range support, On will have something. I'm saying Caitlyn's up. You could Caitlyn this lane.
Yeah, you can Caitlyn behind it. Well, the Varus is already there, so not really going to be there, really. You might just play for roaming support, allow the Varus to carry you through the lane. Feng Yui might end up going towards something like... Honestly, we might be in towards Nautilus angles at this point. A little bit risky in his front line. Braum, not awful if you lock in the Alistair. Braum actually not a bad pick for top esports, and Pantheon Braum pretty good at comboing up for the triple stuns and the like. I don't mind the Mel here at all. Good versus the Jace. Okay versus the Aurora, you can reflect the Q, which is where a lot of the damage comes through. You can reflect the rockets. You can technically reflect the Zenith Blade, but you can't reflect the big ultimate from the sky. So the Leona... Leona or Nautilus both fine here for the Mel.
Also awful if you do reflect set hooks because you end up dragging yourself into the enemy team, which is often a really bad idea.
This is the first duplicate pick that Knight has had in this split team. He had played 8 different champions in 8 different games. On game 9 has replayed the Mel, did win with it before as well. Top esports, a significantly squishier comp. They do have a lot more range and damage, though, from multiple members. The Jace being the longest range champion on the map. They also bring out a global to match the global, both of them across the map. So, that's our draft for the second one. We're going to be going into a quick ad break. If you don't want ads, you can subscribe. Makes a big difference to us. We'll get into second game of the series. On Alistair, one of the best to ever do it on the champion. Very talented player of that. Shouldn't have got a smile on his face. He had a pretty rough game in game 1. Early game was good, and then the top lane 2v2s is where it really fell apart, and that's where, of course, Suyan went off to the races, really. But the early game, Shun was actually massively out-jungling Tien up until the top lane came into the factor.
Looking at this draft and going, you know what? They get the Varus, they get themselves a good front to back. Bin's not going to get kind of juked out by locking the Scion into the Jace and having that Jace flexed away from him this time around as well. So, should theoretically be very, very good front to back. Good dive pairings with the Nocturne in the form of the Scion and the Alistair to offer some bruisers to get in there. Good burst to follow up with something like that. Mel, who can press the R button however far away you are.
Always very cool to see Knight ply his trade on so many different champions, right? The Mel has become an LPL specialty. It really felt like it came that way after we saw it at Worlds. Things changed around that point. We'll get onto the Rift again. The gyros will continue to be loud. Let's get on and hear the crowd sing.
Some good cheers there from the crowd, who are obviously here in force today. Can't blame them. Both of these teams have been on spectacular form. TN is likely going to start here on the Raptors, interestingly. Now, this question will be, are we looking for a weird defensive clue or to get bot lane with the level 3 gank?
Well, it's actually, I think it's none of the above, Sam. I think it's actually going to be, typically it ends up being Raptors and then in somehow working way into an invade on the other side. The question is, does he do it after level 2 and go in? No, he's going towards Krug, so he won't get level 3 before heading over. Now, there is a ward on Raptors. There was a defensive ward from BLG on Raptors too. Now, it's just worth noting that there is that engage opportunity. I think actually with the Varus Alistar trading quite well here, it might be quite hard to do that because bot lane won't have instant pressure. I think he's actually just going to go for a reverse clear then. He's going to go up towards the top side.
Tarzan did this in the second game early on in those levels. And did go a little bit wrong because, of course, the bot lane there went a bit awry and they ended up giving up a kill at the level 2, which is a bit tough. Heal for heal there in that bot side. Knight shoved under this turret, trying to play a little bit defensively. The Aurora with the early prio there is doing good work.
So, no invade coming through. Earlier, now what actually TN might be doing here is taking Raptors first, so it's an earlier Raptor respawn, so it makes it a little easier for them to contest it on the Raptor respawn, because often Nocturne wants to go in, especially when you've got something like the Mel, you can push in quite well as well. So we'll see whether BLG look for a Raptor invade, because if they do, Top Esports, with that first being their first camp taken, might actually grant them a slight advantage there.
It also allows them to play towards the Jace, who does sometimes want just that little bit of extra support. Speaking of support, though, Purple Orca with the gift bomb. Thank you for looking after us. That is always appreciated. There's a glance in at our skins. Shun going naked today. He's only got the base skin.
Well, we're going. We don't need clothes. Hang on, Fungi. Stops on the recall right now. Does manage to get just the other side of the Alistar with that W. Means that on can't with the Angry Bee. Get him out of the play. Viper,
Vitality
of course.
fan.
Viper, one of the greatest poke AD carries of the Varus of all time. It's kind of him. Gimiushi. Jackalow is actually up there. He's a very, very good poke Varus player. Svian doing well in this top lane matchup, but in terms of the trading, been slightly down in XP until he gets next minion or two. Even in CS though, reminder, last game, Bin actually did very well before first back. I actually think he solved that matchup. I think we'll be seeing more of that tech into the vein again. I think it was just sad that the 2v2s worked out the way that they did beyond that point. Credit to Top Esports though, not just seeing that the lane didn't go as well as they wanted it to early and then actually still hammering down on the top lane matchup and put Svian into a winning position. That was the key thing. Just saying, okay, early lane, not as easy as we would have wanted to be. Even with that solo kill, it felt like the Vayne needed to be further ahead. So they ganked it a bunch of times and they ended up winning the game through it. I think that both of these teams looking quite versatile, actually, in going bot lane or top lane. You don't just have to gank bot lane. You can go top lane. BLG and Top Esports now showing that you can just path top lane as a jungler at the right moment and get a huge side lane win condition later.
TN just about still has his red buff. He's getting that second set of bot side camps on spawn, looking for probably a tunneler first back is probably what that earns you by getting those 2 extra camps, which does obviously make feel very good there. Viper with the early teleport to keep the lane prio up, gets himself the tier and the longsword. Bit of an all in there from both supports, but just leads to some poke.
Yeah, the later first back is the thing we mainly see in LCK actually. We've seen it from Canyon, we've seen it from Raptor, seen it for a couple of different players over there. It's less of a thing here in the LPL where we prefer earlier reset, fight on the second half of your clear. So you can fight for the Scuttle Crab, fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 4th, 5th, 6th camps instead. It is that tunneler back, you're right there, Sam. Shun also wanting to go towards it as quick a level 6 as possible on that Nocturne. Very important, of course, very important for the Pantheon too, but really important there. Viper's actually going in the 1v2, and Sam is arguably winning that.
Yeah, lands the Hail of Arrows. Fungi doesn't have the knock-up, lands the Q after, and Jackie is going to have to reset off that.
I think he was looking to anyway with that wave crash in, maybe, but that's definitely made it not an option, kind of have to at that point. Hypercharger onto the tower. Bin will teleport back in, so we will likely teleport back in at the same time. On's going to drag the wave, which means that the wave will slow push back in towards BLG. Now, that will slow push in I think it's going to be just too late for Shun to hit level 6. They would have really liked to have Shun hitting level 6 as that wave crashed in, because that would have been a play set up a minute in advance where you get that first ult of the game, you can flash in as the Alistar. These kind of things you do have to pay attention to, see how long they can look for that. You see, again, Alistar really holding that wave up at the start there. There's missing pings on the wave in bot lane. Really want to see the wave state there. Corki might try and hard push it in, just to try and mess with the timings a little bit. Mid lane, Knight and Cream both at level 6.
Yeah, you can see both.
Oh, hang on, there's a
jungle and support are here. Knight needs to be afraid. There's the speed up. Flash under the turret. Just out of range of the knockup. We're still likely down to the twofold hex. Goes get a good solar snare, but I think with that shield, TM will survive.
Play safe mid. Just gets jumped on under his turret. Does take double, not triple flashes even. Dragon goes down. I think the 3 flashes down, that's actually not that worth it. Swian can take some turret shots there.
Yeah, ouch. Also got hit by that charge. Bin looking to get a decimated smash. I think Bin might have overplayed his hand here a little bit. Bin doesn't have very much in the way of mana, but I think Swian also out of damage, which
There's
is a reset.
fight on the Raptors right now happening at the same time, by the way. It looks like Fungi Wave stopping that. So Bin is going to be stopped from farming this wave, I think. And I think that's going to be Raptors and jungle advantage traded for top lane advantage for top esports.
It is, and remember, Bin ulted that, so he can't reset and ult back to the turret. Fungi might end up face-checking this Nocturne here, and does. Uh-oh, this could get a bit dicey. The fear's still there. Zuian's got really deep for Bin. I don't know about this, guys. We'll get the stun, and that's the zombie form, because Zuian speed his way away. He'll have another form change shortly, but I think he can get run out here still.
Oh, it's really close. One auto do it. The acceleration gate gets him out to safety. Jump potentially on bot side. They're going towards Jackie.
They're going to try and get the damage down onto the Corki, who gets the Valkyrie away. Shun gets that kill, and they do manage to make that the 1-for-1.
Knight's roaming down as well. They're going to redive this. They're going to go for the extra kill. Who do they give it over to? Does Viper take aggro? Yes, he does. He has the most HP, and they'll get the extra kill over to Viper. So 2 kills there. Is that worth an 800 gold lead in top side? Well, top esports are really favoring getting Swian ahead. Been doing, again, pretty well in the 1v1, but Swian is not. He's not a slouch. He is so much better than he was the years ago in which he debuted. Cream gets a plate or 2 actually in mid lane, but Knight does get the assist down in bot lane. So what happens here? Swian walks beyond the wave.
Waiting smash.
I suppose it's a full charge Q onto him maybe. He uses his full combo there, and it is a full charge estimating smash. You're completely right there. Almost gets the... He didn't have mana. If he had the mana, he killed. Didn't realize that Tien was on the top side as well. If Tien's not there, I think Swian just dies.
Yeah.
Pretty close. So, good play from Tien, hovering around top lane. Look, not many teams in the world are very top lane centric right now. Most people play around pushing bot lane. But in the LPL, we've always been a very top lane aware region. Not always playing around, but very aware of what that role can do. And Tien, of course, played with some of the better top laners of all time. Does get the armor shred there. Nice. Doesn't get the Q, though. Cancelled out by Swian.
I guess one of those things you can do in the Jace matchup is just keep your E up, QE, knock Sion out of his Q. It means you kind of control the lane a lot better than a lot of carry tops into the Sion, because he can't wave clear for free in the way he often can against a lot of other laners.
Viper, significant lead on the Varus. One of the things we have said about Viper, though, is that he's not as good as driving the game. Ult's not used from Bin yet, losing some minions to turret. But Viper doesn't drive the game as well as BLG know how to play the game with their solo lanes. Bin actually missed the cannon there too. Not looking so great for him. Shun's going to take some farm away from the bot side jungle. Tien's been doing the same on the top side though, so they're largely even.
The Bin trying to use those cannons partly for poke onto Sweet.
Yeah, I say that jungle was largely even. Tien is actually ahead in XP, so that's actually not true either. You can see that Tien is ahead in that. Tien not on bot side. Fungiway is spotted here. There's no hex plate from Shun. He just got his ult back up. They just spotted him roaming away from bot lane. So Corki,
Jackie.
If they spot Corki, they might run towards him. I think they might actually dive him with the Alistar ult. Fungiway's coming down now. If they get the dive now, I think it's fine, but they're not choosing to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it would have been a bit dicey. They don't quite find the angle. I think it would have been a little deep. Viper would have struggled to join. I think with Fungiway close enough, it would have been a little bit of a dicey affair. A couple teleports from Cream and Zuian to play with as well could have been a bit scary. First item, Serpent's Fang. I love that into Sion.
Yeah, it means that the W can't shrug off nearly as much. I'm surprised at that, but hey, if that's the tech, that's the tech. Works into... Wait, what else does it work into? Not that much else. It is basically just the Sion W. That's pretty much it. Raptor takeaway coming through. They're jumping onto him. He doesn't have flash still.
This could get a bit dicey. Now, Zuian is coming on over. The Aegis stop buys time. Cream can look to go between worlds potentially, and Chun is left low, but there's a Radiant Volley. Ooh, the weirding blows up the Nocturne. Flash to prevent the blast cone. They'll pull him back, and that means Zuian is traded. Tien not here. The Solar Snare route onto Cream, but they can't follow for more as the TPs come flying. This could be really ugly. Mistimed Q. Does it matter? Fungiway gets to hop away.
Okay, so it's a 1-for-1. They knew that the Pantheon didn't have flash at the start of the play. I'm not actually sure what happened to the fear there, whether it did happen or just didn't happen in the right direction. He wanted to get behind them and force them into his team. Shun goes down. Kill does go over to Knight. He's very happy with that. Good route. They're jumping right into mid lane.
Handbutt onto Tien that's flashed away from,
Really
and that means
good.
Knight is down. Wonderful play from Feng Yue. I have been loving this player. The rookies for top esports have blended in so well.
Okay, good from Feng Yue. That's great. Sam, main character, Tien. He flies in. He flashes the headbutt pulverized. Tien just massacres them in the mid lane. This guy coming back from a split away. The Knight thought he was safe because On should have been able to headbutt pulverize the first person into it. Because the combo is flash, Knight goes down. On can't save the mid laner.
Oh man, and again, he is the first place jungler for the week for a reason, been having a really good series here. Now they get to turn towards the dragon. On is here, so is Shun, has got the unbreakable will. They might look for the play, look at the back end of this Knight coming on over with the Radiant Volley. A Solar Snare tries to catch Jackie, who does backstep that well. Cream now trading onto him, on a little low, but not taking out. The fear is on though. Valkyrie away from Jackie, they're left low, and they won't be able to take this dragon now. I suspect On won't headbutt pulverize any further. Dragon secured, Comet Spear well wide.
Yeah, so the E from the Aurora was already in the air, which meant that when the combo landed from the Alistair, got that little punt backwards and the Varasalt missed. So the Varasalt didn't land, so no kills come through. It's a good mechanical play there from Cream. A little sad there from BLG. Might be able to get Feng Yue here as they stop the dashes.
That's quite a lot of damage. Viper doesn't get to follow too much more, but now top side, Sion ults in. Feng Yue's got an acceleration gate and a dream, but he is a dead man. Flashes for no real reason and dies.
Thinks he can flash and maybe... Well, he didn't have the teleport. Yeah, I'm not really sure what would have happened there. I suppose Shun had flash too, so he would have been able to follow. So yeah, look, he's been really good this series. He's been really good this split. I think this guy is such a good player to watch. I think that Feng Yue has been too. You called him out in that last play for that play onto mid lane. I think that top esports have got some really strong players on their roster, which have come out, for, at least for the wider LPL unit audience, kind of come out of nowhere. A lot of players here, which I thought were, not fantastic, or need a little bit more time to get ready. It's before they were ready for this kind of level. Viper 2 levels up on Jackie Love, by the way. Crazy amount of XP difference between the two of them.
Waves.
Yeah, so he's going to struggle to have as much of an impact. But yeah, I think top esports, a lot of people look at this roster and go, who's that top laner? What's this roster? But they've been so much better than that.
Feng Yue now potentially being jumped on, gets the trample, the chains of corruption, the quickness is there that means nothing at all. He's dead.
Yeah, and we were just... That is a caster curse. That one's on us. Feng Yue, really good. Wow, all these players which have come out of nowhere. They're so ready for this level of play. Did just get caught out twice in a row. Lucky to survive the first one. Not so lucky on the second one. Dies. Wave taken by Swiam. He's definitely been having a better time. Thinks he can kill the full turret. No, not on this wave.
A little tricky. I think Bin does full send there. Has all of his cooldowns. Difficult to make that happen. Cream now looking to reset.
Okay, I see one comment in chat saying audio. Does anyone know what that means? Has anyone else got any problems with audio here? Has it been desynced? Is it up too high or too low? Just checking.
Sounds about right. Maybe it is slightly desynced.
To be fair, Sam, given the history of things, I don't necessarily trust your take on the desynced audio or not from last year. Okay, it's all good for you guys. So that's fine there. Just need to check on that stuff. Better for us to catch that earlier rather than later. And if you're okay with it, we're okay with it too. After all, you're the people that have to listen to it on the whole. Right, Svian really wants to take this top lane turret. Bin does have the level 2 ultimate coming up for cooldown shortly.
A chunk to the skies we go. Bin left a little worse for wear, gets thundering blowed away. Feng Yue is here. They want this dive. Tien is here as well. This turret's about to fall, and Bin, I think, is in a lot of danger. Has to flash, but now Tien is here. Can look to shield vault in. Age to stop for the move speed. In they go with that battle dance and a grand entrance. Bin buys a bit of time, but is a dead man. Does Sion ult of no real avail there.
His ult was up 2 seconds after he got stunned by the Pantheon. It's a really good timing by top esports. Bin not playing very well on weak side this series. The Gnar, once the matchup started falling behind against the Vayne, didn't really know how to stop the bleeding. And in this one, right there, does use the flash early. Can't stop the tower going down, though. Ends up dying quite easily there, really. Losing the flash and the ult and still dying. BLG gets some advantages on the bot side. It's not blown open the way that it happened the last game. Top esports do have a slight gold lead. It is an even game going into mid game, though, and BLG have the dragon advantage.
Refresh slightly. It's not crazy desync, but just that kind of 0.1 second off was kind of annoying me, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure we can fix that here. Oh, Fungo tried to stop the spell shield there by queuing first. Corki's just a plain paper plane at this point. Hey, paper planes can fly very far if you build them the right way. We shall see. Although he doesn't have... Oh my god, that's an engage forward.
Flash on in for the pulverize. Doesn't quite catch. Creamer then gets the between worlds and on now in a dangerous spot. Has to ghost and ult away. Does earn a couple ults of his own, but burns the summoner. Spellbook on the Alistair, that means he'll still have some ways to pull up some fun summoners.
Yeah, you always know that On wants to go for the play on the Alistair. That time blows flash and ult, and now longer has either of them. The chunk onto Cream is, well, it's okay, but he can just go about where he's going to match the Scion. Herald started potentially. Actually, Top Esports don't want to commit to that right now. BLG really looking for that play, though.
Potential angle, of course. Viper very strong at this point himself. Item and a half is pretty potent for the Varus. Can really thread someone who he picks up with that arrow. Herald was indeed started but not finished. Again, Cream down his own ultimate makes that a little bit dicey. He's quite a lot of the early power here for Top Esports alongside things like this Pantheon.
Does have the 5 Dark Seal stacks Protoball. He's ready to one-shot people, potentially. Needs to get past the Alistair and the Scion to do so. Not that far ahead in terms of gold compared to Knight, though. Knight still managed to pick up some good kill participation himself. Top Esports have really been trying to focus onto him. Alistair, no flash, no ult. Celestial opposition definitely helping, though.
Yeah, not taken too low there. Loses about 10 to 20%, and that'll be the end of that. We've got 3 seconds till Dragon, though, and that means that Top Esports in the river looking to stop BLG get to Soul Point.
Alistair ultimate still in cooldown, Alistair flash still in cooldown. If I were BLG, that's a good dodge, by the way. Hard to dodge that kind of max range. Gives the pretty easy way to just fire it to the side. Starting up now without the Alistair ult. I don't love this from BLG.
But they have got Mel ult and the Nocturnal and the Scion ult, and that means they're going to go jumping on in. The quickness comes on down, but that's a lot of damage, and the Radiance is brutal. The Eclipse comes on down, and BLG claim the bot lane in the blink of an eye. They'll also get the Dragon and a kill on the jungler.
Awesome CC chain from BLG. Alistair, Scion, lock up 2. It's right in front of the Mal and the Varus. And turns out, when you've got skill shot champions with people CC in front of them, you don't miss them anymore. BLG take the Dragon, take the fight. Looks like this is going to be the play which might break the game's back. They don't take mid lane out to turret because of the shot blast from Tsuyan, who couldn't really influence the fight in that game. This game in that fight. That's the one. Oh, words, they're hard sometimes. Fight over the Herald, though, potentially. Cream.
It's a little bit of damage done onto him. They try to jump onto the Aurora, who does go across the Veil briefly. On left a little low, but has still got his ult to roll with. The Herald now secure. Bin has TP'd in. Does manage to not pick up the eye, though. Needs to. Finally picks up, will now die for it. But hey, I think that's not a bad idea. Gets into the battle Herald and looking to come around the back end of it. That's what actually happened. He's riding away to try and get into that tier 1 mid and secures it. Very good work. He gets back in and drives away.
If you destroy the turret, it recharges. Bin not so lucky. There's no getaway driver for him. He'll die, but Shun and Knight going for the 2v3.
Oh no! The Radiant Volley follows to get a double for Knight. They can keep on chasing. TN needs to get to work. The Nocturne ult is available. Paranoia indeed. Someone queue up the Black Sabbath. Shun left low, but takes one with him. Now between worlds we go, but already they lose another. It's a complete mess, and somehow it's a triple kill for Knight. And Cream starts running. I think that is a 3 for 4 in favor of BLG.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of people died in cruel and unusual circumstances. BLG win out the fight around that red buff, despite the fact that their tank frontline was all over the place. So the smile onto the Herald comes down. It's immediately summoned by On afterwards. I think that's why the confusion comes. Oh, he has to pick up the eye. No, he picks it up because Shun can't stick around, and he immediately resummons it.
That's
when
it's
like, oh, he still needs to pick it up. No, he's getting he's ordering the Uber. He's ordering the Uber, and On goes, well, can you take me to mid lane turret? And then he kills mid lane turret and goes, well, can I extend my
trip? Yeah.
Can I extend my trip? And it turns out, yes, he can. While all this is happening, everyone else has to get like on the bus the way home from the club. Bin's, you know, he's had a little bit too much, and he goes down quite easily. But luckily, everyone else has had a glass of water. And turns out, Varus and Mel, again, when they're not the focus, they can damage people from the other side of the fight. Knight gets a triple kill. Knight has been a very good Mel here in the LPL. And even though they put so much pressure onto Knight, he's done a crazy job of putting damage down in fights.
And in fairness to Cream, one-shots Viper there at the back end, which was pretty damn nasty. He's picked up the edge of Knight now. I think that is probably wise. Into Cream, who is at that one-shot potential.
Sam, I just realized that On... very much matching the KDA to the gameplay.
Yes!
007, he's got a license to drive.
Gets the kill, and gets the involvement there. Rocket Belt is done for Knight as well for that extra bit of mobility.
It means he can kind of dash forward to get that route from longer range too. That's the scary bit, I think, where you can sometimes dodge those skill shots out. I think it's actually better where, you know, Alistair goes for a combo, Sion goes in for the ultimate, and then suddenly the Mel can follow up from a little bit longer range.
Sion just chunking out that way. Not too much more on that. 1 minute and a half till Dragon.
Be Soul for BLG. That would be killer, I think. I think that would be killer. You know, you get that Mountain Soul onto a Sion, onto the Alistair. Suddenly, you can't poke them out as easily with the Jace, the Core Keep, even the Aurora. And they can just walk up, be so much more tanky, buying up more space in the front line. Look, it's not been a great game from Bin in the individual lane. Team fights have been pretty solid, though. Like we saw around that Dragon fight, got that 2-man CC onto the targets, which won them the Dragon. The Jackalov's not really been able to play the game. Right here, you can see that Tien does do a fair amount of damage to the Sion himself, because the Sion doesn't have crazy amount of gold. But, again, that would change a lot in a minute if BLG land the Smite.
Win condition right now for sure. Knight with that third barrier, that will be important. Edge of Night as well, just limiting the options for TM, for Cream to just kind of get that initial bit of CC, that initial bit of burst. Bring how burst heavy top esports are is quite significant. Shun's got a spell, shield, gets the fear, paranoia down, he goes to the other side of it, trying to escape, doesn't have the flash rather, needs to try and run away and does so pretty well. Between worlds, doesn't quite tag, has to flash to get the kill as TN. But what about the rest of the play? Fengyue left low but not quite down. Knight now turns up, and it's a little deep. Fengyue gets the knock up, and that means Knight on the Mel is dead! Oh dear, not a great TP.
Should have teleported to the mid lane. Shun gets caught out, and BLG flounder in their response. Top esports, great pickoff. I thought they'd overinvested using the Aurora ultimate, several flashes to kill Shun, but it ends up working out very well as Viper's now getting pinpoint ulted by Tien. That is a potentially very dead Varus.
And Starfall comes in, Bin gets taken low but won't quite down. Terra 1 falls, they'll turn to the Dragon.
Will do. So that's going to stop the Mountain Soul, get some gold in pocket. They're not going to get Baron off of this. The recall, the respawn time is too short, really. Is he going to switch over to Spellbook Smite? They're teleporting in with the Sion. Shun is going to be back with ultimate soon. If they can stop some recalls, that's big. Remember, Tien used the ult, and he ended up using the flash as well. They can't stop him there. Bin doesn't have the ult to follow up either. If they could have gotten either of them, would have been a big change. Look, Shun is outplayed by Fengyue. Fengyue gets a really good play hit, breaks the spell shield, gets the quickness to make sure there's full CC's in there. No flash on the Nocturne. He shouldn't be there without support. The teleport's coming in because Knight's like, I just got to go in now, and he wants to be close to the play. Problem is then, Sion and the Alistair aren't there to defend the teleport, and it means that Knight goes down very easily. Of course, Alistair had used that cooldown already. At that point, in retrospect, like, well, he should have gone to the mid turret, but I think if they had the cooldowns, better for him to be right in the thick of things. Very good reactions to top esports to pick him off. Of course, Knight has been a thorn in their side, the most powerful player on the map.
Jackie just jump forwards onto Viper, chains the corruption is good, but the TP behind Viper left low, and actually the between worlds going to come on down, and Viper now dies.
Very far forward, no turret, great ward behind them, easy kill. Top esports punishing in the mid lane multiple times in a row now, and Top esports, they've got themselves a decent lead. I mean, it's better than it was earlier. They stopped the Mountain Soul, and now they can actually go towards the Baron, I think. Even with Knight being really strong, I suppose without the ultimates, they choose not to kill and out, they'll take the gold.
Bin gets that decimating smash, clears out the wave. He's a little bit safer. I think they knew that ward was on the turret as well, because it's pinged out. I don't know whether they pinged that after the teleport began to fly, but either way, a little bit ugly there.
Yeah, for sure. Top esports, fantastic here today. Now, BLG, we were wondering whether Top esports could contest them. I had a feeling in the back of my head, yes, they could. I didn't think it would be like this. I thought, honestly, it would come more from the early game, from laning, and then Tien getting into the enemy jungle. It's been more from mid game, actually. BLG have been counterpicked in top lane both times. That gold graph is very LPL. Get yourself some G-forces riding the roller coaster down there. BLG still have another chance to that dragon in 3 minutes time if they can survive through to that point. It's only 1,000 gold in the lead though for top esports. Again, more than it was earlier, but still something to behold. Knight, if he has a clean fight, things change. He does have that Banshee, stops that first play being as easy onto him.
Locket and a Dream there as On will need to join the rest of the team coming towards Bin, as I think they're looking to try and take this turret. How quickly will this Sion die? Paranoia now procced, trying to find a way to jump onto this. They'll just take the turret, not start the fight as yet. Now Sion is in potential danger, does get knocked up, but Fengyue also left in a slightly dicey position. Flash over for the triple pulverize. Chains of corruption just wide though, as they can't quite turn into more. Good CC turnaround between worlds. Cream looking to add some damage and some sugar to the top of this particular meal for top esports. Jackie gets one Grand Star off from the backside. The Golden Eclipse gets something back, but they get the CC chain, and Viper is going to have the head cut off the snake. Knight with a decent rebuttal to turn things around. Cream and Fungway left low, but they still find 3 members. Good from top esports.
Yeah, Knight saves the play by one-shotting Jaculov. If that doesn't happen, BLG just get melted. Initially, it's been outplaying Fungway, stopping him from cleanly getting out after going in, but the damage from the Aurora, from the Jace, from the Corkis back in the game is getting too much for BLG despite having the Siren. The Siren is not that tanky compared to where he could be in this game. Watch this again from Fungway. Gets hit as Bin, charges the ultimate at the right point, knocks him up. The quickness doesn't really work, and the Q afterwards locks him into the play. What happens after that is the Varus ult doesn't land again. The Varus ult doesn't land again. It's the second or third time that's happened. If that happens, I think that the spread of the ult, the stacks from the Varus going across the team, I think that would have been the difference. That Varus ult lands, I think we're watching a very different game. The arrow does land here. They do one-shot for Jaculov. It's a good play from Viper and Knight there. But the Varus ult landing, to me, Sam, is actually the biggest thing of that fight.
But the thing is, there's no way for Varus to get in range there. The moment on flash is over, Varus literally has no flash, no ghost blade, no way to get there closer. He fires it at max range. There is no earlier time that Varus could have fired that arrow.
And at that point, if you're out of range, you just have to not fire at them. You need to save for later in the fight. If the Varus ult lands, you have so much extra CC and the Varus stacks to work with. Viper has a lot of damage to work with, even at the 2 items, and of course falling behind gold on Jaculov now. 3 items now with the Muramana transformation. Need to see this AD carry just put out a little bit more from that. Knight's doing his work on that long-range melt. If Viper can join him with that ultimate as well, I think it really changes the damage profile.
40 seconds till Dragon Soul for BLG on the board, if they can claim it, and it's been some tight fights. Cream has been so strong in them. TN as well, I think, credit to him. This Pantheon's been a menace, always been one of his specialties, and so far so good today.
Yeah, so no Baron for either team. It's not like the last fight was a big enough win for top esports for them to get that. Banshee's still on Cream. That will be blown by the Nocturne ult if it's procced, but it will give him full vision, which means he has a bit more. We have actually seen that a little bit more. Sometimes the full vision, nice, even though you can't technically look to the side of your teammates' PCs to see some bits and pieces. Try to use the Protobelt to survive that. They get it there. They get it there. So the spell shield is off. Fungway on the flank. Cream on the other one. If they can jump onto one side, perhaps the difference maker for them. Dragon alive now. BLG looking for Soul.
There's wards everywhere for BLG. Top esports have managed to force the way into the river, but it's still pretty dark for them. Fungway's having to battle ward to show things off. Knight can face checking good far sight alteration.
Had the Banshees as well. He's okay sat on his own. He has the flash now, which means that the Pantheon can't do as much. Suion just teleported back into position for the top lane shield as well. Good poke onto On. He's popped the Ghost.
Can switch that over towards the healed. Got a locket to work with as well, so Combat Summoners TP back in. I think they want to say that's from the Scion. Indeed it is. Bin now with the big shield heading towards the Dragon. Again, Soul for BLG if they can claim, and that's a win con for them. On left low, but it means they know where the Aurora is. Zeke's headbutt into the wall, keeping this Pantheon away, but the backline plate is still good. Trying to make sure this one happens. Who got the Dragon? It is TN. That denies the Soul. Shun left low. Flashes, but the follow is there from Cream, and again, just finds more for the dinner plate.
Cream gets the poke onto On before the fight, and Fungway locks up the backline as they stand on top of each other. The most important thing is the smite, but the kills will lead to top esports getting the Baron after 2. BLG, they're not able to team fight in this game nearly as effectively as top esports, so I really think Cream has been having a great game on the Aurora. Had some good value there, making sure that On couldn't cleanly team fight on the Alistar.
It's been a really competitive series, make no mistake about it, but it just feels like, interestingly, in these team fights, top esports are drafted for him here, and they're playing out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like BLG haven't drafted for 5v5. You'd expect them to be okay. Bin teleports for that shield. You're absolutely right. Really wanted that. But this play here, the one onto On removes a third of his HP. The Alistar can't frontline in the same way anymore. Goes in, tries to get Tien, but he's angled himself against the wall with the E that there's no real play onto him. Fungway gets a great double knock-up onto Knight and Viper, who had stacked against each other. Yagao put it best. AD carry and mid should never be stood on top of each other. They are there, and the double CC came through. Frontline wasn't in the best position either. Great team fight from top esports.
Considering the amount the Viper was ahead as well, I expected more from this Varus, and for a variety of reasons, the Chains of Corruptions haven't been leading to kills.
On might be able to do something here. That ward was spotted out, but they didn't spot On. They're going for the engage down. On it might come out of the bush now. Not used.
Then Knight's getting jumped on, likely dies. Will he get the Golden Eclipse off before he goes down? Bin's down in the backline, but again, On's not here yet. Finally goes forward, gets a headbutt, but to what avail? You've got to do a lot of work here as this Varus. He gets a bit of a chunk, but again, he's a poke Varus. He only does half of Cream's HP, if that. Now Bin gets jumped on, and BLG's flank options fall apart in the blink of an eye.
On was looking for the flank, but Toppies was pulled the trigger before he could get there. Knight was positioning, trying to bait in the play so On could capitalize, but they pull the trigger too hard. Knight goes down. It's been a great series from Knight individually, besides a teleport in that mid lane earlier. Honestly, he's been trying to pull his weight as much as possible, but BLG have been out mid-gamed, out macroed, out team fought.
Towards the Nexus they go, and what a beautiful dessert for Top Esports to win over the reigning first stand champions. Viper crushed under heel. Cream and crew find their way to a 2-0 win against what we thought was the best team in the world.
BLG just lost their match win streak, which stretched all the way back to before playoffs last split against NIP. Top Esports match BLG at 3-1 at the top of the standings. Folks, if this doesn't convince you that the LPL is going to be well contested this split, I don't know what will. And it's been a pleasure bringing it to you as well. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are actually brothers. We bring these series to you because we think you deserve a broadcast of this quality as best as we can provide, especially with no LPL English broadcast available now, especially no official one. It makes a big difference to us to be able to bring these to you and for you to enjoy it. If you have been enjoying this and you want to support us, please think about dropping a like, a comment, a subscribe. There is no funding for broadcasts like these anymore. If you have a favorite LPL stream, think about dropping something a little extra their way. We need it more than ever. We really appreciate you for stopping by for such important matches like Top Esports taking this win over BLG. I'd say in unexpected fashion, but I did think Top Esports would be strong. 2-0ing them though, that wasn't on the cards for me.
I mean, it was 2 close games, I think is the way to put it. Thank you again, Orca, for the extra 5. That is huge. I appreciate it for looking after the both of us here. It's certainly been an interesting game. It's certainly been an interesting series because, again, I think both were winnable for BLG in different ways, but I think Top Esports came in clutch, particularly in those later stages where it felt like of late BLG have kind of felt like they've had that little bit of extra secret sauce, that bit of clutch.
It says a lot that Bin just didn't have impact in these games.
No.
I thought that the first game, I actually think he did very well in the early laning phase, and then when the 2v2s went wrong, he didn't know how to stabilize, and that was a huge factor in that game. The Vayne took off and he couldn't do that much after that point. I think in the second game, he just didn't know how to play weak side in that matchup, and Swian, real credit to him, he knew how to exacerbate that. Gave a load of resources to him, he did very well, and you could see that, BLG, without Bin being on that form, weren't the same team that we knew they could be from Blast Plus, from First Stand. They are fallible.
On the other side of that, Tien and Cream, the veterans on this roster alongside Jackie, but for this particular series, I'd love to look at that mid-jungle. Tien's back. Tien is back.
Fantastic.
He has been so good. And look, he has always been a regular season LPL local god. There's a bit of a joke about the fact that he is always the bridesmaid and never the bride these days. He got his world championship, but then the monkey's paw curled, and forever after, his silverware cabinet has been full of, well, you guessed it, silver. We might have to start bringing that up again, because the thing is, for all we joke about that, his consistency at always making the top rungs of that kind of competition is very, very impressive.
Yeah, and look, Top Esports, I'm really happy to see them contend. I really want to... The league is better when Tien and Jackie Love are back in the teams doing good work. Now they're back on Top Esports. Tien on Weibo last year was good, but it didn't feel like it was the same. He's on great form here today. Swian, breath of fresh air, Feng Yue as well. I think both these players leveling up very well. Top Esports was clear that I think they've got a good handle on their draft, and they have a great handle on their mid-game macro and on team fights. And that's starting to really rattle a team like BLG, who, while they've definitely improved in mid and late game, there are still some issues there too. That's going to be the end of our stream here today. Thank you so much, Sam, for joining me as well. Couldn't do this without you. We do this every day available that we can do. We'll be here tomorrow for... What games have we got tomorrow? Let's have a look-see. We have TT OMG, then NIP JDG. NIP JDG should be a fun one. TT OMG, that'll be a bit of Nirvana gaming. We'll enjoy it. What are your plans for the rest of the day, Sam?
I think I will do a little bit of streaming best I can. That'll be, but I'm assuming you're going to be playing some Replaced as well.
Yes.
Which should be good fun over here.
I'm going to be finishing Replaced, so for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to be finishing off very cool 2.5D Cyberpunk single-player story game. Very, very cool. Probably take me another couple of hours. I think I've got about a quarter of the game to go back through, so we'll go into that. And tomorrow, I don't know what I'm going to do. I need to start Cthulhu at some point after that too.
You've got a Cthulhu to play?
Yeah, there's a Cthulhu game releasing like today.
Wow,
so
exciting.
We'll be doing that at some point, I presume, although I might take a day off from that, and we shall see what happens with that. But yeah, Top Esports, very happy to see them contend.
I am too.
Cool. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, we'll stick around for a little bit more, and if you're on Twitch, I'll get ready for that stream, and we'll get ready for that. Cool.